Hey everyone, welcome to FanFic Canon. Thanks for hitting play. I'm thrilled to bring this fan-made story to life for you. If you enjoy the ride and want more narrated fanfics, smash, subscribe, and tap the bell so you never miss an episode. And if you want audiobook of a novel of your choice, join my Patreon. Request any title that's freely available online, and I'll produce a full narration just for you. Now, let's dive into today's adventure.
Yes, that's right. And no, it's not just about Makusa. Aurelius's voice was calm, deliberate. Water has its source, trees have their roots. Do you know why the Magical Congress forbids contact between muggles and wizards so strictly? It's not just fear, it's history. He leaned back, his eyes reflecting the flickering light of the room. 3 centuries after Salem, those who lived through the witch burnings are still alive. Yet most wizards have already forgotten. Their lives are long, their magic too dazzling. They no longer understand the preciousness of history. But Aurelius did. He had collected books long erased from common shelves, records swept away, hidden, forbidden. To read them was to see through the blindfold every wizard wore. Read history to be wise. Learn from the past to command the present. Across from him, Queenie took a trembling breath. Then what should I do? At that moment, Aurelius's gaze sharpened. Finally, the Magical Congress has already denied your love. If you truly want to be with Jacob, he leaned forward, then you must learn to live without them. Queenie's lips parted. Her heart quivered. She was a natural legilimens, able to read the emotions spilling from his every word. But she wasn't a master of clemens. She couldn't block him, though she could sense him. She knew he wasn't pressing in her mind, not directly. And yet, he didn't need to. He already knew her well enough. This girl, a love brain through and through. Hadn't she already once betrayed everything to follow Grindelwald, just for the chance to keep Jacob? Okay, Queenie finally whispered, her jaw tightening. I'll do it. Welcome, Queenie. Aurelius extended a hand. A small smile curved his lips. Nearly a year of careful maneuvering, and at last, she was his. But unlike Grindelwald, Aurelius had no intention of throwing her away once her purpose was served. She was too valuable. A natural legilimens was worth a dozen spies. Dangerous, yes, but if shaped carefully, she could be his eyes and ears, his whisper in the dark. Not a weapon to unleash at random, but a watchful shadow he could trust to see what even he could not. For now, Aurelius arranged for her to stay hidden under the guise of a vacation. Tina still occupied the villa, and the 2 sisters together would be problematic. But soon, very soon, Tina would be gone, and Aurelius's stage would be ready. The morning came. Nagini laid out breakfast with her quiet grace, the air rich with warm bread and herbs. After the meal, Aurelius gave her instructions. Prepare an evening spread. Grindelwald will visit tonight. His gaze shifted to Tina and Newt. Do you 2 want to stay for it? Tina's face iced over. Newt's eyes darted with unease. Aurelius's tone was casual, almost amused. If not, I suggest you go for a walk. You probably don't want to see him. No, Tina snapped. Aurelius only arched a brow. Then stay. It makes no difference to me. In truth, he had spoken out of courtesy. The last thing he needed was Tina losing her temper and reducing his newly acquired villa to rubble. Elsewhere in Paris, storm clouds gathered. The French Ministry of Magic placed Furstenberg. Travers strode through the Grand Hall, with Theseus and Leta, flanked by dozens of aurors. The vaulted ceiling shimmered with constellations, Art Nouveau swirls decorating every surface. Yet Travers scowled. No senior official to greet us? I am director of magical law enforcement, not some errand boy. The French auror bowed quickly. Apologies, sir. Chief Kama was meant to receive you, but he took sudden leave yesterday. The director himself was forced to assume his duties. Leave? Travers's eyes glinted. Wiccan party business, no doubt. I couldn't say, sir. The auror smile was tight. Please follow me. As the delegation moved deeper into the ministry, Theseus caught sight of a fleeting figure at the front desk. A woman. Familiar, though he couldn't place why. Unbeknownst to him, the woman, Sunderland McGonagall, exhaled shakily the moment they passed. Thank Merlin. Thank you, Aberforth. Beside her, Aberforth Dumbledore's gaze remained cold, unreadable. I don't know why Albus asked me to bring you, but I hope he didn't sneak you through the back door. Time is short. Sunderland's lips pressed tight. He gave me an address. 161 Bath Barburn. Aberforth muttered. Always the same. Secrets upon secrets. They stepped into the living elevator of roots and branches, rising toward the Muggle world. The square above bustled with life, but none of the passers-by so much as glanced at them. The Muggle-repelling charm shimmered invisibly, erasing their presence. It was then a soft voice chimed behind them. Excuse me, are you wizards? Could you tell me how to find a hiding place? It's my first time in Paris. Sunderland turned. A young blonde witch, gentle-eyed, her beauty fragile as porcelain. I'm sorry, Sunderland said quickly. We're new here too. Oh, I see. The girl bowed politely. Then I'll ask at the ministry. Perhaps they have a map. But Aberforth's eyes lingered. His frown deepened. Didn't you feel it? He muttered. Feel what? Sunderland asked. Forget it, Aberforth said gruffly, though the unease in his eyes didn't fade. That momentary sensation, like she had looked straight through him. Beneath the elevator, Queenie clutched her chest, her breath unsteady. Her legitimacy was never fully under control. She hadn't meant to, but she had glimpsed something in Aberforth's mind. The tomb of Père Lachaise, and with it a prophecy. She turned, pale-faced, to Aurelius later that day. Do you know of Tycho Dodona's predictions? Aurelius's brows drew together. I've heard of it. Why? I saw it, she whispered. In his mind. Aberforth Dumbledore. Aurelius's breath stilled. Who? Your father, Queenie said softly. And the prophecy, it speaks of you. Her voice trembled as she recited. The man cruelly exiled, the daughter in deep despair. The warrior returns with vengeance, spreading wings to rise from the water. Whispers of ancient bloodlines followed. They say you're the survivor of a shipwreck, that you carry the blood of the Lestrange family. Aurelius's eyes darkened. Destiny was no longer a shadow in the distance. It was here, staring him in the face. Aurelius listened to Queenie's words in silence. His lips twitched, half amused, half exasperated. So it had come to this. Of course the ministry had sniffed out his trail. Grindelwald's frantic search for credence had all but painted a target on his back. And when an enemy like Grindelwald moves, the ministries of magic scramble like rats from a torch. He'd been easy to trace, really. The shipwreck survivor, handed off by servants. The boy raised under the cruel roof of Second Salem. And above all, Irma Dugard, the half-blood elf who had delivered him to adoption, still very much alive. The ministry wouldn't even need Veritaserum to pry the truth from her. She had always served the Lestrange family faithfully. From her lips, Credence Barebone became the bastard blood of the Lestranges. A convenient fiction, one that led countless eyes astray. While they searched for credence, Aurelius Dumbledore walked unbothered under their noses. Only a few truly knew the truth. Newt, informed by Albus himself. Tina, who had seen him once, face to face. And, of course, Grindelwald, guided by the whispers of the Wiccan party and his own relentless hunger. It was almost poetic that the prophecy fit him so well. A brutal exile of men, Lestrange blood-scorned and abandoned. A daughter sunk in despair, Leta Lestrange, drowning in the guilt of her brother's death. A warrior returning for revenge, the orphan who clawed his way back from the abyss. And the wings from the water, his survival of the shipwreck. The picture was painted neatly, too neatly, and yet Aurelius's smile was thin, mocking. Then why, I wonder, would Grindelwald himself be searching for this child of Lestrange? At that, Queenie's eyes flickered. She hesitated, then added softly, Mr. Dumbledore, he thinks he's the one in the prophecy. Aurelius raised a brow. Oh, that's a new tune. He sifted through memory, recalling fragments of stories he once saw play out on a screen. Grindelwald, Albus, Aberforth, and Ariana, a quarrel, a duel, a death. Ariana, the fragile Obscurial, snuffed out like a candle. So Aberforth spun his own thread into the tapestry. Grindelwald, the cause of Ariana's fall, became the cruelly exiled man. Ariana, dying in torment, the daughter in deep despair. Aberforth himself, burning with hatred, the warrior of revenge, and spreading wings from the water. Aurelius nearly laughed aloud. Was that about Antonio, the goat-devouring beast Grindelwald had tossed into the Hudson? What a farce! Aurelius chuckled, shaking his head. The truth was simple. Prophecies in this world always came true. But the real amusement lay in the endless interpretations. A handful of vague lines, and suddenly half the wizarding world bent over backwards to claim the mantle of destiny. He had already catalogued 4 versions of Tycho Dodonus's prophecy. Yusuf Kama's vendetta, chained to the blood feud between Lestranges and Kama. The tragic tale of Leta's guilt and Corvus's death. Aberforth's version, colored by old grief and blame. And the ministry's new narrative, painting him, Aurelius, as the long-awaited warrior. Not to mention the one Aurelius himself had once read in fevered theories online, that he would turn his wand on Dumbledore, a phoenix scorned, rising from the shipwreck to strike his own bloodline. Little Phoenix, they called him. Perfect. He smirked darkly. I could invent a dozen more before supper. And indeed he did. A darker one. Aurelius, the time traveler, doomed to fail Nagini. Forced to watch her fall fully into monstrosity. A leviathan rising from the deep to devour him. Wings spread as prophecy demanded, or the kind of people loved. Grindelwald, banished as the cruel exile. Vicentius Santos, new head of the Confederation, struggling in despair against his tyranny. Albus, breaking free of the blood oath, finally rising as the avenging warrior. And Aurelius, the little phoenix from the water, the key between victory and ruin. Whoever controlled him would decide the world's fate. He leaned back, laughter rumbling low in his chest. Prophecies were not truth. They were weapons. And he intended to wield them, not be chained by them. There are various interpretations of the prophecy, and this is just what Aurelius deduced based on important roles. There are billions of people in the world, and there are probably more than 10 or 20,000 who can understand it. So Aurelius pretended not to see the prophecy. If it is true, it will eventually come true regardless of whether you know it or not. If it is false, then you don't even care. But who made other wizards attach great importance to prophecies? Aurelius has no profit and cannot afford to be early. Since other wizards believe in prophecies, there is profit in it. Tomb of Père Lachaise? Okay, I understand. Aurelius nodded after hearing the last news from Queenie. That is a very important place. The ancestral graves of the Lestrange family are there. There is the bloodline tree of the Lestrange family, also called the family tree. It was because of its existence that Paul Herman and other senior officials from the Ministry of Magic of various countries believe that Aurelius was a member of the Dumbledore family. If you want to confirm those rumors, go there to find the answers. Of course, that was not the purpose of Aberforth's trip, but Queenie knew about it from Aberforth's memory. After cutting off the contact, Aurelius 503 was thinking on the sofa. Aberforth and a witch named Sunderland McGonagall came to protect him. Like Newt, he also came from Dumbledore's instructions. This is quite unusual. This is not because he is worried about his own Obscurus going berserk. Otherwise, Newt alone would be enough. Facing the runaway Obscurus, having one more person or one person less makes little difference. I'm afraid things have changed, Aurelius murmured to himself. He suspected that Aberforth and Sunderland McGonagall were really here to protect him. The reason was that Dumbledore learned that someone was going to harm him, and based on Dumbledore's judgment, he might even threaten Aurelius in the Obscurus state. Sri Lanka. Obscurus' vitality is very strong, but his defense ability is average. He is a typical character with high attack power and thick blood. A careful siege by a dozen Aurors could break the original Credence into pieces. This is why Aurelius listed the Iron Armor Curse and Apparition as must-learn spells. The former enhances defense, while the latter can escape. Safety issues, fee. Aurelius is not worried. He now has a version of the Phoenix that is stronger than Apparition. He can run away even if he cannot be beaten. These skills are something Dumbledore doesn't know. But what he was thinking about was who would do harm to him. This is weird. Although the whole world was looking for myself before, it was just searching and would not necessarily be detrimental to me. But now Dumbledore's reaction told him that Dumbledore had confirmed that someone was going to be detrimental to him. Britain, the Ministry of Magic? Aurelius thought about it, and he felt that this was the best possibility. Newt has mentioned before that the British Ministry of Magic hired the notorious hunter of magical creatures Gunnar Grimson to find him, and even made it clear that he would not let himself fall into the hands of Grindelwald. In other words, you can kill yourself in an emergency. Dumbledore is in Hogwarts, England. Although he is well-informed and has friends all over the world, he may have made such a big deal in such an emergency. This must be something he has personally experienced or verified. This forced Aurelius to suspect that this force came from England. What power does Britain have? It's nothing more than Dumbledore's own social network and the Ministry of Magic. As for those pure-blood families, they have no reason, no courage, and no ability to do this. Could it be that Grimson's identity as an undercover agent was exposed? The Ministry of Magic wants to destroy me at all costs. Aurelius frowned and thought, that doesn't make sense. Grindelwald had been found long before this. Grimson could get away with it by just pretending to be still looking. How did he get exposed? Aurelius stood up. He had to figure it out. He wasn't even sure who was going to kill him. Isn't this a joke? Thinking of this, Aurelius hurried out. Aurelius, where are you going? Tina shouted after him. Don't follow. Aurelius didn't even look back, but the warning contained in it made Tina stop. After going out, Aurelius looked up at a tall building in the distance, where someone was watching his house day and night. As an Obscurus, Aurelius' perception can be very great. Just release a little black zero to make the entire area invisible. After waving there, Aurelius turned and entered the tree-lined path next to the villa. On the high building, two wizards in suits looked at each other. Just now, were they greeting them? Mr. Socorro, the old man who was meditating with his eyes closed, opened his eyes and said with a sinister look on his face, "What's wrong?" He seems to have noticed us. He just greeted us and seemed to want us to go over. A wizard looked embarrassed. Oh, sure enough, this kid is not simple. No wonder Mr. Grindelwald looked at him like this. You guys stand by. I will go meet this kid for a while. Suo Chuo stood up and disappeared without a trace in a flash. It's really scary. It's the first time I've seen someone cast the apparition spell without a wand. The wizard who was left behind sighed with emotion. Otherwise, how could I be treated so politely by Sir? Sir is the honorific title given to Grindelwald by the Wiccan Party. It does not have any master like a certain Dark Lord. This is related to Grindelwald's proposition. Under his proposition, wizards are one, and he is just the leader of these wizard parties. They are leaders and followers, not masters and servants. Although Grindelwald rarely treats his subordinates as human beings, don't expect him to be very kind. Most people in the Wiccan Party are in awe of him. Can ordinary people be treated so kindly and angrily by him? Do you know who Mr. Socorro is? I only know that he is a Huxiao wizard. Why? The other wizard shook his head. No one knows about this. It can't be the Huxiao Minister of Magic, right? You might as well be the Huxiao Dumbledore. After being ridiculed by his companions for a while, the wizard was a little embarrassed and muttered, "That's not true. That country is very mysterious. No one knows who will show up dash." Aurelius sat on a stone bench, with a stone table in front of him, carriages, horses, and cannons already placed, and 2 bowls of tea served. Aurelius's appearance did not surprise Aurelius. After all, he had already been surprised. This was the first time he knew that there were actually Huxiao wizards in Grindelwald's witchcraft party. Suo Chuo has white hair and a childish face, and his eyes are bright, but the eyes that always exude a negative aura make people look sinister. He wears a flower feather on his head, a pearl on his neck, and a patchwork gown. This outfit looks out of place with the surrounding Western-style buildings. After appearing, he does not squint his eyes, steps in all directions, and is full of power. It can be seen that this person has undergone strict etiquette training, and his walking style has been integrated into his instinct. It's the kind of royal etiquette deep in the palace compound. This old man has an unusual background. Aurelius' expression remained unchanged, and he sighed in his heart. He picked up the teapot and poured it into the cup opposite him, with a smile in his eyes. The old gentleman seems to be very worried. Sa Chuo narrowed his eyes and said in a cold voice, "Barbarians from overseas also understand the Huxia gift? It's just a joke to wear a crown while wearing a monkey's head." "Ha ha. Okay, old gentleman, please sit down." Aurelius couldn't help but become happy, stretched out his hand to salute, lifted his hem, and sat down opposite Aurelius. "May I ask the old gentleman what your last name is?" "I'm Sa Chuo Jing Si." "So Chuo? No wonder." Aurelius understood clearly and asked, "I wonder which sect, sir? Do you also know the gateway to the east?" "I am the shaman of Jinshan." Aurelius nodded in agreement, which was reasonable. If this old guy really told Mao Shan and Tian Sure, he would feel awkward. "If you're a guest from afar, the doctor will go first. There's no need to talk nonsense. Since you know that I'm watching you, you might as well say it bluntly. Why do you want to see me?" Sa Chuo didn't give any face and didn't have any oriental subtlety. "Okay, then let me tell you something straight. Grimson is one of yours, right?" As soon as Aurelius finished speaking, Sa Chuo frowned. "You don't have to answer. I just want to ask if the job he took at the British Ministry of Magic was exposed." Sa Chuo shook his head. "I don't know Moose Sr." Aurelius looked at Socorro's calm look and asked, "Sir, you're not a member of the Wiccan Party, are you?" Although it is a question, it is very certain. There is no doubt that Grimson is a follower of Grindelwald. This is the plot of the previous Life movie. I have only been in this world for less than a year. For such a long-term thing, I should not be able to flap my wings that fast. Either Solo was not a member of the Wiccan Party, or Grimson had a special identity that not only ordinary people didn't know about, but probably no one except Grindelwald. There are only these two possibilities, so regardless of Aurelius' words, he is just touching one possibility. Those who are not of my race must have different minds. Sa Chuo snorted. "This old thing is too salty. Did Grindelwald know that you slandered Grindelwald so much?" "Old sir, I want to invite Mr. Grindelwald to a banquet tonight." Aurelius couldn't hold back and asked, "What's wrong with saying that?" "I've always been straightforward. Even in front of him, I would say the same thing." Sa Chuo said arrogantly. "Okay, you are awesome. Then I'm really curious. What is the relationship between the old gentleman and Grindelwald? Cooperation? That's for sure, but what's the content?" Aurelius asked. Sa Chuo laughed. "Why do I have to tell you?" Aurelius' expression froze. He raised his eyes and stared at Sa Chuo, and soon he started laughing. "The old gentleman is charming and graceful. I am lucky to have known him for 3 lifetimes. Mr. Trouble told Mr. Grindelwald that I have prepared a banquet at home and am waiting for his arrival." Easy to say. Aurelius stood up and left, and the table, stool, chess game, and tea bowl were scattered like sand blown by the wind. Sa Chuo gave them away, but his eyebrows were twisted into a ball. This meeting was confusing, and Aurelius's various behavior showed that he had something to ask. But now he has the answer? Sa Chuo recalled every sentence he just said, feeling a little confused. Did Aurelius get his answer? Inevitable. Aurelius did not expect that this old guy, who seemed difficult to deal with, had almost no defense in his brain. 0. Aurelius had to know about Grimson's situation, so he even used his last resort when Socorro deliberately refused to cooperate, to forcibly search his records. In Aurelius's opinion, at Sotrolo's age, even with a little talent, he should be able to detect legitimacy. He was ready to fight Sa Chuo. Unexpectedly, Sa Chuo didn't notice at all. This sounds outrageous. Sa Chuo is very powerful. He possesses 2 kinds of supernatural powers, a wizard and a shaman. He has extraordinary talent and a lifetime of lust. Aurelius might be able to defeat him based on strength alone, but Sa Chuo's methods become more and more demonic as he gets older. That's also endless. But unfortunately, he doesn't understand the spirit. From Sotrolo's memory, Aurelius discovered Grimson, but Socorro didn't speak. He really didn't know Grimson and didn't know who Grimson was. Point 0. This old guy is evil and cooperates with Grindelwald for the purpose of restoration. Jinshan Shaman has a very close connection with the previous dynasty, and he himself is from a noble family, so it is natural for him to have such an idea. Except for Grindelwald, he didn't care about the other witches. It's not exposed, so why does the British Ministry of Magic suddenly want to deal with me? Aurelius wondered. But fortunately, there is still news. That is, Aurelius knows who the unlucky guy was killed by his magic trap. It was indeed Grimson's subordinate, and because he was killed, Grindelwald replaced Sotrallo to monitor him. I'm really petty. I have no intention of running away. Aurelius shook his head. This is indeed the social trend. Western society is a contract society. At best, it means abiding by the contract, but at worst, as long as the contract is not written down, it cannot be trusted. Wizards are also inevitably affected by this. So when Aurelius said in vain that he would invite Grindelwald to dinner in 3 days, Grindelwald appeared to be generous on the surface, but in fact he added a few precautions. Of course, if a crow lands on a pile of coal, no one should blame anyone. Aurelius, who came from later generations, was equally suspicious and would not trust character casually. It seems that we can only wait until tonight to get more detailed information from Grindelwald. Mr. Sa Chuo, is there anything unusual? Grindelwald wears his iconic coat, with short snow-white hair standing straight up, wearing a pair of Martin boots, shiny. No matter what the person is like, at least in terms of face, the adjective British gentleman is more suitable for Grindelwald. Very honest, but he should have discovered us a long time ago. He deliberately wanted to see me today. Sa Chuo still has the same character of saying whatever he wants. Oh, he asked Grimson if he was exposed. Grindelwald listened to the whole scene of Sotraro's meeting today. His eyes narrowed with interest. He turned to ask the man who was also wearing an exquisite dress. Vita Rocher, what's going on over there in the UK? Vita is very confident and holds most of the secrets of the Umbrella Party. He keeps all the information in his 207 bag at all times. Toker Travers, director of the Legal Enforcement Department of the British Ministry of Magic, told Albus Dumbledore issued a ban prohibiting him from teaching defense against the dark arts classes. This morning, Travers led more than 20 Aurors to Paris. What's the purpose? This is unclear at the moment. The British Ministry of Magic is alone overseas, and following your wishes, we have barely penetrated it. Some families who voluntarily surrendered were also rejected by gifts. Vita said softly. Grindelwald thought for a while. Apart from gatherings, do we do anything else these days? No. This meeting is our most important thing at the moment. You have explained that this is the most important action after obtaining Aurelius's services, so we have almost suspended all other actions and are fully preparing for it. Vita's meaning was clear, but she did not express her judgment. She is very aware of her position. She is a tool, and tools cannot carry any personal emotions. How to use a tool depends only on the will of the tool owner. It seems that the British Ministry of Magic wants to declare war on us. Grindelwald showed a hint of disdain. It's not that he is arrogant, but without Dumbledore, all the wizards in Britain combined would not be enough for him to fight. The core members of the Wu Chui party are all elites, and every official member is a ruthless character who can take on at least 3 or 5 Aurors in a single fight. Grindelwald, a member of the Wiccan party, has at least 1,000 people. How many divisions does the British Ministry of Magic have? Be careful. Even if Grindelwald despises these old Englishmen who can't tell the situation, the stakes are big, and what he has to do is a big thing. He doesn't want these bugs to ruin his fun. Mr. Grindelwald, in my humble opinion, I am afraid that the primary target of those English people may not be the Assembly, but Aurelius. Sotero reminded. Grindelwald nodded solemnly. It was not difficult to guess. Aurelius would not ask Sotraro about Grimson for no reason, which shows that he is aware of the abnormality and even danger. According to Vita's intelligence, Dumbledore seems to have encountered suspicion and even hostility from the British Ministry of Magic. At the same time, between himself and Aurelius is obviously easier to mess with. All signs are pointing to one goal: to destroy Aurelius, to defeat his plan. Ah, if it's that simple, you would be looking down on Aurelius. Grindelwald smiled meaningfully and said to Vita, let's go to G. After that, adjusted his collar, raised his legs, and walked towards the Villa Aurelius across the road. In the villa, Tina and Newt were restless, while Nagini sat beside them. Aurelius closed his eyes and meditated. Can you stop acting like two monkeys? I told you early on, if you don't want the result, go out for a walk. Aurelius could see the embarrassment of the two of them without opening his eyes. Tina proposed more than once that she could inform the French Ministry of Magic, but Aurelius refused and stopped her. One cannot let one's own character be completely ruined. No, I can't. Newt lowered his head and played with his fingers. Two of them were almost knotted. Here it comes, dash. Aurelius opened his eyes, pushed it left and right with both hands, and the door of the villa slowly opened, and Grindelwald and Vita came in the dark. Long time no see, Aurelius. Grindelwald stood across the long table, condescending, but there was no sense of oppression at all, and his strange eyes did not make people shudder. Instead, it was filled with gentle care. It seems that the person in front of me is not a super dark wizard who makes the entire European Ministry of Magic panic, but a kind monarch. Don't use coercion to control people. Don't use fear to control people. Spread your kindness to the world and rule the country with your name. I have to admit, Mr. Grindelwald, you have changed a lot. Aurelius admired. After meeting several times, the initial impression was that he was harsh and dismissive. The second time we met, he was fierce and powerful, single-handedly subduing dozens of Aurors from the United States. But this meeting gave him a new feeling. For the same two of them, what made Grindelwald change so much? It is the transformation of Aurelius's identity. He has changed from a squib regarded as an ant by Grindelwald to a talented wizard who could travel together. You are very good, but I made a mistake. Grindelwald admitted his mistakes without hesitation. He glanced at Newt and Tina, who were clutching their wands, and didn't pay attention. Vita opened the seat directly opposite Aurelius with a hint, and Grindelwald sat down. The napkin was neatly tucked into the collar. It seemed like they were really just here for a big meal. Aurelius smiled, that's right. Although Grindelwald is not without flaws, his powerful personality is sought after by countless fans, and has also led countless Wiccan followers to risk their lives to follow him. It's natural to have this calmness. Nagini, the guests have arrived. Aurelius said to Nagini. Nagini nodded slightly, swaying the wand in his hand, and Ipapan's exquisite French food slowly floated out of the kitchen. Nagini's exposure to magic was very short, and she was not a super genius like Aurelius, but her levitation spell was very superb. It's very fragrant. It's really thoughtful. I haven't eaten such authentic French food in a few years. Grindelwald praised. Polite compliments are a courtesy that every guest deserves. As long as you like it, everyone please. On the long dining table, people are polite. Grindelwald was content. Aurelius also welcomed him warmly. Nagini seemed to be peeking at Vita's elegant posture and competing secretly. Newt and Tina were like two outsiders, sullen and motionless. The hand holding the wand almost broke it. Thank you for your hospitality, Aurelius. It was delicious. Grindelwald placed the knife and fork horizontally, with the fork on top and the knife on the bottom. This is a lingo on the Western dining table, indicating that you are very satisfied with the meal. If you're in a restaurant, you will immediately see the waiter coming to you to ask for a tip. At this moment, Grindelwald used this method to praise the host's hospitality. Westerners are not used to talking about serious business at the dinner table. This meal is very pure, but as the meal ends, what is supposed to come will always come. In a living room, Newt and Tina looked at them nervously. Nagini and Vita were also far away, but there was no worry in their eyes. In Vita's eyes, Grindelwald is omnipotent. Coincidentally, with more than half a year of strategizing, Nagini's trust in Aurelius has already skyrocketed. Oh look, how nervous they are. Grindelwald held a tea bowl in his hand. He had never drunk Oriental tea, but unfortunately, Aurelius only had this here. and he was not used to drinking English tea. Of course they are nervous. They are less than 20 feet away from the 22nd Division, the most dangerous black witch in the world. Aurelius smiled. I have to apologize to you, Aurelius, for treating you as a squib, which gave rise to a series of misunderstandings. Grindelwald spoke again. Didn't I also leave you a little surprise? Mr. Grindelwald, we are even. Aurelius looked at him with a smile in his eyes. Grindelwald looked at Aurelius with his eyes and suddenly laughed. You remind me of my old friend. What a green time. Albus Dumbledore? Then you are really overestimating yourself. That is the great Dumbledore. How can I dare to compare with it? Of course, there are differences between you and him, but you are very similar to me. I can see your ambition and your ability. Grindelwald pointed at his peculiar eye. Is it another prophecy? To be honest, I have heard a lot of prophecies these days. Aurelius shook his head and seemed to sigh. Why do people bother with things that are destined to be unchangeable? Seek good luck and avoid bad luck. Yes, people want to know their own destiny, but also want to change their destiny. It is also difficult to change destiny. So, you don't believe in prophecies? Grindelwald asked curiously. Aurelius shook his head and avoided talking. Let's get down to business, Mr. Grindelwald. You specially sent a messenger to send me a greeting card. Isn't it just to apologize to a little person like me? Little person? Aurelius, you have been persecuted too much by your adoptive mother. We are wizards, and you and I are only a handful. Why do we call ourselves little people? The world is very big, but wizards only live in a small corner. Muggles are ignorant and cowardly, but they can dominate the world. Is this right? Everything in the world should be dominated by virtuous people, and wizards should be in charge of it. Are you right? Seeing that Grindelwald was once again preaching to him about his so-called legal rationale for wizards to dominate the world, Aurelius shook his head and smiled. Mr. Grindelwald, I am not your believer. It will be very tempting to wizards, but don't forget, I grew up in a Muggle family. Do you really think wizards are nobler than Muggles? Do you really think wizards should be more qualified to dominate the world than Muggles? Aurelius stared at him and said word by word, Or, you are unafraid. Grindelwald frowned slightly. Aurelius' words touched his mind. He had predicted that in the near future, an unprecedented war would occur in the Muggle world. This is also the source of his fear, especially the terrifying mushroom cloud that could destroy a city in an instant. As a wizard, at least he or Dumbledore would have to have the strength to do it. It is possible, but not certain. What's even more frightening is that it seems that super wizards like Dumbledore and himself are completely dependent on their fate. There are two of them now, and Aurelius may be added in the future, but what if there's a vacancy during that period? On the other hand, Muggle mushroom eggs can be produced continuously. This was what frightened him the most among Muggles. As long as he could create the first one, there would be countless. This is the power of technology and industrialization, which is far beyond the reach of handicrafts like wizards. Maybe Muggles won't discover wizards in 10 or 20 years, but what about 100 or 200 years? What about the longer term? You know, for wizards who are born with a long lifespan, 1 or 200 years is not too long a time to play. But Grindelwald has no one to talk to about such worries. He can only encourage more wizards to stand on his side and work with him to preemptively rule the world before the birth of that terrible weapon, and will enter the rapid burst of technology, sweeping them into the trash. Haha, rarely I saw a bitter expression on Grindelwald's face, and even a bit depressed. He leaned on the back of the sofa and looked up at the crystal pendant on the ceiling. His eyes gradually blurred. You are very foresight. Then you must understand that if you don't take the lead at this time, the future of the wizard is destined to be dim. Then, as a member of the wizard, shouldn't you stand with me? Question mark. 343 Aurelius smiled and shook his head. Of course I foresee these. This does not require your prophetic ability. Mr. Grindelwald, have you ever thought about whether your prediction was wrong? An error? Absolutely impossible. Grindelwald was resolute. He was full of trust in his eyes. Not once wrong. Not once wrong. Aurelius smiled. Well, since you have made a prophecy, the prophecy will definitely come true. You have seen the terrible creations made by the Muggles in the future, So you decided to provoke a war in advance to rule the Muggles. If you succeed, your prediction ability will not be accurate. If your prediction ability is accurate, then you will definitely fail. Have you considered it? Grindelwald took a deep breath. It wasn't that he didn't expect such a thing, but he subconsciously avoided it. Now that he was exposed mercilessly by Aurelius, he was a little bit embarrassed. Of course, a wizard like him will not easily shake his belief. Even if I fail, I will have no regrets, because I have tried hard and fought with all my strength. Instead of being like those stupid people who shrink their heads and pretend not to know anything and wait to die. Bang, bang, bang. Aurelius applauded him and encouraged him. He admired such a determined person who continued to move forward even if he knew there was a dead end. But I still won't join you. Are you going to be that stupid person who is greedy for life and afraid of death? Aurelius shook his head. No, of course not. You have your opinion, and I also have my ambition. I have no intention of convincing you, because I know that neither of us can give up our goals. Mr. Grindelwald, we are not on the same journey after all. You parted ways with Albus Dumbledore because of your ideas. You spent nearly 30 years practicing your ideas. Dumbledore insisted on his ideas in Britain. Now you come to invite me to join your greatness. I still can only refuse. You have your great interests, and I also have my blueprint. The world is still uncertain. You and I are both dark horses. Who knows who is right and who is wrong? Deeply in love, Grindelwald closed his eyes and sighed quietly. He felt that his least expected premonition had come true. The two sides in the duel in Paris would not be Aurelius and Dumbledore as he had hoped, but instead it might be him and Aurelius. What should he do? Should we deal with this key figure in advance, or should we let it go? Let me make a suggestion, Aurelius said when Grindelwald was upset. Grindelwald looked at him in confusion. What suggestion could he make after he rejected it? The whole world wants to pit you against Dumbledore. Well, they're idiots. Dumbledore can never stop me. That's right, because of the Blood Alliance, you can't take action against each other. Aurelius told the secret without hesitation. Grindelwald frowned. Aurelius pointed to the pendant on his collar. Unfortunately, I have seen this thing in a book. You're surprising me more and more. Tell me your suggestions. I'm very interested, Grindelwald smiled. When two tigers fight, one of them will be injured. The greater possibility is that the mantis stalks the cicada and the oriole leave behind. Aurelius's Huxiao proverb was a bit difficult for Grindelwald to understand, but he understood the general meaning. Can you speak well? Huxiao is too difficult to understand. Grindelwald looked at Aurelius with a headache. Why are you using Huxiao when two Westerners are talking? Are you showing off? Sorry, I'm used to it. Aurelius was also helpless. He was originally Huxiao. How could the habits of decades in his previous life disappear without a trace in less than a year? He always brought them out unconsciously. These things are why many people think that he loves Huxiao culture. You and Dumbledore are the two poles of the world. There are countless ambitious people in the world. Once you have a direct conflict, it is most likely that both of you will suffer losses. At that time, these crazy hyenas will bite your corpses. Mr. Grindelwald, no matter whether you admit it or not, the Blood Alliance that seems to be restricting you now is helping you avoid the most direct child. You're right, Grindelwald admitted. This is the biggest difference between him and Voldemort. Until now, Grindelwald has been in the period of rapid development of his career, but Grindelwald cannot shy away from his mistakes. On the other hand, Voldemort, even though he was completely defeated, still had a mouth as tough as a steel plate. Others don't know about the existence of the Blood Alliance. I can help you get rid of these troubles. What's the meaning? Aurelius pointed to the Deathly Hallows brooch on his collar. The triangle is the most stable geometric structure in the world. This world needs the emergence of the third pole. You need the third pole, and Dumbledore also needs the third pole. Pole! Grindelwald looked at Aurelius' calm gaze in surprise and laughed. So that's it. Haha, no wonder. No wonder. Okay, tell me what you want. Aurelius pointed his finger, and a world map appeared on the coffee table. With a light wave of the wand tip, the world was divided into two halves along the Atlantic Ocean, and the land belonging to America shone with a bright blue light. The chaos of the world has already shown its signs, whether it is the war that affected the magic world 10 years ago or the future. There are 5 continents and 4 oceans, and ambitious people emerge in endlessly. This is a world of great strife. Aurelius actually went a grinder. Waugh talks about the world situation. Dumbledore is trapped on an isolated island. Although he has connections with all parts of the world, his gentle views are destined to prevent him from acting like you and me. Your base is in European countries, right? Otherwise, why would you live in magical Congress for more than half a year? Then your expansion is only Dumbledore's Britain and Asia and Africa, no matter where. America is a place beyond your reach. This is what I want. Aurelius began to divide the world with Grindelwald without any politeness. Why should I do this? You should know that what I want to do must be to unify the magic world, and it is impossible for me to share it with you. Unify the magic world? Well, if you can unify all the magic world except America, I won't need you to mention it. I will visit you personally and be willing to drive away. Aurelius said with a chuckle, "Are you making a bet with me?" Grindelwald smiled. Aurelius laughed. "If Mr. Grindelwald is interested, I will take a gamble with you." "Okay, let's limit it to 10 years. During these 10 years, no matter what you do in America, my people will not interfere. After 10 years, I will wait for you to join me in my Nurmengard. Like today, I will prepare the most sumptuous welcome banquet for you." As he spoke, Grindelwald stretched out his palm, and the magic on his hand flashed. Obviously, this was a contract, or rather, bet. "Okay, it's a deal." Money. Aurelius happily shook Grindelwald's hand. The contract was established. This bet is worth it. If Grindelwald can really unify all places except the Americas, Aurelius will be reunited peacefully. It's also a huge contribution, but Aurelius did not expect this. Just kidding. What else will you play after you become Harry Potter? What else will Voldemort play? Wizards are used to being lazy. Grindelwald's military and national line may win the service of some wizards, but it will definitely not win the hearts and minds of most wizards. The key to shaping a wizard's outlook lies in the magic school. Dumbledore saw this, but Grindelwald did not. What happened in Britain? As expected, you have noticed that the British Ministry of Magic wants to eliminate you in order to weaken me. Grindelwald looked at Aurelius leisurely, with a bit of teasing. If it were before, Grindelwald still had hope for Aurelius, believing that Aurelius could be his sharpest sword against Dumbledore. The behavior of the British Ministry of Magic in this situation really annoyed Grindelwald. But now, the 10-year agreement has been concluded, and there must be no subordinate relationship between them. Although it is not a hostile relationship, if he can see Aurelius being unlucky, Grindelwald will not mind having a little more fun. As expected, Aurelius nodded. Did Dumbledore break up with the Ministry of Magic? How do you know? I am a member of the Dumbledore family. Will they attack me rashly without Dumbledore's permission? The Ministry of Magic has issued a ban prohibiting Dumbledore from teaching defense against the dark arts at Hogwarts. Grindelwald nodded. That's it, Mr. Grindelwald. The British Ministry of Magic is provoking you. As far as I know, they should have arrived in Paris. Aurelius teased. Haha, but it's you they want to deal with. Grindelwald would not be fooled. Sitting on the mountain and watching the fight between tigers and tigers was undoubtedly the most correct choice. It would be best to fight fiercely and bloody, and it would be best to drag Dumbledore into the water and force Dumbledore to come forward and completely break with the British wizarding world. The British wizarding world without Dumbledore is nothing worth mentioning. Seeing that Grindelwald was not on the road, Aurelius could only shake his head and smile. He had no hope in the first place, and it was a three-pronged victory. It seems that I have to help you this time, Aurelius said with emotion. Hey, you are as cunning as a little fox. To each other, old fox. Ha ha ha. Okay, just think of it as you helping me once. Grindelwald readily agreed. You always have to give some benefits. Just give them if they are a favor. He took out his pocket watch from his breast pocket and looked at it. Grindelwald stood up and said, Well, thank you for your hospitality, Aurelius. I think it's time for me to go. There's still many things to do. It's been a pleasure talking to you, Dr. Lindwall. Me too. Grindelwald nodded to Vita, who naturally came to Grindelwald's side. Aurelius and Nagini sent them out. Grindelwald did not speak to Tina and Newt from beginning to end. Instead, before leaving, he sent an invitation to Aurelius. Ming, in the evening, I will give a lecture at the tomb of Père Lachaise. If you're free, you are welcome to come and take a look. Must watch them disapparate away. Let's go back. Aurelius turned back to the villa, looked at Nagini's angry expression, and asked strangely, "What's wrong with you? Why are you looking like this?" That woman, she was mocking me for being sloppy. Nagini's eyes were filled with fire. Aurelius looked up and down strangely. Nagini was very well dressed. If we talk about makeup, then Nagini is almost without makeup. This girl can't even comb her hair. There are always some strands of hair sticking out when she pulls her hair up, let alone makeup. But although the makeup is sloppy, it cannot match a person's natural beauty. A little sloppiness not only does not affect the beauty, but adds a bit of wild beauty. Nagini just doesn't have any jewelry. She wears a deep V dress with fish scales, which is both her performance costume and her favorite dress. She often wears it as regular clothes. Aurelius thought for a while and finally figured it out. Don't worry about Nagini. Vita Rogier comes from a French aristocratic family, and everything she accepts, CCFD, is aristocratic etiquette. If you have no makeup or jewelry, she will call you sloppy, which is just one-sided and narrow-minded. It's just a deformed aesthetic, Aurelius said. That woman is so pretentious. I don't know who to show her arrogance to. Nagini was still full of resentment. She and Vita seemed to be at odds with each other from the first moment they met. A black swan from a noble family, a hay-donking from the slums. The black swan prides itself on being noble and elegant. It drinks dew and eats fresh fruits. It looks down on hay-donking who braves the wind and snow to hunt and stains its white feathers with blood. Although the black swan is beautiful, which man can resist an eagle striking the sky, and high-donching, who is constantly striving for self-improvement? Sir, he didn't agree. Vita asked doubtfully. His ambition is greater than I thought. Grindelwald did not answer directly. I don't know how to praise you. Sir, do you want to... Grindelwald glanced at Vita, who stood cautiously and said no more. She forgot that she shouldn't be smart. He did not choose to stand with us, but he also did not become our enemy. We seem to be able to accept this result. It's acceptable, but I have a huge question. Who is he targeting? Grindelwald was a little confused. In his prophecy, Aurelius fights someone in the streets of Paris, whom he initially thought was Dumbledore, then suspected it might be him after learning Aurelius's last name. But now, under the 10-year agreement, it was impossible for him to be fighting Aurelius. If he did not join the Wiccan party, it was impossible for him to be fighting Dumbledore. That would be strange. Who else? It can't be Nicolas, can it? Or, 10 years from now? Grindelwald thought about it, and felt that it might also be a prophecy made a long time ago. After all, it predicted that Aurelius would be powerful, and Aurelius had not yet come into contact with magic a year ago. No matter how talented he is, he and Dumbledore are the only ones. To be fair, Grindelwald thought that he did not have such strength when he was 18 or 19 years old. Now, what is the situation? Sa Chuo came up and asked. Grindelwald said, "Now that Mr. Lassoro is here, there is no need for surveillance here." Whether it was successful or not, Grindelwald didn't say, and Sa Chuo didn't continue to ask. He came to Paris purely as an ally to attend Grindelwald's rally. Mr. Socorro, after the meeting, I will fulfill my promise. That's best. Sa Chuo nodded. Always keep my word. In the villa, what did you talk about? Tina asked Aurelius. Why didn't you ask Grindelwald just now? Aurelius looked at her funny. Okay, Ms. Tina, Grindelwald has given up looking for me, and your goal has been achieved. That's all you need to know. Aurelius waved his hand. He couldn't wait to see off the guests, so he kept Tina by his side just because he was afraid that the girl's brain would get hot and cause trouble again. Now that everything is going well, he will naturally not force Tina to stay. Mr. Scamander. Aurelius turned to look at Newt. I know, Mr. Dumbledore. Now that you're sure you are safe, I can go back to England. After all, my international travel ban has not been lifted yet. Newt said consciously. He could feel magical animals, the moods, anger, sorrows, and joys of the people were quite different. He could see that Aurelius didn't like him and Tina. No, you misunderstood, I wanted to say. Before he finished speaking, Aurelius's expression suddenly changed. The black mist scattered around the villa, sensed that a large number of people were operating towards them. Grindelwald's people? No. Aurelius immediately made a judgment. The way those people dress is completely different from the very recognizable Wu Shui party. But that well-trained look is not fake. It's an aura. Aurelius thought for a moment. It came so quickly. Aurelius was a little surprised by the speed of the British aura's movements. In his impression, the common characteristic of Western countries is low efficiency. Unexpectedly, they had just arrived in Paris in the morning, and they would launch an operation against themselves in the evening. There's an attack. Get ready. Aurelius' eyes flashed with fierceness. Aurelius was mentally prepared for the battle. This is inevitable for him, and it will be much better to be mentally prepared in advance. Upon hearing this, Nagini quickly pulled out her wand, crouched down, and hid behind the marble pillars. She looked around with her beautiful eyes warily, but she kept squeezing the fingers of the wand, which showed the nervousness in her heart. After all, she's just a girl of 18 or 19. It is not an exaggeration to say that she knows nothing about fighting. It's already good to think of holding a wand and crouching down to reduce one's own targets. In contrast, Newt and Tina reacted much faster. Almost as soon as Aurelius spoke, Newt's wand had already released the disillusionment curse, and he became one with the villa. This is Newt's habit of dealing with magical animals all year round. He doesn't want to harm these animals, so he starts by protecting himself and hiding. As an elite auror, Tina immediately cast a spell on herself. Supersensory appearance. Psychic spell. This is a magic spell that can greatly enhance one's own perception, not only of one's own perception, but also of the outside world. It sounds like this is a magic spell that must be learned in battle, but in fact there are very few wizards who do this. The reason is that ordinary wizards have not received special training, and the various senses suddenly enhanced by the supersensory spell will instantly bring a lot of information. Without special training, these super perceptions will not only not help in combat, but may impact the brain in an instant, making you forget what you should do. The only way to overcome this instantaneous amount of information is to train continuously, to exercise your ability to filter and refine information. Not everyone could do this kind of water grinding skill, and those without talent can easily be turned into an idiot. This resulted in this curse being rarely used even by aurors. Tina's habitual use of supersensory spells shows that she is definitely an elite auror among the elite in terms of strength. If the side effects of the supersensory curse can be overcome, this curse will become the most powerful magic weapon to improve combat ability, and there may even be no one. Aurelius once wanted to include it as a required skill, but after the final experiment, he found that he couldn't. It's not that his talent isn't good, it's his talent. As an Obscurus, his perception itself is much stronger than that of ordinary people. Once the supersensory spell is used, the amount of information he can bear is far beyond that of an ordinary person, and he almost becomes a fool in just a moment. From then on, he would never touch this curse again, at least not until he was absolutely sure. A translucent be the size of a human head passed through the entrance and flew up from the first floor with trembling wings. The whole body is silvery white and translucent, and something like mist is constantly escaping from the body. Aurelius narrowed his eyes and immediately activated the daily replenished explosion rune. Bang! The translucent bee exploded instantly. Outside the villa, a pitiful scream sounded. It's the Patronus. Newt said, the patron saint is a strange product summoned by the patron saint spell, considered to be a symbol of supernatural magical ability. It is an extremely difficult spell to learn, and is also known as the Dark Wizard identifier. No evil Dark Wizard can use this spell, because casting the Patronus charm requires extremely positive emotions, which is difficult for a Dark Wizard polluted by black magic to accomplish. It was also a spell that Aurelius was curious about, but he had never tried it. The main reason was that the Patronus charm was very profound, and there were very few magic books recording it. The school doesn't teach it, and it's not sold in bookstores. Although the patron saint can only have a certain restraint effect on a few black magic creatures, such as Voldemort bats and Dementors, and is basically useless in ordinary combat, it is still very useful in certain situations. For example, just now, it was a wizard with a bee Patronus who was using his Patronus to survey the terrain. The patron saint is not afraid of death. Although it will dissipate after suffering a huge attack, it can still be summoned next time. Fast, not afraid of death, and able to sense synchronization, this is the best scout. Unfortunately, he met Aurelius. The rune, Explosion, from Valoran was a bit ungrateful, and Aurelius took advantage of it. In the continent of Valoran, blasting is completely useless as a means of fighting the enemy, but here, the patron saint is obviously not a living entity, but it is closely related to the wizard. Please give me flowers. The patron saint of Explosion can actually implicate its owner. Very good, one more trump card. Go back to the box. Aurelius turned to Nagini and said in a tone that could not be refused. Nagini's combat effectiveness is so low, it's not even a matter of combat experience. Of course, Nagini can choose to fight in the snake form, but those aurors may still show affection for others, so it's hard to say if they see Nagini in the snake form. Nagini also knew that her stay was purely a burden, so she just pursed her lips and rushed over to him with worry, gave him a hug, and then ran into Aurelius' room. At this time, outside the door. How is it? Travers pulled the auror aside, grabbed the painful-looking auror, and cast several spells in succession, but none of them had any effect. Damn it! What kind of magic is this? Travers looked ugly. Theseus hesitated to speak. He is kind. He trusts and respects Dumbledore, but he is also the head of the Auror Office of the Ministry of Magic. 0. But now he is leading people to attack Dumbledore's family, and he has not even ruled out the possibility of killing him. This pained Theseus. He is a warrior, and a warrior who has been awarded a battle hero. It is his bounden duty to obey orders, but he still has humanity. When there is a conflict between vocation and human nature, there will be pain. Damn it! I declare that Aurelius Dumbledore attacked the Auror of the Ministry of Magic. Immediately put him on the list of dark wizards and arrest him. If necessary, he can be executed directly. Travers roared angrily. Yes, the group of Aurors obeyed the order, and each one displayed their own special abilities and launched an attack on Aurelius' villa. Theseus squeezed his wand, but did not move it. Fortunately, he had reason to convince himself. He was the director of the Auror Office. He was the commander. Travers glared at him dissatisfiedly, but said nothing. As everyone knows, Theseus did not take action due to personal reasons, but it also won him a chance to live. In the villa, an Auror took the lead and rushed through the door first. Unexpectedly, Aurelius was already waiting. Years of training and fighting gave this Auror rich, practical experience. He chanted the spell almost subconsciously. Except you. Avada Kedavra. First come first. Without hesitation at all, he took action, which was the most sinful of the unforgivable curses. In terms of combat experience, Aurelius is not much better than Nagini. But Aurelius knows what it means to strike first, and the best defense is to attack. Only dead enemies are good enemies. The pitiful Auror, who didn't even have a name, could only feel the vast expanse of green in front of him, and he died silently the next moment. They forget that this is not England, and there is no unforgivable curse here. They forget that when people are killed, they die. They also forget that the enemy will not show mercy. They even underestimated their opponent, a man who was born extremely evil and didn't regard black magic as a danger at all, but instead studied it over and over again. Silently. Don't want. Newt's eyes widened, but he was always a step slower. With the death curse, he could only watch the aura fall. Why kill people? Aurelius' head was full of questions. Are you crazy? They're here to kill me, and I can't fight back. Aurelius even thought it was outrageous. The wizards in this world always seem to have a kind of urgent plot. It's obviously a life and death battle, but look at the magic spells they used. Expelliarmus, petrified everything. What are these? Even this shattered to bones, thunderbolt explosion, and flying sand and rocks with very deceptive names can only cause very limited damage to people, and they don't even target the human body at all. Looking at the battle again, in addition to Death Eaters, you have to be an extremely terrifying Death Eater to use the Death Curse as your main attack method. Even Aurelius couldn't think of 5 magic spells that could be used directly to harm or even kill the target. Especially the protagonist Harry Potter, who uses Expelliarmus to force the killing curse, turning the competition of combat experience and skillful fighting into a confrontation. Aurelius could only say that he died unjustly. Even during the Battle of New York more than 9 months ago on 370, Grindelwald did not kill the Aurors who besieged him. Of course, this does not rule out that Grindelwald does have a great love for wizards as a group. He is willing to accommodate any wizard. However, it is a fact that few people die in battles in the magical world. Voldemort, who is regarded as terrifying by countless people, has clear evidence that no more than 20 wizards died at his hands, but he once massacred villages and created an army of vaginas. With so much blood dead, it's no wonder that even after he was thought to be dead, the British wizard was so frightened that he didn't even dare to mention his name. Although this kind of Madonna-looking battle makes people feel ridiculous. But as the saying goes, there must be monsters when things go wrong. There's a very profound reason for this. Emotions, casting spells requires the cooperation of emotions, and the influence of emotions on people will be amplified under the influence of magic. This is a very important part of the wizard system in this world. Killing each other is undoubtedly a very negative emotion. Therefore, in order to avoid being infected by these negative emotions as much as possible, wizards deliberately avoid and do not study straightforward killing curses. Even in a life and death battle, indirect methods will be used to kill the enemy as much as possible. For example, a thunderbolt explosion detonates objects around the enemy to kill the enemy, such as a blazing flame ignites object around the target and burns the enemy to death, etc. Or simply use limiting skills to make the enemy lose the ability to resist. For example, Expelliarmus, Petrify All, Upside Down Golden Bell, Frostbite, etc. are all magic spells classified as offensive spells. But Aurelius didn't need to worry about this. No matter how chaotic and evil you are, can you be more chaotic and evil than Obscurus? It can be said that Aurelius is the only wizard in the world who can play the death curse casually without any repercussions. If he was worried that he would be infected by negative emotions, then Aurelius would not react so much, and he was not ignorant. But look at Newt's reaction. Why did you kill? Not why did you use the killing curse? People can be kind, but they cannot be easily bullied. Then you can choose not to do anything and see if they will show mercy to you. After choking Newt neither softly nor hard, Aurelius jumped forward to avoid the attack of the long whip turned by the green plants next to him. And backhanded, it's a cross-faced attack. One trick can be eaten all over the world. When Aurelius still planned to get this villa, the only curse he could choose was the death curse. There are not many tricks, just easy to use. Just like Aurelius' current opponent, he is very flashy and uses a lot of transformation spells, stun spells, and disarming spells, but they are useless. An iron armor spell blocked it tightly. But when Aurelius took the risk and claimed his life, the boy was so exhausted that he had no chance to resist. There are many obstacles. A third party intervened, and Aurelius instantly felt as if he was in a quagmire, with his movements and spellcasting greatly restricted. Obstacle curse. It is also a restricted type of magic, but it is included in the defensive type of magic. But it is undeniable that this curse brought Aurelius a lot of trouble. Faint. Allie, it's your turn. Call. The surging flames burst out from Aurelius, and a loud phoenix cry resounded from the black flames. Cracking. The black phoenix, bathed in flames, carried terrifying black flames and instantly created a fire net to protect Aurelius. Obstacles can no longer be obstacles. The flying alley swallowed him unconscious in one mouthful. The pure magic creature made him immune to most spells. Aurelius's backhand was a death curse. With Alley's blessing, the green death curse was as black as ink, and black arcs violently poured into the body of the Auror who was trying to make a sneak attack. "That's Phoenix!" Newt was stunned. The story Dumbledore told him before suddenly came to his mind. Whenever a Dumbledore is in urgent need, the Phoenix comes. Dark Phoenix. The Aurors who witnessed the death of their companions screamed and fled. Aurelius did not pursue the victory, and more Aurors poured in. Aurelius was a little tired of dealing with more and more curses. Aurelius, who had always insisted that magic spells should be more precious than more expensive ones, was also a little overwhelmed by the endless stream of magic spells. His combat experience is a big issue, especially in the face of one-to-many unequal battles. Although a single life-killing curse is powerful enough, every time it is used, it will force an Auror to run for his life in embarrassment, but the Aurors who cooperate tacitly will always have other people to lend a helping hand, making Aurelius give up the option of pursuing him. Self-defense. Newt's commander. "I knew it. I knew it." Travers, who broke in, saw Newt resisting the curse at a glance, and shouted angrily, "Catch them. No one can let go." Seeing the director of the Legal Enforcement Department of the Ministry of Magic, Newt immediately shivered. The winged demon that he had taken the time to release also withdrew it, and with a dull head cast the iron armor curse to resist. Newt is a guy who doesn't put much effort into his work, but Tina is very agile in her actions. The Super Sense spell gives her powerful combat intuition. 2 Aurors had already been knocked down by Tina, but she seemed to have little strength left. She was sweating heavily on her forehead, and her bangs were wet. "Who are these people? We have to escape," Tina shouted breathlessly. How to escape? Newt held on to the iron armor curse, but with sporadic but tacit cooperation, he hit the iron armor curse with spells one after another. He could only take the time to shout to her. How to escape? To separate? Stop it. As soon as he withdraws the iron armor curse, the magic will hit him. Even if he barely manages to apparate, he will be disrupted by the magic of the curse. This is very dangerous. If one is not good, there is a possibility of splitting. Aurelius frowned. He couldn't help but feel angry. If he was willing to part with the villa he had acquired in exchange for half of his net worth, he could set off a powerful fire and turn everything here into ashes. With his control, he can guarantee that none of the Aurors here will survive. But he wasn't sure he could do it without damaging the villa. "I can't bear to part with it. It's only $100,000. That's $100,000 in the 1920s. Ouch. A roar came from the room, and Nagini rushed out of the room on Luo Wu. "Let's go first," Nagini shouted to Aurelius. "Take them away." Aurelius was delighted. Nagini came at the right time. "What?" Nagini exclaimed. "Take them away? Who?" "Newt and Tina." Although they had been together for a few days, Nagini's cold temperament meant that Newt and Tina could not be compared to Aurelius in her eyes. "Come on, they're just dragging me down," Aurelius shouted. Nagini gritted her teeth and didn't wait for a reply. Zwu, who had received the order from Aurelius, grabbed one by one, threw Newt and Tina behind it, swung his beautiful long tail, ran on all fours, and disappeared in an instant. Although Zwu is a bit mean-spirited sometimes and insists on doing whatever he is not allowed to do, he is still very reliable at critical moments. "What a good boy!" Aurelius showed his white teeth and looked at the Aurors with evil intentions. "Attack! Attack! Don't let him run away." Seeing the magical animal disappearing with the 3 people, Travers jumped up and down, and the wand in his hand also glowed with green light. Aurelius really wanted Newt to take a good look at this scene. The naive magizoologist has not yet become a warrior. Aurelius instantly decomposed against the green light of the death curse. A hole as wide as a bucket opened in his chest, and Travers' death curse passed through the gap and hit the ceiling behind him. With a ferocious laugh, his legs, torso, and finally his arms turned into black mist. This is the first time that he has exposed his true identity in front of so many people in a sober state. Black mist rolled in, swallowing up every inch of the villa. He disappears, but is everywhere. Miserable screams came and went. One by one, Aurors were sucked into mummies and died in despair, confusion, and pain. "Quick, get out! Quick, get out!" Travers shouted in panic. Some Aurors did not hesitate to use their bodies to protect Travers and evacuate, but they themselves were sucked out of life and became one of the corpses. Little did they know that their sacrifice was in vain. Aurelius had no intention of killing Travers. Where can I find such a director of the Department of Magical Law Enforcement who will cause trouble for Dumbledore and Grindelwald? After this battle, Aurelius felt that he might not cause trouble to him again in a short time. As for the future, he has long since returned to the kingdom of Magnesium to stir up trouble. So who will pay attention to him? It would be better to let him go and cause trouble for Dumbledore and Grindelwald. Seeing a group of Aurors fleeing like bereaved dogs, Aurelius reappeared. If Leewood doesn't use himself, he won't be able to attack in a group? Joke! Obscurus innate abilities are the focus of his development. The magic wand shines, and all dangerous traps in the villa are activated. Without his permission, anyone, including super wizards like Grindelwald and Dumbledore, will shed their skin even if they walk in. 22. Not everyone can escape the crossfire of hundreds of cadavers. Recover as before. The partial destruction of the villa was quickly restored to its original appearance under the spell, and the corpses on the ground were also cleared away by him. The entire villa seemed to have become a forbidden area where no one set foot. Outside the door, Travers, with an ugly face, looked at the miserable and defeated soldiers around him. Only half of the elite group had escaped, and almost everyone was injured. Several Aurors were stripped of their appearance, with layers of wrinkles and haggard appearance, looking like old people on the verge of death. Dark Wizard, this is provocation. This is war. Travers pointed at the villa and yelled. The group of Aurors were silent. They seemed to be law enforcers, but it was also true that they invaded Aurelius' territory. If they want to arrest someone, Aurelius has the right to resist, which is fair. But that's definitely not something Travers would have thought about. Seeing that the furious Travers seemed to want to destroy the villa together, Theseus quickly stopped him. Sir, what are you doing?" Travers glared. He had just met Newt in the villa with his own eyes. How kind of attitude could he have towards Newt, his brother? Moreover, the Aurors were all injured, so why did Theseus, Newt's brother, never get in and remain intact? "Sir, look!" Theseus urged Travers. Only then did Travers notice that several houses around him were lit with lights, and some muggles who didn't know why were poking their heads in the windows of each house. Damn it! Travers clenched his fist and smashed the wall next to him. At this moment, a column of flashing golden words floated out of the villa, accompanied by Aurelius's warning like a torrent of hell. "Aurors and dogs are not allowed inside." Travers was furious. This is a shame. The British Empire's Ministry of Magic is in disgrace that it has not seen in thousands of years. But in the end, under the dissuasion of many Aurors and Theseus, Travers bitterly left. Let's go. The defeated remnants of the army left with difficulty. In the forest, not far away, under the natural protective color, a pair of eyes watched their departure. The look in his eyes gave a complicated sigh, full of sadness and loss, and soon disappeared. At the corner of Montmorency Street, Nagini was pacing in place worriedly. Newt and Tina also stood aside with unhappy expressions. "Why haven't you come yet?" Nagini kept repeating. The big cat Zou beside her rubbed her face with his head in a comforting manner. "What is this place?" Tina asked Newt, who brought them here. Newt looked at the exquisite card in his hand and said absently, Dumbledore gave it to me. He said it was a safe house." In the fire, Aurelius appears. "Aurelius!" Nagini rushed forward excitedly and hugged him. "I'm fine, dear. Aurelius patted her back to comfort her. It's settled. There's a mark left by Aurelius in Zwu's head, and he can sense Zwu's location and talk to him at any time. Finding them is easy. Newt looked at Aurelius with a complicated expression. Vaguely, no, it was obvious alienation. It's not the strangeness we had when we first met a few days ago. It was Aurelius' style of conduct that made Newt so repulsive. But he still resisted the thought of leaving and said to Aurelius, "This is a safe house. Dumbledore told me before I left." Aurelius nodded. "This is a good thing. It is not easy to go back home for the time being. In fact, there is nothing wrong with going back, but coming here is the purpose of Aurelius." Under the leadership of Newt, they were able to enter an ancient building. It's a very obvious medieval-style building. It looks old on the outside, but it's pretty well maintained on the inside. The first thing you see is a gloomy living room with moving people and a large number of runic characters on some faded and dim tapestries. 707, the large and small earthen jars are a bit messy, and even more messy are the piles of books that almost reach the ceiling. The only light in the room was a crystal ball, inside which a dark cloud was billowing. Aurelius recognized it at a glance. That was himself, or in other words, Obscurus. Could it be that Nicolas had predicted it? Aurelius thought to himself. It is not a secret that Nicolas has the power of prophecy. It can even be said to be an open secret. Many wizards know that, and some even believe that this prophetic ability is given by the Philosopher's Stone, and they pursue the Philosopher's Stone even more obsessively. "Oh, good evening." Along with a burst of hurried steps, the real owner of the house appeared from the second floor. It was an old man who was so old that he seemed to be blown out at any moment. His sparse and dry hair hung behind his head, and his eyes were as dim as a corpse. Wrinkles covered her cheeks, and her skin was so white that there was no blood at all. He was wearing a simple gray-white robe, and his swaying body made him look a little creepy, like a living corpse. Nicolas, a legendary alchemist who was the only one in history who created the Philosopher's Stone, a super wizard who lived for hundreds of years. "Albus told me that there might be friends visiting," Nicolas said in his hoarse, breathless voice, but he didn't say there would be so many. With Nicolas' voice, the room suddenly lit up. Tina subconsciously pulled out her wand, but after hearing Nicolas' words, she couldn't help turning her head to look at Newt. "Well, Dumbledore didn't tell me there was anyone else here. Mr. Nico Flamel, France's most legendary wizard and alchemist, and the only maker of the Philosopher's Stone. I really didn't expect to see you here. It's such an honor, Aurelius Dumbledore." Aurelius bowed slightly, showing respect. No matter from which aspect, this is a respectable Chong too. He is extremely talented and has accomplished a great miracle that has never been done before or since, the Philosopher's Stone, and used it to refine the elixir of life and achieve eternal life. He has a broad mind and countless disciples. Even when a young boy came to visit, he was never scornful. Instead, he enthusiastically accepted him and worked with him to complete a paper on the 12 uses of dragon's blood. This achievement has no meaning to Nicolas Flamel, who is over 300 years old, but can bring Dumbledore to a very high level of fame. The most important thing is that he looks at the whole world indifferently, loves, but does not interfere. He can choose to die calmly and live gracefully. He is a true hermit and an expert, far from being a recluse like Dumbledore. "Ah, Aurelius, your deeds are legendary, and you'll be a great person, no doubt." Nicolas looked at him gently, but his cloudy eyes were already difficult to understand, showing too much emotion to people. "It seems you know," Aurelius chuckled. "As an old man, I am physically handicapped, and I only have this ability." Nicolas joked cheerfully about himself. "Please take a seat." Nicolas stretched out his hand as if at 0.5 times the speed. His elixir wasn't that great. Medications prevented his death, but they failed to prevent his aging. 600 years have passed, and his bones have become as fragile as tofu. Aurelius could not accept living like this. Everyone sat down and knew Nicolas' name. Coupled with his weak appearance, few people would regard him as a threat, even if they had just experienced an attack. I'm sorry for visiting, Mr. Nicolas, but we just suffered an attack. Tina apologized again. It doesn't matter, I saw it. They were too violent and would kill an innocent person for no reason. This is a sad thing. Nicolas shook his head. I'm sorry. What do you mean you saw it? Tina was confused. Aurelius pointed to the crystal ball on the desk and sighed. Mr. Nicolas is a prophet. I thought you had seen it. Prophet? Merlin. I've heard enough prophecies these days. Tina couldn't help but hold her forehead. Okay, it's getting late, Aurelius said, and then said to Nicolas Flamel, Mr. Flamel, I'm sorry to disturb you so late at night. It's okay, you're too polite, but it's a little late. Nicolas heard what Aurelius meant and said, There are a lot of you, I don't know if we can accommodate you. Nagini handed over Aurelius' box, and, of course, Newt also took out his own box. That's enough. We have a place to live. A night of silence. When he woke up the next day and walked out of his suitcase, Aurelius saw Nicolas lying in front of the crystal ball and studying it carefully. Good morning, Mr. Flamel. Oh, Aurelius. Nicolas nodded at him, then turned back and continued to look at the crystal ball. I finally saw some progress. The tomb of Père Lachaise? Aurelius asked. Nicolas Flamel's crystal ball and Grindelwald's snuff pipe are similar in that they can display their own prophecies in the form of pictures. Therefore, Aurelius could also see Nicolas' prophecy. Nicolas responded, Yes. What a disaster. It looks like it's going to be lively tonight. Aurelius sighed as he looked at the blazing flames. Aurelius saw the black man appearing in the crystal ball, and he guessed his identity. Do you have the gift of prophecy? Albus never mentioned it to me. Nicolas asked. Aurelius shook his head. Prophecy is a very magical ability, but unfortunately, I don't have it. I just seem to have seen him. Yosef Kama, a poor child, has lived in the sewers for many years and is in critical condition. Nicolas lamented. Aurelius was confused. He remembered that Yusef was saved by Newt. Did Yusef die from parasites in this world? The change in the plot is nothing, but what Aurelius wonders is, could Nicolas predict it? This is much stronger than Grindelwald's prophetic ability that works sometimes, but not always. Your prophecy is so strong, you can know whatever you want to know. Aurelius couldn't help but ask. Nicolas smiled and said, No, of course not. Every prophecy is a revelation from God. I am just the spokesperson of God, helping the speechless God to express his revelation. In fact, as a 600-year-old man, there are some things that do not need to be predicted. Nicolas winked mischievously. Did you guess the feelings? Mr. Nalamai, do you know that I am looking for you? Aurelius said, The money is good. Nicolas Flamel was puzzled. Looking for me? Aurelius breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed that he was indeed not omniscient and omnipotent. My companion, she is a blood-cursed orc. I am trying to break this curse, but unfortunately, we cannot find the original data of the blood-cursed. Do you have it here? Aurelius confessed. Nicolas chuckled lightly. You are really special, but you have found the right person. Curses like the blood curse have been around for thousands of years, but many people don't like it very much and think it is useless. Magic. But luckily, I loved collecting these books when I was young. Wait a minute. After Nicolas Flamel finished speaking, he turned around and ran towards the bookshelf in small steps, accompanied by his weak, gasping voice. Ha ha ha. Above the third book, lift up. Aurelius took down a gray-stained book from the bookshelf and looked at Nicolas with some confusion. Your body is already so weak? I am 600 years old. Nicolas said with a gentle breath. But at a distance of less than 2 meters, it would take so long to calm down the breath. What's the point of living like this? Why didn't you make some alchemy tools to help you? This is also Aurelius's biggest question. For things that people cannot do, they're accustomed to looking for tools. Shouldn't alchemists make some alchemical tools to help them live? What a good idea. But unfortunately, I am already old. My last alchemy work was 400 years ago. Nicolas was very calm and nostalgic. Now, I don't even have the strength to hold it up. Nicolas Flamel was referring to the crystal ball. But don't you still have magic? I never rely on magic. These are the last things I can do. Don't you think it's a blessing to be able to jump around with a 600-year-old body? Do not think so. There's something wrong with these wizards' minds. Is it okay to find fault for yourself? Aurelius couldn't get the happiness that Nicolas said at all. Asking these questions is nothing more than satisfying my curiosity. What I really care about is the book in front of me. I flipped through the book and found that I couldn't open it at all. Black magic as expected. Looking at the magic lines and runes rising on the book, Aurelius knew that this was not a good thing. Blood sacrifice. Only by injecting blood can this book be opened. What a boring and bad taste. Aurelius commented, "What do you mean when you say that you wrote a book and that no one should read it? And why do you need the blood?" Aurelius had some guesses in his mind, and there was a high probability that if he injected blood, he would be cursed by blood. For these dangerous black magic books, Aurelius never minded using the most vicious way to influence their thoughts. Not every master of black magic is as unaffected as Aurelius. Yingerdem Leviosa, the deliberate prolongation caused this simple suspension spell to undergo wonderful changes. Moo, a frightened, majestic bison, suddenly appeared and fell to the ground. Fainted, the panicked bison immediately fell to the ground, shaking the floor of the room. Oh, Merlin's pants. Nicolas patted his chest, as if he was frightened. This incorrect usage of the levitation spell was also something Aurelius had tried before when he was bored. But he developed a wonderful use for it. Since then, Aurelius has never bought beef for Zwawoo. Don't be nervous. I'm just lending you some blood. Aurelius turned a cow hair into a dagger and cut the bison's skin, and blood immediately flowed out. There was no waste. He waved his wand, and the dripping blood instantly gathered upwards against gravity to form a line of blood and was injected into the magic circle on the book. Visible to the naked eye, the originally black book turned red. This surprised Aurelius. I thought I would be directly cast a blood curse. No, it's just a lock, and it's not very powerful. If Sedge knows the trick, you can actually use magic to unlock it. Nicolas explained. Stealing work? Then this is not Aurelius' specialty. After all, his exposure to magic is too short, and he is actually quite partial. Many conventional curse theories are unclear, let alone tips. The tips for unlocking such an ancient lock are unheard of. With the contribution of the bison, the book shows its true colors. On the red cover, the runes disappeared, but the title of the book was revealed. Blood magic, a very ancient and partial type of magic that was popular for a period of time, probably more than 1,000 years ago. This kind of magic uses blood as a sacrifice to achieve various magical effects. When I was young, in order to pursue the magic stone, I collected a large amount of ancient magic, and this book was also found at that time. Nicolas recalled the past. The blood curse is blood magic. Well, it makes sense. Aurelius couldn't help but smile. Many wizards blindly pursue ancient magic, believing that ancient magic is powerful and mysterious, but Aurelius is not enthusiastic about it. People yearn for ancient magic because ancient magic has been lost. Today's wizards can only imagine ancient magic from a few words and some rumors that cannot be distinguished between true and false. Instead of being obsessed with ancient magic that is castles in the air, it is better to understand modern magic first. No, blood curse is also a very special kind of blood magic. Nicolas was not self-conscious. He generously shared his knowledge with Aurelius. I have always believed that blood curses should be classified as curses in modern magic, and may even be the origin of curses. Aurelius frowned. This view is interesting. However, his understanding of the blood curse was extremely limited, so he did not express his opinion. Instead, he found the blood curse chapter from a book. Just like his thoughts, there's not only one kind of blood curse, nor can it only curse the target and his descendants to turn into beasts. In blood magic, there's a detailed description of the blood curse. The essence of the blood curse is to use the blood of the caster as a sacrifice, the blood of the person being cast as the medium, and something called a curse spirit. Curse rituals performed with special sacrifices. The contents of curses vary, but their common features are heritability and non-immediate nature, which means they are slow to take effect. As a curse caster, he will undoubtedly die when his blood dries out after the ceremony. But the cursed person can still live for a few years or even 10 decades. If the cursed person is older, the curse may not take effect until he or she dies. No one uses it, and it is now lost. The contents of the blood curse are many and strange, but many of the effects look familiar to Aurelius. Falling into eternal sleep, becoming an eternal statue. Isn't this an enhanced version of falling unconscious and being petrified? Aurelius couldn't help but think. This is good news. Aurelius had an immature theory, the theory of magical transformation. He believes that there is no necessary connection between magic effects and spell-casting methods, and they can be transformed into each other. The death curse trap is one of his achievements. Now seeing the familiar magical effects of blood curse, this is another strong support. If the sleeping object falls to the ground in a coma, and the statues are all petrified, then this animal transformation. Aurelius narrowed his eyes, and a magical name came to his mind, animagus. Animagus is a form of transfiguration. It can be hailed as the jewel in the crown of transfiguration. The master of transfiguration may not be an animagus, but all animagus can be called the master of transfiguration. This magic is known for its extremely high risk, extremely long practice time, and extreme need for luck. Although it has a great name, this demon is actually useless. Very few wizards are willing to learn it. Compared with the rigorous learning requirements and risks taken, the rewards it brings are very unequal. Just being able to turn into an ordinary animal. Not only can you not cast spells, but you will also be affected by animal nature. In animal form, it will do many things that are impossible or even disgusting for humans. And these behaviors all come from animal instincts. From his point of view, animagus is indeed very similar to the blood curse orcs. The difference is that it is difficult for a skilled animagus to forget that he is a human being in his beast form for a long time, while a blood-cursed orc has a more powerful beast form, or even a beast form without magical creatures. So, what is the fundamental reason for this difference? After reading the book carefully, Aurelius finally saw something bright. He noticed a very special sacrifice when the blood curse or curse was cast. Animal. The blood curse orc's curse requires a beast as an additional spell spirit. Moreover, it is clearly written in the book that the cursed person will gain the ability to transform into this kind of animal after the curse takes effect, and their descendants will also gain the ability to become similar to animals. As for why the cursed person and his descendants may turn into different types of animals, the book does not explain the reason. But that's enough. Aurelius felt that as long as he cracked the blood curse and clearly understood the role of each part, he would be able to figure out Nagani's current situation. Although he may still have no solution, at least he can understand Nagani's pathology instead of making random guesses like today. This is a staged victory. It seems to be helpful to you. Nicolas was also very happy when she saw the smile on Aurelius's face. Very useful. Mr. Flamel, can you lend me this book for a while? Aurelius made his request. Of course, it's just gathering dust here. Maybe in your hands, it can save many people. Aurelius felt relieved. Thank you very much for your generosity. As a reward, Aurelius paused and looked at Yi, who was unconscious on the ground. I'll treat you to a roast. Bandit. Nicolas Flamel looked at the bison whose fate was decided lightly, and then at Aurelius. He hadn't met such an interesting young man in a long time. Think about the last time? Well, it was probably more than 20 years ago when Albus found him unexpectedly. Oops, it's amazing. I don't want to miss it. That presumptuous boy back then is now a famous wizard all over the world. Time flies so fast. Shame. This is a shame to the British Ministry of Magic. It is a shame to all Aurors. In the French Ministry of Magic, Travers, who was defeated with a group of remaining soldiers, roared angrily. Theseus lowered his head and leaned against the wall, silently. As the head of the Auror office, he acted as if he had no authority. The name sounds nice, war hero, but that is a Muggle war hero. He earned this title for protecting many Muggles. Therefore, his war hero is very useful among wizards who are pro-Muggles, but it is more like an ironic title among wizards who ignore or even hate muggles. Other than that, it was hard for him to find a good colleague. Many people, including Theseus himself, admitted that Travers was a very capable commander. But at the same time, Theseus was also very depressed. As a commander, he was too controlling and acted too tough. Obviously, he is the direct superior of Auror, but Travers always oversteps his authority. Theseus did not approve of the attack on Aurelius himself. Although he chose to side with the Ministry of Magic, he was kind-hearted and unwilling to sacrifice an innocent person because of the conflict between the Ministry of Magic and Grindelwald. Now the operation failed. More than one-third of the Auror action team died, and another third suffered varying degrees of trauma. The British Ministry of Magic's elite Aurors all came to such an end. Travers's anger was understandable, but he disagreed. Seeing his fiancée's confused eyes, Theseus could only smile bitterly and shook his head gently. This was not the place for the young couple to talk. The sight of Newt, who should not be in France, at Aurelius' residence was very detrimental to Theseus. Although he is upright and kind, he is not a fool. He does not want to be used as a punching bag, let alone take the blame. However, his fears eventually came true. Travers's vicious look made Theseus look up unconsciously. Theseus, I need an explanation. Why did Newt Scamander, a man who was banned, appear in Paris, France? Theseus frowned and said, Sir, although we are brothers, Newt is an adult after all. I won't let me know everything he wants to do. You don't know. Travers laughed angrily. No one knows. He may have discovered some precious magical animals, or he may have learned where magical animals are legally sold, just like he showed up in New York last year. So he showed up in Paris? At our target's home? He even saw us not only not helping, but not stopping, but actually helping the target launch an attack on the Aurors. Travers' voice became louder and louder, and in the end, almost questioning. Theseus frowned, and his tone was not that good. Please pay attention to your tone. Chief Travers, I'm not your prisoner. You'll be there soon. Capture Theseus. What? Leta exclaimed, standing in front of Theseus. Why? Even if Newt violates the ban and hinders the action, what does it have to do with Theseus? Why? Because he was treated passively during the operation. As the director of the Auror office and the leader of this operation, he was afraid of death and never entered the scene. I have reason to suspect that all this is a trap, targeting our Auror operation. Trap. Theseus is suspected of leaking secrets and betraying. Is this reason enough? Miss Lestrange. Travers looked at the two of them coldly. Not enough. You don't have a right to arrest the master of the Auror office. This requires the minister's personal approval. Rita was unmoved. As the only daughter of the Lestrange family, Leta is by no means ordinary, and she has full confidence in confronting a director of magical law enforcement. Travers looked at her sinisterly, but Leta didn't take a step back. The other Aurors looked at each other, but no one came forward. As Rita said, wanting to arrest the director of the Auror office is a decision that only the Minister of Magic is qualified to make. Even though Travers is now the most popular person in the Ministry of Magic, it is not a problem to say that he is half the Minister of Magic, but after all, he is only half, and he is not the Minister of Magic yet. Very good. Then I hope you can be careful and don't let me catch you. Miss Lestrange, you should know that as the director of the Department of Magical Law Enforcement, I have the right to arrest anyone in an emergency. All it cost was a hearing. Travers walked away. Please give me flowers. As Travers left, the tense atmosphere present slowly dissipated. Leta, thank you. Theseus sat on the chair depressedly. I am your fiancé. Rita shook her head, saying there was no need to thank her, but she couldn't help but ask, Theseus, what happened? Why don't I know anything? There were many people sent by the British Ministry of Magic, but not everyone participated in last night's action. Since this operation is extremely important in the eyes of Travers, as long as Aurelius is killed, Grindelwald's plan can be severely damaged. Travers was well aware of Grindelwald's vast power and believed that there must be an undercover agent of the other party on his side, so the level of confidentiality was extremely high. On the surface, They're here to help the French Ministry of Magic provide clues and analyze the Grindelwald witch party. This is also the purpose that Rita knows. Out of the professional ethics of an Auror, Theseus perfectly implemented the confidentiality regulations and did not even tell his fiancée. But who would have thought that Aurelius's strength exceeded their imagination? Originally, the large number of manpower was used to hinder the support of the Wiccan party, but in the end, it was disabled by Aurelius alone. Is he really that strong? Rita was extremely surprised. There were dozens of well-trained Aurors. He often resorted to killing curses, and more than 5 people were killed by the killing curses. Theseus felt terrible just thinking about it. Theseus had participated in a real war, and he knew what it was like to kill the enemy on the battlefield. But in the magical world, Aurelius' behavior was too outrageous. Not only Newt found it hard to accept, but Theseus also found it incredible. In the end, it can only be attributed to Aurelius being a dabbler and not knowing the consequences of doing so. This is not our plan at all. Before the action, I emphasized several times that we should not change the plan at will, but he still felt that this was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Theseus said angrily, after learning that Grindelwald also found Aurelius, and Travers was afraid that something would change later. We didn't have time to formulate a better action plan, and we didn't find out more information. You shouldn't do this, Rita said quietly after listening to Theseus's story. I know that I have clearly stated my opposition to this action several times. A group of Aurors who want to protect the people want to kill an innocent person. I cannot accept it, I cannot understand it, and I cannot let it go. Rita wanted to say that she didn't mean it, but seeing Theseus look, she finally made no further statement. The saddest thing is that the killing has not yet been completed. I can already imagine the subsequent script. The Dark Wizard attacked and killed more than a dozen Aurors of the British Ministry of Magic, and at the same time caused more than 10 Aurors to suffer varying degrees of injuries. The Ministry of Magic, is fully searching for Aurelius Dumbledore and has put a reward on his head from now on. Leta showed a disdainful smile. Maybe it's more than that, Dash. Theseus shook his head. There is an evil dark wizard in the Dumbledore family. This is an excuse to send it to Travers. He'll go to Dumbledore to cause trouble and force. He even blackmailed Dumbledore to take action, either to eliminate Grindelwald, and the Ministry of Magic will clarify that the accusation against Aurelius was a misunderstanding, or to go to the cleanup day and Dumbledore personally send Aurelius to the Ministry of Magic. Well, it's his style. Rita nodded in agreement. Newt, what on earth are you doing? Theseus' head hurt when he thought of his careless brother. He thinks he is already a good brother, always thinking about Newt. Helped him get into the Ministry of Magic. Newt committed suicide and was sent to the House Elf Resettlement Office. Knowing that he loved magical animals and had extensive research on them, Theseus introduced him to August Worm from Obscurus books. After learning that he had been banned due to the New York incident, he finally got a chance to return to the Ministry of Magic to make atonement. But he failed. You said you screw it up. Why do you have to sneak to Paris and get together with Aurelius? Aren't you unwilling to look for Aurelius? Newt, you said you didn't have a choice, but what you did has already made a choice. Theseus had a complicated expression. Rita's expression was also solemn, but she seemed to have some ideas of her own. Where Grindelwald fell. Oh, are the British Aurors so impatient? What will be the result? Grindelwald was quite interested. Vita said, according to our intelligence, the British Aurors suffered heavy losses. Nearly 2/3 of them lost their combat effectiveness, and half of them were corpses. It's very straightforward. I like his style. What about others? His whereabouts are unknown, but there is a high probability that he is fine. He has a magical creature that seems to be able to apparate without restriction. I have asked experts for advice, and there should be conclusive news soon. Vita just finished speaking. A phantom figure appeared at the door of the room. It was none other than Gunnar Grimson, a hunter of magical animals who had disappeared for several days. That is a Zowu, a very rare magical animal from Dacia. It is called the most kind magical animal because it does not eat any raw meat. It hates the smell of blood even more than fruits. It has a special way of moving. able to reach thousands of miles away in an instant. Grimson said, his identity is still a secret, but the level of secrecy has dropped a lot. At least Vita and other senior members of the Wuchui party are qualified to know his existence. Even allies such as Aurelius and Sotero knew of him, directly or indirectly. No wonder he is so courageous. With the power of such magical animals, if he wants to leave, few people can stop him. Grindelwald nodded and asked him, "Is there any news?" Grimson shook his head. "No, the time is too short and it will be difficult for us to penetrate. Don't worry, we still have a lot of preparation work that hasn't started yet. This is your most important work at the moment. If you can't confirm it, you have to give up this plan." The two Riddlers were talking, and Vita on the side had no idea what they were talking about. Of course, Vita wouldn't ask. Although she is in charge of secrets and intelligence, not everything Grindelwald will tell her. "Vita, are you ready for tonight's rally?" Grindelwald asked. "It's ready. The British and French aurors are also aware of it." "Very good, then I think we can set off." Villa Aurelius, McGonagall, and Aberforth came here, and their intelligence was limited. The information Dumbledore gave them was the address of the hotel, but they only got the information that Aurelius checked out and left. If McGonagall hadn't possessed a tracking spell that was as good as Newt's, they really wouldn't have been able to find him. A lot of people died in a battle. McGonagall couldn't help but tighten his wand. Aberforth scowled, knowing that this was why his annoying brother had sent them to Paris. "Want to go in?" "No." Aberforth stopped him. "You will be beaten into a sieve before you even walk in." "What?" "Death curse. I have never seen such magic. This house is full of fatal death curse. There may be hundreds of them." Aberforth calmly looked at the silent villa in front of him. "Aurelius, the magic trap is not just for sneak attacks. It is more like a deterrent to prevent others from entering. Any experienced wizard should be able to sense the danger." Although Aberforth's grades in school were very poor, he was a genius like Harry Potter. He was weak in theory, but in practice he had unparalleled talent. Harry Potter is still growing up in the story, but Aberforth, now in his 40s, is at the peak of his powers as a wizard. The trap here cannot be hidden from him. It looks like he's fine. That's the best news. Let's go. Where to go? The tomb of Père Lachaise. Montmorency Corner, Nicolas' safe house. "You want to leave?" Aurelius put down the blood magic in his hand and looked up at Newt. "Yes, your safety has been guaranteed, and I have completed the task assigned to me by Dumbledore. My smuggling out of the country has been discovered. If I cannot rush back to the UK immediately and the Ministry of Magic has evidence, I will be imprisoned." "From Azkaban," Newt said. Aurelius's eyes made Newt dodge a little. Aurelius chuckled. "If you can, I suggest you stay a little longer today. Otherwise, I think you may regret it for the rest of your life." "What?" Newt was confused. "Tonight, there is Grindelwald's speech and a gathering of his followers at the tomb of Père Lachaise. I suggest you go and see it." Aurelius said casually. "Why? I am not a fan of Grindelwald, let alone his follower. I have no interest in his speech." Newt said disgustedly. Whenever Grindelwald is mentioned, Newt resists from the bottom of his heart. He hates Grindelwald? No, he agrees with hating the Ministry of Magic. He only loves his magical animals and has little interest in others, but there are always people asking him to believe this or that, which only arouses his disgust. Going to the rally does not mean that you are his suitor. This is a well-intentioned piece of advice. After saying that, Aurelius said nothing more. He could see clearly that there was a high probability that Leta Lestrange would die today. This is not the end of the world line, but decided from the beginning. Unless Aurelius has influenced the plot to change Leta's coming to France. As long as she comes, she will definitely appear at tonight's gathering. This was originally a trap set by Grindelwald for them. It's such a big gathering, with tens of thousands of people gathering, and you want to hide it? This is impossible in itself. It's better to lay it out in a big way and use the trick to hit them hard. As long as the aurors go, they are destined to suffer heavy casualties. They can't even deal with Aurelius, who has a single method and lacks combat experience, let alone Grindelwald, who has a large number of elite wizards to help him. At this point, it still does not mean that Leta Lestrange will die. What really made her die was that, as the sole heir of the French Lestrange family, she ultimately refused Grindelwald's solicitation. Before that, the grievances and hatreds between her and her family would eventually point to the tomb of Père Lachaise, which was originally a bait. If she agreed to Grindelwald's solicitation, then Grindelwald could keep her, but she refused, which would fill her own grave with the last shovelful of soil. Will she agree? Probably not. She should have thought through the consequences when she refused. Rita must die, but her death is not because of who wants her to die, but because of the knots that tie her tightly to death. The only 1.2 effect of her death is to make Theseus firmly oppose Grindelwald and make Newt, who was bent on evading, become a staunch warrior. That's all. This woman has been treated as a tool from the beginning, from birth to death. I have to say, poor man. Out of pity for a familiar person he had never met, Aurelius thoughtfully gave Newt advice so that he would not lose the chance to see the person he once loved for the last time. Do you think he will go at night? Nagini asked curiously, watching Newt and Tina leave with their suitcases. Who knows? It doesn't matter whether he goes or not. The world is very big, and the earth will continue to rotate without anyone. No one is irreplaceable. Aurelius smiled and continued to look at his hands. Look of. Nicolas was a little emotional. You really look like a prophet. Any worries and uneasiness come from lack of preparation. I will try my best to make all the preparations before unexpected situations really arise. Nicolas's cloudy eyes gave him a meaningful look. Unexpected circumstances? Does it also include exposure to the wizarding world in the future? Tomb of Père Lachaise. A man kneels before a statue, clasping his hands in prayer. The dark skin cannot be seen clearly in the dim environment. Behind him, Rita came slowly. Until you get behind him. Yusef, Rita called softly. Yusef, opened his eyes and looked at Rita's strange, yet familiar face. They are similar in 3 ways, except that Yusef is a pure black race, while Rita's skin is much fairer than him, and her eyebrows are more European. My little sister? Yusef stood up with difficulty. He looked very weak, as if he might die at any time. Rita nodded silently. Is it really you? Yusef was still asking. Leta Lestrange. Leta said her name. Yusef barely showed a smile on his weak face. It's really you. You look bad. Leta approached him. Are you here to help me? 22-inch Yusef looked at her expectantly, but then he smiled bitterly. I'm so confused. I'm your brother. After all, he is not your brother. How could you want to help? I killed him. He is not. What's not? Who's not? Aurelius or Credence? Leta looked at her brother, whom she had never met, with complicated eyes. No? Then who is? Do you really want to tell me that he is Dumbledore's son? Yosef laughed angrily. Leta, you saw that I am already terminally ill. Unbreakable vow is killing me. He is too strong. Dozens of Aurors in the UK can do nothing to him. He deserves the love of that devilish man. I am so ill that I can no longer kill him. You don't need to guard me like this anymore, Dash. I don't, Leta said with a strong voice. You don't know what happened. You don't know the whole thing. Wow, it's so lively. A majestic beast appeared in the cemetery almost in a flash, with a man and a woman riding on it. The black smart windbreaker and riding boots made him look like a princess who had just saved the princess. Knight, it's you. Yosef pulled out his wand and pointed at Aurelius. No, Yusef, Rita shouted hurriedly. Why is Aurelius here? Of course he is here to keep an appointment. The gathering was not just about listening to Grindelwald's speech. As an invitee, even if Aurelius didn't care much about the other content, he still came here early out of politeness. Yusef changed his face crazily and finally dropped his arms feebly. Can't beat it at all. You should be lucky that you didn't choose to take action. Aurelius said. He was just describing the facts. I made an unbreakable vow to kill the one he loved, and now I have found it. But I can't do anything. Yosef fell to the ground helplessly. The oath is taking away my life. If you're referring to your current situation, I suggest you see a doctor instead of taking it as an oath. Aurelius said speechlessly. He didn't expect wizards in the magical world to be so superstitious and obsessed. Since wizards don't know enough about magic itself, most of them are in a state of knowing what it is and not knowing why. Therefore, no matter what the wizard encounters, he will attribute it to magic. The key point is that there are many people like this. Nowadays, there are a large number of people who are crazy and superstitious about prophecies, and in the future, there will be even more superstitious people who believe that a baby Harry Potter can kill Voldemort, and they are even pursuing him as the savior. So did Yusef. He had obviously been living as a rat in the sewers for a long time and was simply infested by parasites, but he transformed himself, thinking that the oath was devouring his life as a punishment for not completing the oath. Are you mocking me? The prophesied warriors charged desperately, but you, the little crow, spread your wings and fly high from the deep sea. It turns out that the true meaning of this prophecy is not that the warriors return to their country with revenge, but the warriors' revenge failed, and the little crow returned there. Yusef was a little stunned. Aurelius was a little speechless. There were 10,000 explanations for that kind of specious prophecy, and he had to answer it by himself. Do you feel so good about yourself? May I ask who you are? As an ancient prophet who is famous all over the world, why would Dodonas make a prophecy for you? A wizard who is completely unremarkable except for his skin color, that will only be fulfilled after dozens or hundreds of years. Aurelius completely ignored Yosef Kama and walked inside with Zwu and Nagini. Unexpectedly, Rita suddenly stopped him. Mr. Dumbledore, are you going to the assembly? Aurelius stopped and turned to look at her. Is there any problem? Miss Lestrange, I suggest you not to go. It is very dangerous and irrational. Aurelius smiled. Last night, I suffered an unprovoked attack at home. More than 30 elite wizards broke into my house. Until now, I can't go home. What do you think? Is it more dangerous to attend a rally with tens of thousands of people than this? Sincere advice, you don't need to be sarcastic. I was once a student of Professor Dumbledore, and so was my fiancée. This is a reminder for Professor Dumbledore's sake. 99, Leta said expressionlessly. Aurelius smiled. Then I will give you a sincere suggestion. You better turn around and go home now and attend the rally. You are much more dangerous than me. As Grindelwald's ally, Grindelwald will not take action against him. Although allies are meant for backstabbing, it must be done when the ally is weak. Is Aurelius weak now that he is homeless? Not always. On the contrary, after experiencing the baptism of a siege, Aurelius gained a lot more combat experience and was now in his best condition so far. Grindelwald would not take action against him, and those Aurors were not his targets. So what could be the danger? Rita is the really dangerous woman. She is now walking step by step towards the abyss that has been waiting for her in ignorance. Mr. Dumbledore, Mr. Grindelwald has kept me waiting for a long time. A man wearing a suit and leather shoes in standard witchcraft attire came out. He looks very inconspicuous, but he has an extremely eye-catching forked tongue. Abernathy, thank you, Mr. Grindelwald, for the invitation, please. Aurelius raised his hand. Please. Abernathy didn't even look at the other two. But suddenly, Yusef behind him suddenly spoke. Stop. What are you doing? Yusef. Rita picked him up and shouted sternly. He's here. He's here. Yusef murmured like a man possessed, and his tightly covered arms were slowly revealed. Threads composed of countless magic powers surrounded his wrist, and it was hot. What is this? Rita asked in surprise. I don't know. Yusef said in fear. He felt like he was going to die. This was a sign. Wizards also have limited knowledge of the unbreakable vow. No one would swear casually for fun, let alone swear on their own lives. Faced with the sudden signs, he seemed very panicked. Aurelius stopped and turned to look at his arm. Aurelius only heard the name of the unbreakable oath and did not understand its principles. He didn't know what was going on with Yusef, but he at least knew this wasn't normal. When something goes wrong, there must be a monster. Aurelius often said this, and he believed it. So where is this demon? Let's go. Aurelius looked as usual, and Abernathy greeted him with a smile, and the two of them walked inside. I don't care about Yosef's crazy talk. As Grindelwald's confidant, how could Abernathy abandon Aurelius, who Grindelwald had repeatedly warned him to treat with caution, and instead care about a lunatic who was about to die? What happened? Nagini knew Aurelius too well, and she was keenly aware that Aurelius seemed to be avoiding something. It's so interesting. Aurelius couldn't help but smile. Sometimes people really can't set flags randomly. I just told Nicolas that nothing is beyond my control, and something unexpected happened, Aurelius said in front of the Riddler. It wasn't that his Dumbledore family bloodline had awakened, but that he couldn't go into too much detail at this time. Please. Looking at the tomb door slowly opening in front of him, Aurelius felt a little embarrassed. Whose good family holds a meeting in a tomb? Grindelwald's ideas are also very unique. The hall used for gatherings and speeches was actually disguised as a tomb, and it was actually underneath the tomb. Can't these wizards have normal brain circuits? Cursing in his heart, Aurelius took Nagini and Zwu, who had been cursed and turned into the size of a kitten, into the tomb passage. The road is not long, only about 20 or 30 meters. Suddenly see the light. The high ceiling of the hall is made of marble, with magic lamps suspended above it, illuminating the entire venue. Walking 2 steps forward, you'll find the step venue. Many participating wizards have already arrived, in groups of 3 and 2, chatting with acquaintances. The Wu Chui party stood ready, guarding the 8 passages leading in and out of the venue, looking around with pairs of sharp eyes, acting as human surveillance. Mr. Grindelwald is preparing a speech for the evening. Then we won't bother you. Aurelius was very considerate. Thank you for your understanding. We have prepared a dedicated VIP lounge for you. Please come with me. Walk and look. Hey, there are a lot of acquaintances here tonight. Hello, Mr. Dumbledore. Hello, Mr. Dumbledore. Hello. A group of inexplicable people came over to say hello to Aurelius. The vast majority of them are nobles from the wizarding world in various European countries. These pure-blood nobles are sometimes slow, but sometimes they are very sharp. In the past few months, Aurelius's footprints have only been limited to the Portuguese Ministry of Magic and the French Ministry of Magic, but his identity as Dumbledore has been spread to more distant places. There are countless people who follow the trend. They were not after Aurelius, but for his cheap master, the great Dumbledore. Dumbledore and Grindelwald are currently polar opposites in the wizarding world. Grindelwald needs followers, and it is not difficult to please him, but Dumbledore is a bit more difficult. Taught in a school, these pure-blood nobles couldn't find an excuse even if they wanted to curry favor. After all, he is a pure-blood noble, showing off his identity. Too explicit dog-licking behavior is still not allowed. But with the appearance of Aurelius, these pure-blood nobles found a breakthrough. There are even rumors that Aurelius is the son of Dumbledore, and there are quite a few people who believe it. The main reason is that Aberforth keeps a low profile. Almost no one knows that Aberforth is the younger brother of Albus Dumbledore. Finally, there is a chance to establish a relationship with Dumbledore. Will these people let it pass? These days, in fact, such interruptions have never been less, even though Aurelius has tried his best to explain it in a simple and profound way. But since he appeared in public today, he had expected such an encounter. It was just a sickening moment of insincerity and coercion. Tonight's gathering gathered European celebrities, and Mr. Dumbledore's presence was even more impressive. Abernathy flattered him at the right time. Aurelius smiled and patted his arm. Mr. Abernathy, you're so polite. I would be proud if you said that. Surrounded by a group of people, Abernathy led them into a separate room. The layout is quite luxurious. There's a faint fragrance as soon as you enter the door. 2 girls in cool clothes are carrying flower baskets. From time to time, they grab a petal from the flower basket and throw it out with their white gloves. The elegant petals fall in the air with the wind and disperse like falling sand, making the fragrance stronger. The huge floor-to-ceiling windows provide an unobstructed view of the venue below. A luxurious sofa is placed in front of the window. On the ancient table, there are husha teapots and tea bowls that are incompatible with the surrounding European style. Get out. Abernathy left the room with the 2 little girls, Zhao, Mr. Dumbledore. Miss Nagini, please excuse me. Aurelius nodded and watched Abernathy carefully close the door. It's so comfortable. Good things are good things. The only drawback of this expensive thing is that it's expensive. Aurelius couldn't help but stretched out comfortably. I don't think so. It's so squishy. It feels like it's not stable when I'm sitting on it, as if I might fall off at any time. Nagini muttered. It seems that I really have to speed up my research. If you turn into a snake and sleep in a cage like this again, I'm afraid you won't even be able to sleep on a hardboard. Aurelius laughed. Nagini gave him a beautiful eye roll. Can you tell me now? What did you discover just now? I'm not sure, it's just a guess. Aurelius said softly. It's rare to see you say that. Nagini smiled. It's normal. I'm not a god. I can't predict everything. I'm just used to preparing more backups. Aurelius smiled. This topic ends here. Aurelius generally would not express an opinion if he was not sure of it. Nagini also knew Aurelius's habits, so it was different. There are so many believers in Grindelwald. Nagini looked at the bustling crowd below and couldn't help but sigh. The more you get, but not this many. At least half of the people here sneered at his tricks, but for various interests, they came here and became Grindelwald's believers. Aurelius sees the truth. Grindelwald is just a person they pushed out to pursue their interests. That is, obtain more resource space in the world. The Earth as a whole is also the largest area currently explored by Muggles and wizards. Resources within this limited area are also limited. Obtaining more resources is the innate desire of human beings as biological creatures. For a long time in the past, the resources on the Earth were abundant, enough to meet the needs of different groups of Muggles and wizards. But as time went by, Muggles began to industrialize, and the rapid growth in productivity also represented an increase in required resources. The wizarding world had been peaceful for a long time, and the population was also increasing, so did the resources required. $1*G at *caret. Muggles do not know the existence of wizards. They think they control all the resources in the world, so they expand outward. Aerospace was born, but some wizards have their sights set on Muggles. They believed that Muggles were weak and unworthy of such huge resources. This is exactly what Grindelwald stands for and why these wizards support him. But no matter what the reason is, these wizards support Grindelwald. Besides those who support Grindelwald, there are also people with ulterior motives. Roland Cathaway, the former director of the Legal Enforcement Department of the Polish Ministry of Magic, and Denis Gogol, a French alchemist, are all senior officials and celebrities in the Ministry of Magic from various countries. Do you think they will be Grindelwald's followers? Aurelius was very fond of these pure-blood nobles. He didn't know them before, but since landing in Europe, Aurelius has consciously begun to collect information about these people. At least the names and identities can match. This information is useful among the Ministry of Magic in various countries. Aurelius suddenly sat up straight, and he saw an acquaintance, Paul Herman. Paul, who was wearing a woolen coat, was among a dozen people in the group. Those people looked very capable, and most likely they were Aurors. What is he here for? Aurelius frowned and thought. No matter how small the Portuguese Ministry of Magic is, it will not allow the Minister of Magic to go to such a dangerous place to personally detect information. As for actually attending the rally, that's even more impossible. If there is one Ministry of Magic in the world that is least likely to flatter Grindelwald, it is the Portuguese Magic County. There is no pure-blood noble in the Portuguese Ministry of Magic. Its population is sparse, and its resources are excessive. 1,000 people guard the resources of a large sea area, and they will not resonate with Grindelwald's proposition. This is a typical wallflower Ministry of Magic. They themselves have no opinions and cannot have opinions. Faced with the conflict between Grindelwald and the Ministry of Magic of other countries, the Portuguese Ministry of Magic should sit firmly on the dioi. It's really strange. Aurelius shook his head and looked at the people around Paul. Obviously, these people are centered on Paul and are his bodyguards and the like. But clearly not an Auror. It is easy to find that when Aurors are in groups, they will instinctively form a special standing layout. With 3 groups in groups, and the three groups further cooperate. This is a habit left over from special training among aurors. Aurelius saw more than 10 groups of such trinity positions in the venue below. Paul's bodyguards did not do this. Instead, they protected him in the middle and ensured that they could act as human shields for him as soon as possible. This was an unlikely course of action for an auror to choose. It's enough to knock them unconscious or turn them all to stone. What if it's a life-killing curse? Being an auror is just a job. A few $100s a month is really not worth risking your life. These people in Paul are more like the kings of death. How outrageous! Paul, a muggle-born minister of magic. Where did he come from? Hey, it's Newt. Is he really here? Nagini suddenly patted Aurelius' arm. Aurelius looked around. Not just Newt. There were two people beside him, a man and a woman, but there was no sign of Tina. Are we breaking up again? Aurelius couldn't help but laugh. Not many people could stand Newt's temper. Newt is smart and knowledgeable, but he hates the world. He hates the secular human world and places his affection on magical animals. If he had to make an analogy, Aurelius felt that Newt and Kudo had the same virtues. One forgets everything when it comes to reasoning, and the other ignores everything when it comes to magical animals. They both belong to each other and are in love with each other, and they all love beauties with high martial arts value. But the pretentiousness made the audience anxious for them. As far as Aurelius knows, Newt and Tina have not really gotten together after 8 or 9 years, and Kudo Shinichi has been inked for thousands of episodes. Moreover, Newt faced even worse situations. Tina seems to have a boyfriend now, an auror. But don't worry that they won't be able to achieve positive results. Because decades later, Newt and Tina's grandson, a bad boy whose name was only known but whose identity was unknown, abducted Luna, whom countless fans longed for. There must be hundreds of people from the Ministry of Magic from various countries, and you can still recognize them. Aurelius felt a little emotional about Grindelwald's card. A gathering, knowing that there is a trap, still allows the Ministry of Magic of various countries to send a large number of manpower to investigate. It is not an exaggeration to say that the wind and cranes are roaring and the grass and trees are all at war. Of course, it's also possible that Aurelius thought these Ministry of Magic were too smart, and maybe they really didn't expect there to be a trap. But there are certainly not many such fools. Among the people Aurelius didn't recognize, Aberforth and McGonagall also came. Aberforth was wearing a woolen coat and a thick top hat covering most of his face. It looked like he was covering his ears and stealing his bell. The hat couldn't cover his face at all, but this is precisely the easiest way to get lost in the crowd at the rally. Because many people do this. Aberforth, did you see that? McGonagall was a little anxious. Aberforth shook his head. The photos in his hand were soaked with sweat, but Aurelius was still nowhere to be found. Maybe we arrived too late, and he has already defected to Grindelwald. Aberforth said softly, "He's Dumbledore. How could he do this?" McGonagall asked urgently. "I don't know. Maybe it's because of Grindelwald's threat. Maybe it's Grindelwald's inducement. Maybe it's not as bad as I thought." Aberforth shook his head, as if he wanted to get rid of those bad thoughts. Inducement? What inducement can Grindelwald use to induce him? The possibility of survival. Aberforth said quietly, "Abernathy, has he arrived?" Grindelwald leaned on the sofa and closed his eyes to rest. There was a big operation tonight. The plan to recruit Aurelius succeeded or failed. He succeeded because he met Grindelwald's minimum requirement, Aurelius not being his enemy. It failed because it failed to achieve the expected best result. Aurelius surrendered and became Dumbledore's enemy. Under this circumstance, Grindelwald values tonight's gathering even more. He wants to establish his own authority and announce his return to the world. To establish authority, one needs a target. The attracted forces from a Ministry of Magic of various countries are the best targets. To establish authority, you also need an audience. The tens of thousands of celebrities, noble wizards, and wizards from all walks of life present are the best audience. To put it bluntly, Grindelwald is not satisfied with him and his witch party hiding underground, just like rats causing trouble everywhere. He wants to lead the Wu Shui party and truly sit on the card table. For this reason, He specially chose Paris to hold this gathering, and deliberately chose the French Ministry of Magic, which is now the nominal First Ministry of Magic. I have gone to the VIP room to rest for a while as you asked. Abernethy leaned forward and said, Well, very good. Mr. Sotrallo is coming soon. You go and greet him. Grindelwald once again handed over the task of welcoming guests to Abernethy. It's a most beautiful job ever done besides his nose. During his years at the Ministry of Magic, Abernethy was all too familiar with greetings and send-offs. Not only was he polite and considerate, but he also earned Grindelwald a lot of face. Don't mention anything else. At least in this regard, Abernethy's ability to relax is much better than the arrogant Vita. Leave the venue again and go to the cemetery. Sa Chuo is not alone this time. As the most reliable ally, at such an important moment, why not bring more people with you to enhance your reputation? According to the notice given in advance, Abernethy walked through the cemetery corridor and headed to the agreed square on the east side of the cemetery. You're sick. Yusef, you should see a doctor. This is an oath. It's not a disease. You saw it just now. My hand, the hand that made the oath, just, damn it. It's starting again. Again. Abernethy paused. He listened quietly. Yusef held his arms tightly, and Rita supported him. I have to take you to the hospital. You really need... No, I still have things to do. Yusef pushed Leta away and stood up unsteadily, as if a gust of wind could blow him down. Call. A gust of wind blew. A stab of pain made Yusef unable to help but press his eyes tightly with his hands. His body softened and he fell to the ground, twitching continuously. Was it really blown down by the wind? Yusef! No! Don't! Wait! An urgent voice sounded. Newt! Leta was stunned. Why is he here? Newt is in Paris. Leta knows this. Theseus told her, but why does Newt appear here, in the tomb of Père Lachaise? Ah, that's right. Newt is with Aurelius Dumbledore. And since Aurelius Dumbledore is here, it seems reasonable for Newt to come. In an instant, countless thoughts flashed through Junta's mind. Help me. Newt didn't bother to say hello to Leta and directly hugged Yusef to the end. Tina, who was following him, also came over. What should I do? Tina was a little at a loss. She was an Auror, not a therapist. She had never heard of Yusef's situation and didn't know what to do. Hold his head, don't move. Newt said very fast. When Tina held Yusef's head, Newt turned around and opened his suitcase to rummage around. After taking some time, Newt, Leta, and Abernethy came over and said, his condition is too serious and his luck is not good. Leta, and this gentleman, you guys, do you know him? He is my brother, Rita said with a complicated expression. Oh, your brother, what? You have a brother? Newt looked at her in surprise. Can he still be saved? Rita asked without answering. You too, is there anyone here? His life is more important. Tina's tone was not very good. Newt quickly handed a pair of tweezers to Leta. Take it from me. Thank you. Fluorescence. A faint bright light lit up from the top of the wand and subconsciously put it into the hand handed over by Rita. When Newt realized it, he was stunned for a moment. This was the old habit. At that time, they were still studying at Hogwarts. Two lonely people, two outcasts, they often gathered together, Newt studying magical beasts and Leta as his assistant. But he didn't expect that this habit would persist until now. He's so lucky. Newt didn't fall into memories for too long. He stretched out his hand to open Yusef's eyelids, and his lower eyelids were faintly beating. It didn't look like nerves, but like something with its own will. Lucky? Get rid of him. He is so lucky that he is about to die. Tina said angrily. No, you're really lucky. I have seen people like this. They were sick because of a very rare parasite. Newt said as he took out a small bottle from the box and opened it. The stopper was placed under Yusef's nose so that he could inhale the scent from the bottle. Parasite? You mean he is so sick because of parasites? Rita said in surprise. It's a very rare parasite. There must have been water dragons wherever he used to stay. This is a magical creature 100 times rarer than wildfire dragons. This kind of parasite is only found in water dragons, But not every water dragon, everyone is infected with insects, so this insect is rarer than a water dragon. Newt saw Yusef's nostrils couldn't help but twitch. He took the bottle back and closed it, and said with a smile, "Isn't this lucky?" Tina was a little speechless. "Your luck is really strange. Of course, it's uncomfortable. Even water dragons will be disturbed by these little things, let alone humans. Fortunately, I met me. Very few people know how to treat this kind of parasitic infection. Rita, come closer." He opened his eyelids, and a thin and pointed tentacle crawled out from under his eyelids. Yusef's dull pupils were instantly bloodshot. "Maybe you don't want to see." "Hurry up. I can bear it." Tina grinned a little, and her big eyes were squeezed into slits. "Okay, dash." Newt took the tweezers and looked into Yusef Kama's eyes. With quick eyesight and quick hands, he clamped the tentacle tightly. "Come out. Come out. Come out. Use caution. This requires skill." The parasite is unwilling to be pulled out. The harder it is, the more it struggles. If the tentacles of the parasite are torn off, it will only allow the parasite to escape and burrow deeper into the ground. Yusef, who was in a coma, couldn't help but feel severe pain, and every muscle in his body was spasming and twitching. Asking for flowers. "Let me hold him down." Newt also exerted all his strength. The parasite itself was not very strong, but Newt had to ensure that his whole body was tight to accurately control the force. "Come out." Finally, Newt won the unequal tug-of-war, and the parasite with several slender tentacles was forcefully pulled out of Yusef's eyes by Newt. The tentacles of the parasite that had separated from its host were waving wildly, and the terrifying appearance made the girls present feel uncomfortable. Even Abernathy felt embarrassed and couldn't help but shrink back. "Fortunately, I lived up to my fate dash." Newt breathed a sigh of relief and stuffed the parasite completely into a glass bottle. Obviously, as a magizoologist, Newt is eager to understand any cherished magical creature. 00. This is the first unnamed parasite with all its beards that he has captured, and there is a high probability that he will be the one to name it in the future. "You must kill him." Yosef, who was free of the parasite, quickly came to his senses, and the first sentence he opened his mouth was revenge. "Kill? Kill who?" Tina subconsciously looked at Leta and Abernathy. In her opinion, Yusef must have been with them before, and she immediately went to seek confirmation. Being very sensitive when hearing the word kill is an occupational disease of Aurus. Murder, whether among muggles or wizards, is a very serious crime. You may need a few hours to relieve the parasite's toxins. Without the parasite's continuous supply of toxins, the toxins will be excreted soon. Newt was like a doctor giving instructions after surgery. "Sorry, we still have something to do. Leta, he is your brother. I haven't asked you yet. When did you have a brother?" Newt was full of questions. He had known Rita since she was 12 years old and had never heard of her having a brother. Moreover, Leta is engaged. Will her brother come? This is a very long story. Abernathy enjoyed listening to stories, but unfortunately, he had something else to do. Being valued by Grindelwald, he welcomed several important allies of the Umbrella Party, which not only meant that his status within the Umbrella Party was spiraling upward, but also represented great pressure. The main forces of the Wiccan Party are gathered in Europe. The magic world is so big. There are also 4 huge power territories in Asia, America, Africa, and Latin America that are not controlled by the Wiccan Party. Aurelius Dumbledore may seem like a loner, but Grindelwald values him and raises him to the same level of ally as Mr. Soprano. Represents the magical power of North America. Albus Dumbledore's old friends are all over Latin America and Africa, and they're also an important force against the Umbrella Party. In these 2 continents, the Wu Chui Party is the least influential. The remaining representative of the Asian forces is Suo Chuayuo. This mysterious Oriental man not only possesses terrifying strength, but even the followers brought by this gathering are not weaker than Vita. If the respect for Aurelius comes from Grindelwald, then Abernathy is an awe from the bottom of his heart when faced with the unfathomable clues. "Leta, Is he your friend? Newt couldn't help but ask as he watched Abernathy leave. Rita shook her head. He should be from Grindelwald. Wiccan party? Probably. I just saw him welcoming Aurelius Dumbledore into the venue with my own eyes. Leta nodded. Newt helped Yusef lie down on a bench aside, and Tina helped change a pillow. Do you know where the Wizard Hospital is in France? He needs to be taken care of. Newt looked at Leta, who looked at Tina, who looked at Newt. Perfectly closed loop fell into silence. 3 foreigners can know a hammer. Although Rita was born in the French Lestranges family, she immigrated to England early, otherwise she would not have gone to Hogwarts. This is Tina's first time in France. Although Newt has been here before, he is a magical zoologist, and he only travels around to find magical animals. Who knows about the hospital? He's your brother. Why don't you take care of him? We still have something to do. Tina broke the silence. You're going to the rally too? Leta frowned and stared at Newt, obviously ignoring the we in her words. Newt was thin-skinned and whispered, It's Mr. Dumbledore. Dumbledore, Aurelius Dumbledore. He said, he told me to go to the meeting. I don't know why. Newt said quickly. Dumbledore was the person he respected the most, and he didn't want to taint his innocence. By the way, I haven't asked you yet. Why did you appear in France? And you are still with Aurelius Dumbledore. Do you know that you are about to be wanted? Leta asked with a raised eyebrow. What? Wanted? Why? Newt's face was full of questions. I'm just illegally crossing the border. According to the law, I only need to pay a fine. Why am I wanted? Smuggling may be a very serious charge in the Muggle world. However, because it has become too easy to sneak across the magical world, students who have not graduated can easily travel between borders, and wizards do not pay much attention to the concept of borders, so the punishment is not severe. Of course, not heavy is relative. After all, few people can afford to pay such large fines several times. On the contrary, it didn't matter to Newt the least if he was sent back to his country. He was originally a British wizard and always wanted to go home. The charge is for assaulting an Auror. Leta stared at him. Assault on Aurors? Last night, it was Aurors. Newt exclaimed. Rita didn't say anything. Is this a good thing to say or not? Aurelius committed no crime, but he was attacked and hunted by Aurors of the British Ministry of Magic. They all sided with Aurelius, both morally and legally, even if they had a high-sounding reason to contain and confront the terrifying Black Master Grindelwald. Are you really going to kill him? Newt was furious. Not me. Who are you, Theseus? Newt, we are just Aurors, and we only follow the orders of our superiors. Neither I nor Theseus agree with this decision, but we have no choice. Obedience is the bounden duty of Aurors. Leta said rapidly. After finishing, he took a long breath, held his forehead to calm his excited heart, and said softly, I know what you are thinking, but the problem now is that your attack on the Auror has become a fact. No matter what your purpose or what you think, Travers has sent the wanted application to the Ministry of Magic. He now controls the entire Ministry of Magic's pretending power. This application will definitely be approved. At that time, Aurelius Dumbledore will be classified as an extremely evil dark wizard. Do you know what this means? Not only will the British Ministry of Magic fully pursue it, but it will also be presented to the International Federation of Wizards. This is the only way Grindelwald can. He is also the only person in the world currently classified as an evil dark wizard. Rita smiled bitterly. And you will get the same treatment as Grindelwald's right-hand assistant Vita Razi. Treat me like an evil dark wizard. Newt opened his mouth, and his body suddenly softened, and he fell to the side of the road, murmuring, How could this happen? Tina said angrily. How can you do this? Didn't you invade Aurelius Dumbledore's private territory? You should bear all the consequences yourself. Rita glanced at her and shook her head. That should be the case, but Travers has his own way, and no one in the UK, or at least the Ministry of Magic, can stop him. Tina cursed. The International Federation of Wizards will not agree to such ridiculous things. But the implementation of the British Ministry of Magic is inevitable. Rita said softly. Leta didn't say anything for a while. She just looked at Newt with her eyes. She knew that Newt 1.3 must have thought of it too. How is he going to get home? Aurelius doesn't care, because Tina is right. He can handle this kind of thing, even if it comes to the end. The International Confederation of Wizards and the Ministry of Magic of other countries of the International Confederation of Wizards are unlikely to admit this accusation. As long as Aurelius doesn't go to England, nothing will happen to him. But Newt can't. He is British and a British wizard. Although he was annoyed that the Ministry of Magic banned him from international travel, it was still better than having a home and not being able to return. How could this happen? Newt held his head in pain. Why did he become homeless overnight? It was fine when I came here, but I can't go back. Mr. Solo, you are welcome to come. Your arrival makes Mr. Grindelwald very happy. In front of the gate of Père Lachaise' tomb, a group of oriental faces attended in costumes. Each of them is tall and burly, and like the leader Sa Chuo, there were flower feathers on their heads and long patchwork gowns. There are beads hanging around his neck, and he is dressed like an official of the later Jin dynasty. If it were a few decades ago, they would all be dressed like this. Looking at wizards or possessors of extraordinary powers all over the world, there's a big gap between them and the world of ordinary people. There are also many blood feuds between wizards and muggles, but there are always exceptions. These people are exceptions, and we're the exceptions. It can be seen from a name, Suo. That was one of the most prominent surnames in the past. Sa Chuo once served the imperial court. Even if it is dead now, Suo is always running for its resurrection. This is true for him, and so is his followers 22. This is the price. Raising troops for thousands of days and using them for a short period of time, receiving worship from the imperial court for hundreds of years, and enjoying all the glory, wealth, resources, and power, they've been firmly tied to the imperial court. When one is prosperous, both are prosperous. When one is lost, both are harmed. But as the old saying goes, a skinny camel is bigger than a horse. Even if they lost the support of the imperial court, Sa Chuo and his followers still had huge power and combat power. There are more than 20 followers. All of them are powerful and powerful. They are obviously supposed to be long-range mages, but they all look like Shaolin monks. Even the loose robes on his body couldn't hide his powerful, muscular outline. This is very unusual. Wizards rarely fight in close contact. In this case, the smaller the body and the more agile the body, the better. In the future, there will be a strange little man who will win the World Duel Championship. In a group of wizards who increasingly pursue agility and precision in battle, this group of people is so strange. The tall figure can be said to be natural, but the burly and majestic body cannot be explained. No matter how you look at it, it should be a huge disadvantage, but each of them exudes an extremely dangerous and sturdy aura. Abernethy felt that he was not facing 20 wizards at all, but more than 20 dragons. As it should be, where is Mr. Grindelwald? Solo said calmly. Not everyone is qualified to leave their name in his eyes. This tall, thin old man has a bad temper. Mr. Grindelwald asked me to lead you there. Abernethy led the way obediently. But by some mistake, Abernethy deliberately avoided the direction of Newt and others, and instead took a detour to the venue. Is this the way the Wu Chui party treats guests? Approaching the venue, a big man behind Sa Chuo pointed to the door with a worried look on his face. Let the most distinguished guest of the Wu Chui party go through the back door. Tycho. Sa Chuo stopped him. Uncle, it's not that Tycho doesn't understand etiquette. It's actually that these foreigners go too far. We are just guests from afar, not to mention that we come with good intentions. Even ordinary passers-by shouldn't be treated like this. The man was extremely angry. Kayin said the etiquette. Sa Chuo bowed before he became angry and said unfairly, Mr. Socorro, and this gentleman, please calm down. Abernethy quickly opened his mouth to explain. If he didn't explain this, he would be like mud soaked in his crotch, which is either shit or shit. There are tens of thousands of attendees at the meeting outside, mixed with dragons and snakes, and there are probably a large number of aurors from the Ministry of Magic among them. I am worried that someone will offend Sir and affect the friendship between the Wu Chui party and Jin Shan. Okay, no need to explain, just go in. Suo Chuo waved his hand. Although he cared about etiquette, he would not ask someone who did not understand Zhou etiquette to entertain according to the standard plan. This is a special event. Today's gathering is of great significance. Under this general premise, Suo Chuo doesn't care about the minor details. Thank you for your forgiveness. VIP room. Aurelius was playing a game of finding trouble, looking for those incompatible targets among tens of thousands of people. This is a very interesting interactive game during the period before the official opening of the rally. Aurelius narrowed his eyes. Here comes Sa Chuo. It's normal for Suo Chuo to come to the gathering. There's nothing surprising about it. But Aurelius didn't expect that Sa Chuo was still a big boss. More than 20 big men stood neatly on both sides, as if they were all carved from the same mold. Visually, the height could not exceed the upper and lower line. The fierce and savage aura that filled his body made it difficult for Aurelius not to pay attention. Are these all Jinshan shamans? Aurelius' eyes revealed a hint of interest. He had no extraordinary power in his previous life, and he was reincarnated as a foreigner in this life. This was the first time he really saw the supernatural power of the East. Although he is just a shaman, he is far from a 1,000-year-old sect like Buddhism, Confucianism, and Taoism. In this world, Eastern countries are relatively mysterious. Aurelius also heard the introduction to the shaman from Nicolas. Shaman, in fact, can be understood as witch. It is not a wizard, but a shaman who is regarded as the leader of totem worship by ancient humans. Witches should be said to be the earliest supernatural beings on Earth. It has appeared as early as when humans were naked, wearing hair, and drinking blood. At that time, 120 human beings were just one of the many living beings in nature and had no time to fight among themselves. Witches with supernatural powers possess knowledge and inheritance. They are wise men and can deal with all supernatural threats. The tribal leader is a warrior, using spears and shields to defend the survival of the tribe. Most of the supernatural powers in the world come from the original witches, but Nicolas said that shamans may be the closest force to the original form of witches. The original is not necessarily the best, but the original has been tempered for countless years, and what remains is the essence. Shamans are so mysterious that no one knows what they are capable of. Historically, shamans in the Middle East and even Eastern Europe have left a great reputation. On the contrary, as for Jinshan shaman, Nicolas also had limited knowledge. It is impossible to predict what these Jinshan shamans are capable of. No wonder Grindelwald wants to form an alliance with So Trollo. He is not just a thug, he is also a prince. Aurelius sighed with emotion. But you are equal to them. Nagini smiled. Aurelius was also happy. I'd like to lend you some good advice. Boom, boom, boom. Come in. Mr. Dumbledore, the meeting is about to begin. Mr. Grindelwald invites you and Mr. Soprano too. Okay, I get it. Old sir, we meet again. As soon as Aurelius entered the door, he saw a strong man surrounded by a group of strong men. The Qing dynasty had a very strict etiquette, and these Jinshan shamans still abide by it today. Everyone looked intently, put their hands on the armrests, and the beads on their chests were shining brightly, placed firmly in the center. Last time, the old gentleman refused to tell the truth. I wonder if I can get the answer today. Aurelius smiled and looked at Sa Chuo. Sa Chuo actually didn't like Aurelius before, or in other words, he didn't take it seriously. Thoreau was arrogant about what he had learned, and he could think highly of Grindelwald, but it was difficult for him to treat a young child as an equal. This was the reason why Suo Chuo had a gun and a stick when we met before. But this time it's different. Aurelius proved himself. A real fight with swords and guns. For verses 30, more than 90% of them were elite aurors. Facing 4 young men, they ended up leaving more than a dozen corpses and more than a dozen wounded. This was enough to make Suo Chuo look at him differently. The system of supernatural powers in this world is very strange. The gap between top combat effectiveness and ordinary combat effectiveness is not that big. In other words, the possessors of supernatural powers in this world are all high in attack and low in defense. This makes it not so unattainable to fight with too many ants and kill an elephant. This is why ordinary people will make the decisions in this world, and the Ministry of Magic will also exist in the magical world. When quantity can make up for the gap in quality, the Master's deterrence and dominance are inevitably reduced. Even wizards like Dumbledore and Grindelwald might be able to defeat 1,200 Aurors with their combined strength, but they would never be able to defeat 3,500. Just like Aurelius did in his own home, when hundreds of death curses form an airtight firepower network. Even Dumbledore and Grindelwald were deeply involved in it. They could only hate it. Before the Horcrux was exposed, the unkillable Voldemort was far more intimidating than the resurrected Voldemort. It is precisely because of the special situation of this world with high attack and low defense that it becomes difficult to fight with few against many. Taking British Aurors as a combat unit, if you can defeat 2, you are considered a powerful wizard, and if you defeat 3, you are considered an outstanding mage. Although there's only one more Auror, a combat team composed of 3 Aurors and 2 Aurors are completely different combat forces. Newt and Tina are roughly at this level, but the 2 of them are a little bit watery. Newt relies on the application of magical animals that he carries with him. This is a fighting mode that is unfamiliar to most wizards, and many people have suffered losses at his hands. Tina's words are actually not cheating. She is a real talent and hard-working combat power. She is the confidant of Graves, the previous chief of the Aurors of Magnesia, and her strength is superior to that of her colleagues. Moreover, she is an Auror from the Kingdom of Magnesia, and she is stronger than the British Auror. This is mainly because the severe situation in the Kingdom of Magnesia has caused the Aurors to be in a state of preparation for war for a long time. The British Aurors have obviously been at peace for a long time, and their combat effectiveness is not to mention the lowest in the world. But it's definitely not classy. If we have to compare, Tina's combat effectiveness is roughly at the level of Kingsley Later, slightly higher than the elite Aurors. Not to mention Nagini. In terms of magic, even the 3rd graders are not as good as her, but her unique beast form greatly improves her combat effectiveness. Slightly worse than Aurors, slightly better than ordinary Ministry of Magic staff. Among the 4, the real main force is Aurelius. The composition of his strength is too complicated. Learn from the Code of Blades combat skills, Wizard Magic, Obscurus Summoner, as well as the Phoenix and the accompanying Zwoo. If you fight a positional battle and give Aurelius enough preparation time, he can use his death curse to trap and be invincible. As for encounters, Aurelius's level is also very strange. He is good at fighting in groups rather than fighting alone. In a single fight, he couldn't defeat both Grindelwald and Dumbledore, but in a group fight, the difference between 3 or 5 Aurors and 3 to 500 was actually not that big. There is no way. This is the nature of Obscurus. This is destined that once Aurelius realizes his talent, he will become the most terrifying battlefield weapon and a meat grinder. However, Chuo didn't know these things. From his perspective, he could only see that the 4 young men of Aurelius were able to defeat an elite Auror attack of more than 30 people head-on. This kind of fighting ability is not far different from that of himself. But he is almost 70, and the oldest of the 4 young men is only 30. Don't bully young people into being poor. After Aurelius showed his combat prowess, Sa Chuo couldn't help but look at him high. Mr. Grindelwald's vision is indeed extraordinary. For against 30, he defeated the Auror's siege head-on, and then left calmly. I was amazed. It doesn't matter whether others recognize this chair or not, but I do. Please, Dumbledore, Mr. Sa Chuo stood up to apologize solemnly, and even personally pulled out a chair for Aurelius, which made Aurelius look at him with suspicion. This old man is arrogant, but he really admits his mistakes. No wonder Grindelwald formed an alliance with him. The arrogance and frankness of the 2 men are exactly the same. Aurelius's character is to accept soft things rather than hard things. People respect me as much as I respect others. Facing Sa Chuo's apology, Aurelius smiled and handed over his hand, Sir, you are generous, which makes me appear aggressive. Sir, please. A lot of Huxia red tape, but the other foreign devils looked at it in a daze. I couldn't understand the Huxia he was speaking, and I didn't understand the excuses. On the contrary, the Jinshan shamans who came with Sa Chuo looked at Aurelius with a bit of kindness and intimacy. As a group of remnants who have lost their country, they need this recognition. But they didn't pay attention, or they noticed it but didn't care. What Aurelius performed was an authentic bow. Mr. Sa Chuo, you brought heyo. People here today, not just to give your allies a strong reputation, right? Before Grindelwald arrived, Aurelius started chatting with Sa Chuo. This time the chat was much more harmonious, and the old man's attitude was much better. It's just a guess, Sa Chuo pointed out. Such a gathering can be said to be unprecedented, with tens of thousands of wizards gathering. Such a gathering cannot be hidden from the Ministry of Magic. So, sir, you have the same thoughts as me. Aurelius smiled, looked at Nagini beside him, and then at the large group of people behind Sa Chuo. It's just that my approach is completely different. I prefer to be alone, but Mr. Grindelwald invites me, and I dare not refuse. Sa Meridian said, twisting his beard. Don't you dare? I didn't hear you say you didn't dare. Good evening, you two. It seems you are getting along very well. The real master is here. Mr. Grindelwald. Aurelius and Sa Chuo sat up straighter, maintaining due respect for the strong. Whether openly or actually, in terms of power or strength, Grindelwald is the strongest among the three allies. Grindelwald was wearing his iconic coat and riding boots, and was followed by Vita Rogier, who was well-dressed, and a tall yellow man, who looked like he was worth 258,000 yuan. Especially his scrutinizing eyes were really annoying. Not only did Aurelius dislike it, Sa Chuo and the Jinshan shamans behind him also resented it. I just worry that Grindelwald is still here, and it depends on the owner to beat the dog. Today is an extremely important day for me, the Umbrella Party, and us. This meeting is of great significance. Grindelwald took his seat, and the first sentence he spoke dismissed the small discussion before the meeting. To a very high level. Mr. Sa Chuo, I am very grateful for your support. Grindelwald glanced at the Jinshan shaman behind Sa Chuo and was very satisfied. You're welcome. I'm speechless, but if you have something to do, you might as well speak up, Sa Chuo replied. Grindelwald nodded. Then I'm welcome, Mr. Sa 930. At least nearly 200 of the attendees tonight are spies from the Ministry of Magic of various countries. Although their arrival was expected by me, I can't let them interrupt the proceedings. Here comes the point, Rueha. How will he arrange it? Why not attack first and capture all the Aurors and Ministry of Magic spies, instead of allowing them to enter the gathering? You know, those people are just here to cause trouble. I am confident that they will not use force. At least they do not dare to use force against the attendees. That will undoubtedly push these tens of thousands, or even tens of thousands of wizards towards me. They will only attack my Wiccan party members. As long as RF people are hidden among the attendees, they will not be able to take action. I've always been a gambler, but I can't bet this time. The significance of this gathering is too great, and it is the key to the future development and destiny of the Umbrella Party. Grindelwald, looking at Suho, Mr. Sa Chuo, I hope you and your shamans will provide me with the final protection. Sa Chuo pondered for a moment. Do you want us to suppress the venue? This is a cemetery, Grindelwald meant. Sa Chuo, Sedge, suddenly realized and smiled thickly. Okay, I haven't seen such a big scene for a long time. Please. Grindelwald raised his hand to indicate that it was his time next. Suho turned his back to the shamans. Jinshan believers obey orders. Exist. More than 20 strong men spoke in unison, their bodies uniform, as if they were carved from the same mold. They all stood up and lined up, kneeling on one knee and hanging their heads to the ground. Taik, Tai Long, Taiwan, and Taizhong. The four of you will each lead their disciples and rush to the northeast, southeast, northwest, and southwest immediately, gathering the power of all goes to lock the heavens and suppress the souls, without making any mistakes. Well, Seeing these shamans disappearing one after another, Aurelius felt a little emotional. So simple. This is an army of wizards. This is what Aurelius had always envisioned. Magic is just a tool. It should not divide civilization. This world should not be what the magic world is like, but what the world will be like if there is magic. Sa Chuo's army-like shaman gave him some confidence in his idea. Just with this order, the fighting power of these shamans cannot be weakened. Stones from other mountains can attack jade. Muggles can acquire all wizards, but wizards' magic cannot be learned by muggles. Most wizards turn a blind eye to such a significant advantage. Even though Grindelwald predicted the horror of muggle technology in the future, he only wanted to strike first and gain the upper hand, and never thought of learning. This is not right. Aurelius could understand the reason, but he didn't agree. But what makes Aurelius even more curious is the order he just received from Chuo. Gather the power of all ghosts to lock the heavens and suppress the souls. This is interesting. Are there ghosts in this world? You can say yes, you can say no. As far as Aurelius knew, in this world, people's souls may remain after death and become ghosts. But the ghost does not wait for the king ghost. Ghosts, as we usually understand them, have no entity, can interfere with reality to a certain extent, create illusions, and can directly control people's spiritual will and indirectly control the body. But besides being incorporeal, ghosts have no other abilities. To put it bluntly, the ghosts in this world can only be used as NPCs asking for directions and do not pose any threat. If Sa Chuo is talking about such a ghost, what power do millions and millions of ghosts have, let alone 10,000 ghosts? So without much thought, Aurelius was sure that the ghost Sa Chuo was talking about was definitely not a ghost. Mr. Sa Chuo, this ghost Aurelius asked directly. Ghosts are strange creatures that use their souls to control magic by chance. Daxia has discovered how to artificially create ghosts thousands of years ago. Although Jinshan is not good at this, it still has wonderful uses. Sa Chuo explained in a dignified manner. Fan. Aurelius narrowed his eyes and thought of a person, Peeves. This is a character from Hogwarts. Many people think of it as a ghost, but it shouldn't be. Because this guy can use all kinds of prank props, it means that he can interfere with reality. From this point of view, Peeves is not a troublemaking ghost like its English name, but is indeed more like an Eastern ghost. According to Sa Chuo's explanation, ghosts actually have entities, which is also the fundamental reason why ghosts can interfere with reality. Then this heaven-locking, soul-suppressing thing. The Golden Mountain Method. Oh, then I won't ask. Although nowadays, with the integration and exchange of supernatural power systems in various places, many things are interconnected, and they are all collectively referred to as wizards to the outside world. But the characteristics of wizards in different places are different. A glimpse of the leopard, what Jinshan Shaman revealed, has already made Aurelius' curiosity burst. Don't worry, you will realize it sooner or later. Mr. Dumbledore, Grindelwald's address to Aurelius suddenly became formal. He had always called Aurelius by his first name, which meant that although he valued him, Aurelius was still a junior. But now the name has been changed. Mr. Sotero. Grindelwald called Sotero again. We are all wizards and pioneers with a common pursuit. We are bound to carry out this great cause. Before the gathering, I think we need to be honest and honest. Grindelwald said seriously. Seek common ground while reserving differences. Aurelius responded with a smile. As it should be. Sa Chuo also nodded. Aurelius and Sa Chuo had too little communication, and everything was connected to Grindelwald. This is not a gesture of alliance. Since it is a tripartite alliance, we must communicate with each other and be open and honest. Only in this way can a close alliance be established, instead of each having its own agenda and appearing to be inseparable. After all, this is extremely important to the three parties. Although the three parties have different pursuits of interests, they will definitely face the history of the world. We already have no advantage. If we can no longer cooperate sincerely, it will be a waste of time. Grindelwald waved his hand, and a 3D map of the magical world emerged from the ground. It was very different from the Muggle world map. There were many locations and even areas that Muggles had not discovered, and the key marked locations were not the capitals of various countries, or the Ministry of Magic of each country. Europe is the base camp of the Umbrella Party. Grindelwald pointed his finger, and everything along Finland, the Baltic Sea, Poland, Romania, and all the way to the northern shore of the Mediterranean Sea was shrouded in red and gold. This is enclosure. Neither Aurelius nor Socorro had any objections. This had been negotiated in advance. The old guy Sa Chuo was not polite. He rubbed his fingers. On the map, the entire Asia, from the polar regions in the north, to Sri Lanka and Malay in the south, to the Bering Strait in the east, and to Turkey in the west, was covered in golden yellow. The old boy is not afraid of dying. The Russian Ministry of Magic and the Japanese Magic Institute are not easy to deal with. Sa Chuo can't even stabilize its own fundamentals, so it wants to swallow up the whole of Asia. He cursed, but facing the looks from Grindelwald and Socorro, Aurelius pointed at a black mist covering America and the entire Caribbean. Grindelwald nodded, indicating that he had no objection. Sa Chuo pondered for a moment and then responded. There are still large areas that are not covered on the map. There is no Britain in the territory designated by Grindelwald, and there is no South America in the area designated by Aurelius. Africa and Oceania are not involved at all. Oceania can be ruled out, and no one wants that damn place. The history is too short, and it has not developed at all, regardless of its large territory. In fact, the Oceania Ministry of Magic is only slightly stronger than the Portuguese Ministry of Magic. But Africa is different. Even though Africa is a history of blood and tears in the Muggle world, in the magical world, Africa is very powerful. In particular, except for Egypt and several Mediterranean countries, which have their own Ministry of Magic, most of Africa belongs to the same Ministry of Magic. Let's put it this way. If you exclude France's Nicolas Flamel and Britain's Dumbledore, Africa is the strongest. They are united, have a long history, and have a large number of people. It's unreasonable to not be strong. Grindelwald waved his hand, and Africa, South America, Japan, and the United Kingdom were highlighted. This is our main opponent in the future. Grindelwald said, none of us are familiar with Africa, but its strength is unforgettable for any of us. We should try not to conflict with them unless necessary. Aurelius agreed. Anyway, the land he enclosed was in America, across the sea from Africa, so the possibility of conflict between him and Africa was unlikely. Sa Chuo also nodded. He has circled the Arabian Peninsula, but it is destined that he will not be able to control it for a while, and he will not be able to talk about bordering Africa. The most important thing is that Sa Chuo has had contact with the African magic world. 30 years ago, I met African wizards, and their strange spells were eye-opening to me. 30 years ago, there was with over hundreds of thousands of wizards. It is truly a formidable enemy. But fortunately, the African Ministry of Magic has always been closed and does not like to communicate with other countries. The representatives of the International Federation of Wizards have almost no sense of existence. If they're not provoked, these black guys prefer to sing and dance. Green DeVoe said with a smile, it may be that the difference in appearance is too obvious, or the emotions of the Muggle world have affected the magical world. The African Ministry of Magic is very independent, even more independent than the Husham Ministry of Magic. Britain is a big trouble. Grindelwald knocked on the table, stared at the small island country, and sighed helplessly. Albus Dumbledore. For some reason, I can't make a move on him. Then let me do it for you. Sa Chuo said, this person has a great reputation, but I don't know what his abilities are. Mr. Sotero, I must remind you that those reputations are not enough for Albus to express his abilities. I am not boasting. No one in the world is his opponent except me. Grindelwald's words were a bit off. Listen, it seems that both Socorro and Aurelius were scolded. Aurelius didn't care, because this was a fact. At present, he could only be sure that he would not be defeated by Dumbledore, but he had no chance of winning. Sa Chuo frowned. He felt that Grindelwald had become too ambitious and had destroyed his prestige. I have hundreds of Jinshan disciples. How can I survive under a huge formation? Grindelwald still shook his head. This is not the time for flattery. Some things must be told the truth. Do you think you can kill me? Please give me flowers. Sa Chuo remained silent. This kind of self-knowledge is still there. Grindelwald was able to leave calmly among hundreds of Jinshan shamans when they met him back then, let alone Grindelwald, who is now more and more unpredictable. I said, isn't it good for us to talk about how to kill my uncle here? Aurelius broke the deadlock with a smile. Actually, we don't need to do this. Mr. Grindelwald can't take action against him, and he can't take action against Mr. Grindelwald, right? So what are you worried about? I've heard a saying, 2 fists can't beat 4 hands. He's in the British Ministry of Magic, is isolated and helpless. As long as Mr. Grindelwald can hold him back, he has no ability to stop our actions. Aurelius said, Mr. Sotero, there's a story called Tianji's horse racing. 0. Sa Chuo suddenly realized. You mean, Dumbledore is held back by Grindelwald, and as long as he can't take action, others are no match for you and me at all? That's right, we have many experts, but they only have one Dumbledore. The advantage seems to be on our side. Aurelius chuckled. So we shouldn't think about how to deal with Dumbledore. Our top priority is to do it as soon as possible by taking control of our own territory. The scope of influence that the Wiccan party can expand has reached its limit. The next thing to do is to accumulate strength, hoard combat power, recuperate, and clear obstacles for us to hold back Dumbledore. And you and I must expand our territory as soon as possible, and finally step aside to help the Wiccan party take over the British magical world. In this way, the world will have 5 points, the third part belongs to me, and the second part belongs to the other side. The overwhelming trend is irreversible, and the world can gain it. Having said that, Aurelius lay back and said with a smile, You too. We're doing a big thing. The structure is bigger. Things that are not on the table like conspiracy and conspiracy should not be what we should do. Thing, right? Okay. Grindelwald stood up suddenly. He looked a little excited, and everything in the past suddenly seemed stupid in his eyes. Sa Chuo was also shocked. Such words were something they had never thought of. They are wizards, and studying magic consumes their emperor's energy and time. In a word, careers like them are completely unqualified in the Muggle world. It was already difficult for them to use their brains to come up with a strategy at the level of the romance of the gods. Aurelius' strategy at the level of water margin was enough to shock them, as if a new door had been opened. The wizards are probably used to using magic to solve problems, and have forgotten the most proud skill of human beings from the time when they drank hair and blood to the current rulers of the earth, wisdom. Grindelwald's goal is great, leading wizards to become the masters of the earth. But look at what he did. As a leader, he went undercover, lied to children, and was caught. Of course, no head of state is complete who has not been in prison, but there is no one who becomes a leader and goes back to jail. Thanks to the kindness of these wizards, Aurelius would have ended the matter with a death curse. What happened next? He ran to France with great fanfare, where a group of Wiccan elites killed 2 muggles and then continued to deceive children. Okay, very persistent. At the end of the second story, the child was finally fooled and the goal was achieved, right? But the third part is anticlimactic. The original Credence was no match for Dumbledore and was teased. The only contribution he made was to attack Newt and steal a baby unicorn. Such a hip-drawing performance is really sorry for Grindelwald's hard pursuit of him in the first 2 films. It also made Grindelwald look like a fool in the first 2 films. Good guy. After being undercover for so long and living in jail for a few months, you could be exchanged for a second-rate thug who may jump at any time and die at any time. Putting aside these petty details, from a strategic perspective, what did Grindelwald do in order to achieve his greater interests? The first part is ignored. In the second part, he held a rally to win more fresh blood for the Umbrella Party and destroyed Paris in order to show his power and intimidate the people. Paying equal attention to kindness and prestige is considered qualified. The third part, seeking political status, first tried to clear the identity of a wanted criminal, and then successfully became one of the 3 candidates for the president of the International Confederation of Wizards through many followers, and even used unknown methods to establish the current president of the International Confederation of Wizards. Corruption, willing to drive away. Finally, the carefully prepared scene of Feng Qishan was presented, using ancient traditions as an excuse to make Qilin kneel down. Putting aside the success or failure of the plan, this is a problem of execution, but there is a problem with his strategy formulation. Maybe he felt pressed for time, or maybe it was for some other reason. Let him try to unify the global wizarding world in one step through his identity as the president of the International Federation of Wizards. And he was so eager that he declared war with Muggles in a high-profile manner at the inauguration ceremony. Urgent, this is the only thing Aurelius sees. He is too impatient. On the first day, he was released as a wanted criminal. On the same day, he announced his candidacy for the president of the International Federation of Wizards. Within a few days, there was an election ceremony. If he was elected, he announced the start of war. He had never thought about how the International Federation of Wizards, an organization that was loosely affiliated with the Ministry of Magic, could respond to everything at once. The strategy, which had no technical content in the first place, was stumbling upon his attempts and was full of loopholes. And he is also very immature in his methods. In a word, be decisive or not, be gentle or not. Killing should be done or not. Benevolence should not be done. Of course, it is impossible for Aurelius to say these things to Grindelwald. He only used the simplest trend analysis and deduction to win the dominance of the strategic layout in the 3-person alliance. Aurelius is not Grindelwald's subordinate, and he will not completely consider Grindelwald's interests. But he described his plan based on the current pursuit of common interests of the 3 alliances. Mr. Grindelwald and Mr. Soprano seek to restore the country for the greater good. If we want to win the dominance of the world, we must first win the dominance of the magical world. Therefore, during this period, we must still maintain the existence of the law of secrecy. Before fighting the outside world, you must first make peace with the inside. Aurelius glanced at the 2 of them. Grindelwald frowned, which was completely different from his usual behavior. Before going to New York as an undercover agent, Grindelwald led his henchmen to cause trouble in Europe in order to expose the wizarding world to the eyes of the Muggles as much as possible, thereby forcing the wizarding world to go to war with the Muggles. In this case, even if you don't want it in your heart, you can only be forced to follow Grindelwald, defeat the Muggles, annex the Muggles, and completely build a new world composed of an upper class dominated by wizards and a lower class composed of non-wizards. So Trollo has formed an alliance with Grindelwald very early on, so he also approves of Grindelwald's approach. Seeing the expressions of the 2 of them, Aurelius chuckled. Both of you, I would like to remind you that the previous actions of the Umbrella Party have failed. You are presumptuous. Before Grindelwald could say anything, his subordinates couldn't help it anymore. They had paid so much for this, and many elite members of the Wiccan Party have been killed or arrested in previous operations. Hearing Aurelius's comments, these Wiccan elites were furious. But no one said a word, because this was a speaking occasion for the 3 alliance masters. Except for one person. Aurelius looked around and saw that disgusting face at a glance. He narrowed his eyes, and the black mist swept him up and pressed him hard against the wall. Are you qualified to speak here? The cold voice seemed to be in Crow's ear. Crow, whose throat was choked by the black mist, struggled desperately, but could not make a sound. Mr. Grindelwald, I think there are a lot of people here. What do you think? Aurelius looked at Grindelwald. Grindelwald winked and struck with the wand in his hand. The black mist of Aurelius was instantly dispersed by him. Crow, who was hanging in the air, fell down and let out a cry of pain. Crow, please take them to guard the venue and maintain discipline. Crow looked gloomy and lowered his head. I understand, Sir Dash. Vita stays. Vita, who had just moved her buttocks, sat down again. She had no intention of leaving at first. I'm sorry, Mr. Dumbledore, my subordinates are a little ignorant. Grindelwald covered him casually and raised his hand. Please continue. Mr. Grindelwald, how long have you been operating 1.6? More than 10 years. Grindelwald's face didn't look good. More than 10 years ago, he was provoking the nerves of the Ministry of Magic in various countries, but the results were very unsuccessful. To this day, Muggles are still dumbfounded and do not know that magic and wizards are still on two parallel lines with Muggles. With all due respect, your failure is natural. I need a reason. Grindelwald was calm. He also noticed that there seemed to be some problems with his previous ideas. No matter how stupid he was after 10 years, he should realize that something was wrong. But what's wrong? Grindelwald needs someone to clear up his confusion, even if it's just to provide some ideas. Failure is not terrible. What is terrible is that you don't know why you failed. If you don't know why you failed, you can't sum up your experience. Such failures will continue to happen. Is there something wrong with Grindelwald's strategy? No, although forcing someone to go to Liangshan is not a lofty strategy, and may even be a bit underhanded, it can still be regarded as a means to achieve the goal. The problem is the implementation. If you are forced to go to Liangshan, how can you do it? Forced by crime, he had to go to Liangshan. In the previous actions of the witch cult party, the overall action should be to use themselves as bait to beat up the Muggles, and then let the Muggles discover wizards and learn about the existence of the magical world. Then, the hatred of the witch cult party will be spread throughout the world. The wizarding community, and even the entire magical world, of course, may also have greed for magic and coveting a magical world. No matter what it is, Ma will launch an entire war against the magical world. Aurelius smiled. Once again caught in the war of the Middle Ages, Muggles and wizards are fighting to the death again, but this time, Muggles' war will no longer come from the brainwashing of the church, but from the greed in their hearts, will be more thorough and more determined. Wizards will have to fight for their own survival. In the war, whoever can lead them to victory, whoever has more powerful power, will be supported. Mr. Grindelwald, you will be the only candidate. In the face of a powerful enemy, people will ignore many things. What provokes war, any crime, and any idea are all worthless. The more fervent the Muggle attack, the more stable your position will be. Under the pressure of this external force, the magic world will passively unite around you, and you will not be able to defeat them without a single blow. Take control of the magical world. That's basically it, except Dumbledore. As the two poles of wizards around the world, your power will become the source of belief among wizards who are at stake in life and death. When there are other choices, those factors that should have been ignored will once again become the weight that affects the balance. That is to say, you may not have many wizards to support you. But I think you don't really care about this, right? Aurelius believed. What do you think? Grindelwald smiled and asked, leaning on his chair. Dumbledore was once a close friend of you. You had the same pursuits, including the greater good. I think he also contributed here. Bang, bang, bang. I really doubt that the Dumbledore family is really not a family of prophets. You know a lot. Grindelwald smiled while stroking his hands. This profound secret shocked Sodra, Vita, Nagini, and others. But Grindelwald is extremely calm. It's not that he didn't care about this secret period, otherwise it wouldn't have become a secret, but he used this way to express his sincerity. This is a meeting that will not have any reservations. You are not greedy for power. Aurelius gave him a deep look. This was what he admired most about Grindelwald. A terrorist who founded the Wiccan Party and later sought to be president of the International Confederation of Wizards is not greedy for power? Who would believe it? Aurelius believed that this was his judgment based on everything he knew. Dumbledore, who lives in school and teaches without ambition, is actually the most power-hungry person in the world. Grindelwald, who is active on the world stage and spreads ambition and war rhetoric, is the person who cares least about power. It seems contradictory, but that's because they are extremely smart people. They know how to seek advantages and avoid disadvantages. Dumbledore, who had a strong desire for power, chose to use the school as his own cage to lock his desire for power inside. Grindelwald, who loved magic very much, used power to arm himself to suppress his study of magic. It sounds incredible, but this is the best option. If it is too strong, It will break easily, and it will be injured. Dumbledore didn't want to be a slave to rights. He isolated himself from rights before he came into contact with them. Whether it is from the fact that he still only regards friendship as a friend when facing the fierce attack of the Wiccan Party and does not stand out his own league, or from the future confrontation with Voldemort and the dissolution of the Order of the Phoenix after Voldemort's defeat, it can be seen that Dumbledore is afraid of power. How do you know that Grindelwald loves magic? In fact, Grindelwald may not necessarily love magic, but he certainly loves power. This can be seen from his claims. He doesn't care about bloodline. He only cares about the ability to cast spells. This represents the important place magic holds in his heart. And his study of magic is also obvious. Nicknamed the Grindelwald gas stove, it pushed the black magic of Li Hua to an unprecedented level. The resurrected Kieran can hide it from countless talented wizards all over the world, which is also his magical achievement. In his pursuit of power, he was expelled for studying black magic and stole the Elder Wand. Throughout the first half of his life, he was running for power. This is very separate from what he is doing now. Most people who advocate strength have one characteristic: independence. In the first half of his life, Grindelwald fit this point very well. He studied black magic for strength and was expelled. He was passed for the Elder Wand. 67. Even the acquaintance and parting ways with Dumbledore fall within this characterization. But look what he is doing now. Dumbledore used the school as a prison to imprison his desire for power, and Grindelwald used power as armor to isolate the backlash of magic. These are the two poles of the magical world in Aurelius's eyes. Even Nicolas Flamel, the legendary alchemist, is using Muggle life to numb his decline in alchemy. These great wizards seem to be deliberately staying away from what they do best. 950. Aurelius's research on magic was far from the level of these three people, and he could not understand their purpose of doing so. But this weird phenomenon deserves his deep thought and vigilance. But he also knew very well that he couldn't do it. He craves strength, he pursues power. He knows that these are the demons in his heart, but he will not imprison them, but will release them. He firmly believed in his heart that no matter how evil he was, could he be worse than the Obscurus born from all negative energy bodies? He is the incarnation of extreme evil. Why is he afraid of becoming evil? Whether these wizards are fighting around Dumbledore or fighting around you, it makes no difference to you. All you want is to fight, defeat Muggles, dominate the world, and defeat the technology that Muggles rely on to compete with wizards. Use magic to devour technology, thereby establishing a barrier for wizards to prosper forever. Grindelwald sighed. You know what? I regret it a little. Why is it that the person who understands me best is always Dumbledore? You're right. I only care about the results. I don't care about the process. I can't pronounce those weird terms of yours, but this is indeed what I mean. Grindelwald straightened up, and the Elder Wand in his hand, lightly, he tapped the table. Then, Mr. Dumbledore, please explain to me why my ideas failed again and again, and I can't even understand the reason for the failure. The reason why the Umbrella Party's plan failed is actually very simple. You ignored some common sense things. Aurelius Xiaoxiong spread his hands. Common sense? Grindelwald frowned. Is it possible? Not to mention he is arrogant and smart. Even if he really didn't expect it, he still has a group of elite followers. He is not a dictator like Voldemort. He can listen to suggestions. Didn't any of so many elites think of it? I have collected previous newspapers. The Umbrella Party has carried out similar operations in nearly half of the countries in Europe, but was thwarted by the Ministry of Magic of each country. Frustration? I don't think this word is appropriate here. This is just self-praising by those incompetent Ministry of Magic. Grindelwald was somewhat dissatisfied. Although the previous plan failed to achieve full success, it was not considered a failure. Failure to meet the plan's expectations is a failure, even if these Ministry of Magic have no idea what they have done. Aurelius corrected. Take the latest Habsburg operation in Switzerland as an example. You have not yet launched the operation. Switzerland and several Ministry of Magic orders have arrived. Isn't this plan considered a failure if we were forced to evacuate before there was any commotion? This is because Vita argued, but she had nothing to say. She could quibble that this was part of the plan, so that the Umbrella Party could reasonably disappear and buy Grindelwald time to go to the Magnesium. But as one of the planners, implementers, and participants of the plan, Vita knows very well that the two are not contradictory. So why did it fail? They came too fast. Grindelwald looked up at the ceiling and squinted his eyes. Yes, then why did they come so fast? Why? Grindelwald was puzzled. Is there any need to ask? Apparition. Why else? Aurelius smiled and said, yes, apparition, but it's not just apparition. Maybe you have lived in the magical world your whole life, so you will be accustomed to some phenomena. After speaking, he pointed to himself. What a coincidence. In the past, I spent most of my time in the Muggle world, and I was able to discover some things outside of the wizard's perspective. Quick, apparition gives wizards high mobility. Through magic and magical products such as portkeys, flow networks, and apparition, they can appear in any corner of the world in just a few minutes. That is to say, if early be prepared, the wizard's attack will be extremely fast. In a few minutes, these aurors can gather from all over the world and come to you to prevent the implementation of your plan. Aurelius knocked on the table, and the text projection formed by the black mist hanging in midair. And these few minutes are enough for you to do. You can only escape. It is impossible to implement the plan to cause high-profile destruction in the Muggle world. If you want to complete the plan, you must have suddenness and confidentiality. What they have in common is that it is hidden from the eyes and ears of the Ministry of Magic of various countries. This is impossible. Vita vetoed flatly. If there are just one or two people, the influence caused by them cannot meet the requirements at all. Even if they are influential, the Ministry of Magic can eliminate them in a short time. The New York incident is the best example. Half of New York was destroyed, thousands of people were in trouble, and tens of thousands were injured. But according to my intelligence, the Magic Congress completed the aftermath in just half an hour, and everything was as usual. The New York incident left no trace among Muggles. Vita said with a frown. As an intelligence officer of the Umbrella Party, she is accustomed to speaking with facts. If we need to gather more people, there will be too many people talking, and the possibility of keeping secrets is almost zero. Our past experience confirms this, and we will often make two preparations like this gathering. This is not about finding a few spies. Traitors can solve it, because many leaks are not caused by personnel. Looking Glass, magic spell, there are too many ways. Yes, that's why I don't agree with you continuing to act like this. Aurelius nodded. So that's it. Grindelwald squinted. Our actions require a thorough plan, and we even have to make two plans to deal with the almost inevitable arrival of aurors from the Ministry of Magic for various countries, and they only need to make one to disrupt us. Plan, which means that no matter what we do, they will always be prepared. When we act, it takes us more time, but it only takes a few minutes for them to arrive. You are right. This, if the plan can no longer be carried out, the sacrifice will be in vain. But I don't understand. If this is the case, any plans we make seem to be of no value. They will always be one step ahead of us. Suo Chuo frowned. No. Aurelius looked at them with a smile. Why would I say my thoughts in front of so many people? Because I'm not afraid of them knowing it all. Conspiracies will have very little effect after being exposed, but conspiracy will not. Aurelius smiled and looked at everyone present. Even though some of them were driven away by him and many were sent out by Suo Chuo, there were still more than 10 people present here. We can think of it this way. Mr. Grindelwald's idea is a dead end. No matter what we do, the Ministry of Magic will be invincible. Aurelius looked at Sotrallo opposite him and Grindel in the middle. Wah, since we can never defeat our opponents on the chessboard, then why don't we find a way outside the chessboard? How to do it? Suo Chuo asked. Aurelius's smile grew thicker, and a hint of coldness flashed in his eyes. We can't beat our opponents, and we can't solve the problem. So why don't we get rid of the person who raised the problem? Ministry of Magic, Suo Chuo said in a stunned voice. As long as we solve the Ministry of Magic, no one will cause us any more trouble. and no one will interfere with our plans. But Dumbledore, Vita still had concerns. Dear, remember? There's only one Dumbledore. Even if he has 8 arms and 8 legs, how many of us are there? Aurelius held his forehead. Start a war? Grindelwald could not make up his mind. Everything can be said to be fighting behind the scenes now. Once the war starts with the Ministry of Magic, everything will be put on the table. This pressure is not small, and not everyone can make this determination. On the other hand, Grindelwald is still thinking about the future war with Muggles. The magic world cannot suffer too much loss, otherwise why would it start a war with Muggles? The Ministry of Magic of various countries has gathered a large number of wizard elites. No, let me think dash. Everyone, first of all, I didn't say to kill them all. Aurelius was a little speechless. There are 3 million wizards in the world, and nearly 1 million are working for the Ministry of Magic. Is it possible that we still want to kill these million wizards? Kill them all? Their families are the remaining 2 million. Then there's no need to think about the future. The wizards are gone. Aurelius said tiredly. How is this possible? The social structure of the magical world is very deformed. It is unimaginable for ordinary people. Nearly 1/3 of adult wizards work directly or indirectly in the Ministry of Magic. Among the remaining 2/3, in Europe and North Africa, a large number of wizards will work for Gringotts, a small number will stay in school, and the remaining wizard will be people from other walks of life. Outside of Europe and North Africa, without Gringotts, these wizards merged into other industries. Let's put it this way, the professions available to wizards are very limited, so limited that there's simply not enough to form a normal society. The main reason lies in magic, which is magical and can enable most wizards to solve most of their daily needs. Many industries have lost their existence value, and naturally there are no practitioners in these industries. Since the Ministry of Magic has taken over a large number of jobs, the Ministry of Magic has become a close relative in the wizarding world. This is also the reason why the Ministry of Magic in various countries is mostly incompetent but can survive for hundreds of years. Under such circumstances, to brazenly start a war with the Ministry of Magic is to make enemies of wizards all over the world. There are many ways to eliminate the Ministry of Magic, and direct fighting is the next best option. Aurelius 523 patiently explained to these idiots. These can be discussed later. The most urgent task is to solve our current troubles first. Trouble? Yes, I actually have nothing. I am not a wanted criminal. Maybe Mr. Grindelwald and everyone in the Wiccan Party don't care much about the title of a wanted criminal, but ordinary wizards do. Aurelius responded. The current situation of the Wuchwei Party said, since ancient times, few people who have opposed a majority of people have had a good end. The Wuchwei Party is now a wanted criminal from top to bottom. This undoubtedly created a gap between the witch cultists and the large number of ordinary wizards. We can't play conspiracies, and if we want to be upright, we need to at least be able to enter the house upright. We are not terrorists. We are pioneers for the future of wizards for greater interests. We are obviously doing something great cause. Why do we seem to be a group of terrorists? Aurelius looked at everyone. In fact, what they do is not much different from that of terrorists, but this is something he can say or not. Terrorists don't call themselves terrorists. Escape from the fate of being wanted. Use our ideals and our beliefs to win more support. This is what we should do. Most wizards are sensible, and they will choose the right choice between us and the Ministry of Magic. One side, Aurelius said impassionedly. The Ministry of Magic without support from anyone, the Ministry of Magic that is alienated from morality, has no value of existence. The torrent of history will bury them in the wind and sand. We are the future. Bang, 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 bang. These words deceived several Wu Chui party members into a rage, and even Suo Chuayuo's eyes sparkled with excitement. But Grindelwald was thinking. What Aurelius said was basically nonsense, and it was also what Grindelwald had said and thought in the past. There's only one real strategic plan: escape from the fate of being wanted. Grindelwald is considering whether this suggestion is feasible or whether it needs to be implemented. He really didn't care whether he was wanted or not, and neither did most people in the Umbrella Party. They are elites and have experienced hundreds of battles. How easy is it to catch them? With a wanted warrant on their backs, they can travel unhindered in Europe. This is the double guarantee of its strength and power. But Aurelius's thoughts were completely opposite to those of his past. Grindelwald wanted to force the wizards to side with him. Aurelius, on the other hand, advocated peaceful confrontation on the surface, fighting for publicity and ideas to win the support of more wizards. Transform the unknown and more sinister secret disputes into an open battle of ideas. This is a kind of softness, and it gives up the greatest advantage of the Wiccan Party, Grindelwald's super combat power. They all understand that even if it turns to the bright side according to what Aurelius said, there will never be less fighting behind the scenes. But there is one advantage, that is, they are the one who takes the lead. As long as they do not continue their previous attacks, the Ministry of Magic has no reason to use force against them. Once the Ministry of Magic uses force, great. Just right. The Wu Shui Party will not hesitate to make it public, and the attack and defense can easily turn around. From representing justice, the Ministry of Magic will immediately become a being despised by thousands of people. The Wiccan Party has no reason to argue with you about morality, which means that you have no moral ethics. The pros and cons will be reversed, and the Witch Cult Party will win the sympathy of more wizards. People's hearts are lost bit by bit, but also won bit by bit. What exactly? Control the media, use it as a mouthpiece, formulate a program, and use propaganda to win over the people. We don't need to do anything else. The Ministry of Magic is well known for its incompetence. As long as we don't make mistakes, they themselves will push the wizards to our side. Ori. Liu's made a circle with his finger. This is why I said that the CCFE party should no longer carry out major actions in Europe, but should echo the actions of me and Mr. Socorro. Propaganda? What kind of publicity can compare with today's rally? Vita was quite proud. Tens of thousands of wizards gathered together to listen to Grindelwald expounding his thoughts. Such an event was unprecedented, and this event was officially organized by the Wizarding Party. Aurelius shook his head. Those are two different things. The advantage of a rally is concentration. There is no third party to transmit information, and it can spread Mr. Grindelwald's original intention to the maximum extent. But you also said that among tens of thousands of people the gathering is unprecedented, but there are still millions of wizards who cannot come. This is the role of the media. We can't be without words and allow others to pour dirty water without repaying the words. This will not achieve the strategic purpose I just mentioned. Grindelwald raised his eyebrows. This is not an easy task. Newspapers in various countries are controlled by the Ministry of Magic. Many newspapers are even a department of the Ministry of Magic. Other tabloids do not have much value. This is also the most difficult part. We can fully expect that as long as it is our newspaper, it will be difficult for the Ministry of Magic of various countries. When countries control newspapers, they realize the power of public opinion. However, although it is difficult, it is not impossible. What I am discussing is only at the strategic level. How to develop the media and establish public trust depends on the execution ability of the Umbrella Party. After that, Aurelius glanced at Grindelwald and Vita next to him. This is also what I am worried about. With all due respect, the execution ability of the Wu Shui Party is really not that good in my case. These words made Vita's face turn cold, but after thinking about his previous actions, he had no reason to refute, so he could only reply firmly. As long as Mr. needs it, the Wu Shui Party will do whatever it takes. That would be the best. Aurelius smiled and asked Grindelwald. Mr. Grindelwald, do you think this plan is worth a try? Grindelwald sighed and nodded. Although it is completely different from my idea, at least it sounds like it has the conditions for implementation now. Vita, after the gathering, the Ministry of Magic in various countries will definitely be nervous for a period of time. We will suspend most of our activities for 1 year. We will spend a year to accumulate strength. You have 1 year to do this. Yes, sir. Aurelius saw that Grindelwald accepted the plan, and then said, Mr. Sotero, I don't know much about the situation in the Far East, so I won't do anything about it. I'll tell you my plan. Please. With a flick of the finger, the map is locked on the American continent. The Magical Congress of the Magnesium Kingdom is also an opponent that cannot be underestimated with many elites. But fortunately, the Magical Congress also has a lot of troubles. Muggle hatred and purges are causing trouble. All involved a lot of energy and personnel from the Magical Congress. Unfortunately, I am weak, so I cannot directly return to the Magnesium country. If Mr. Dumbledore is short of manpower, I can provide some. Although my situation is not very good, I can still make ends meet with 300 to 500 shamans. Sa Chuo said. Aurelius smiled. Thank you, Mr. Sakuro, but I won't use it for the time being. My plan is here. Caribbean highlights. You want 9 cities in the Caribbean? Grindelwald frowned and said disdainfully, What's the use of coming to a place like that? Oh, Mr. Grindelwald, this is the difference between you. You're sitting in the European base and have countless witchcraft elites under your command. Naturally, you look down on this chaotic land like the Caribbean. But to me, this is a treasure. Aurelius pointed his finger, and the 9 wizarding cities in the Caribbean lit up. Except for the sirens, the other 8 cities are places of pure chaos. There are criminals, wizards, muggles, and squibs here. It's too chaotic, but it's just because it's chaotic enough that I can win in the chaos and fish in troubled waters. The most important thing is that it is developed well enough and has the most magical ships in the world. It is a truly independent kingdom that can advance, attack, retreat, and defend. Listening to what you said, this seems to be a treasure land. Grindelwald looked at the Caribbean Sea shining on the map. No, if this place is really a treasure, I won't let the chaos continue until now. Aurelius smiled and said, This is the most suitable place for me to establish a cone. The foundation of establishing a cone, because I am alone. I'm alone. Most of them don't have any ambition to be king and hegemony. The 9 Caribbean cities are real places of chaos, and they are afraid to avoid them. However, those who try to dominate have become useless here. The complex personnel composition, racial composition, coupled with the xenophobic, it has customs and a dangerous environment, and it is not a strategic location. Mr. Grindelwald, do you think this is still a treasure place? So, it's useless to anyone except you. Grindelwald sighed with emotion. My honey is his arsenic, Aurelius concluded. I will take this place as a base camp and bridgehead. I can advance, attack, retreat, or defend. There is no ministry of magic here, and no one can be mine. Obstacles. I am alone, based in the 9 Caribbean cities, and the manpower comes from the Caribbean. I want to unify the name of the 9 Caribbean cities, it's fair to say. The only gateway to the 9 cities in the Caribbean is the Sirens, which results in the other 8 cities in the Caribbean having extremely weak connections with the world of magic. As long as I get stuck in the information network of the Sirens, I have enough time to digest the Caribbean realm for up to 3 years. The results of the battle can be digested, and it can be built into an iron barrel in, at most, 10 years. And at that time, Aurelius showed a smile, I can send my troops eastward to help fight in Europe, or I can go north to the mainland to compete with the Americas. I think that whether it is traveling eastward to Europe or holding back the American magic world, it will be of great help to the Wiccan Party. This is also the greatest help that I, as an ally, can provide to our alliance. Okay, Grindelwald couldn't help but stood up. He paced slowly in the field, but just stalling is not enough. There is the Magic Congress in the north of the Caribbean and the Brazilian Ministry of Magic in the south. This is also the only problem. I have already considered the South American magic world. I always like to calculate defeat before calculating victory, Aurelius explained. No matter whether I can win North America in a short time, the South American Ministry of Magic, there will be no energy or manpower to take care of the situation in Europe. Sotero and Grindelwald nodded. The reason is very simple. Taking over North America, a new force defeated the old Magic Congress. Whether it was its own losses or the subsequent consumption of spoils, Aurelius would be in a period of weakness. In this case, it is actually a bit reluctant to face South America, But considering the top combat power of the magic world, it is still possible to enter a long-term confrontation evenly. This is what Aurelius calls holding back the magical world of South America. If North America is not captured, resulting in a north-south pincer attack, there is no need to digest territory, and it is a local battle. It is not too difficult to hold back the Magic Congress and the Ministry of Magic of South America. In fact, the key is Aurelius himself. After all, this is the magic world, and even low-level demons have extraordinary power. The deterrent of personal combat power still exists, especially for top combat powers like them. That's really not on the same level as ordinary wizards. As long as you can hold back the Magical Congress in South America, the Wiccan Party will be satisfied. I wish you success, Mr. Dumbledore. Grindelwald sighed, winked at Vita behind him, and then said, I know you are single and weak, and the Umbrella Party is also short of manpower now. But as allies, we will treat each other with the greatest sincerity. Vita, open all our Caribbean intelligence to Mr. Dumbledore. Yes, sir. Then it's better for me to be respectful than to obey. After talking for a long time, Aurelius had finished what he wanted to say. The specific implementation will not be discussed here. There is not enough time, and there is no time. It's enough to make suggestions for the Wu Chui party and talk about my own plans. What's left is work. Aurelius looked at Socorro. Suo Chuo laughed, stood up and walked out. Then let me talk. The situation in the Far East is not optimistic. Sachuro's first words made Grindelwald's eyelids jump. The prosperity of Dacia is as bright as the past. Wizards were introduced to the Middle-earth only a few decades ago, but there are hundreds of thousands of chi refiners in the Middle-earth. Led by the three religions, there are countless famous families. We, Jinshan, took advantage of the national destiny to enter the Middle-earth. The soil is prosperous, but in terms of foundation, it is still not as good as some thousand-year-old great religions. Please give me flowers. Aurelius listened quietly. He knew very little information about the magical world in the Far East. Because I, a fellow practitioner of Jinshan and the country, have to rely on the secular world to restore the country. Currently, the practice world in the Far East is divided into the North and the South by the Ministry of Magic and Chi Refiners. Each school has established its own sect. The court has collapsed. The practice world is far away from the court. It is a time when the dragons are leaderless and divided. Listening to Socorro's introduction, Aurelius gradually constructed a general system of supernatural powers in the Far East. The Chi alchemists and wizards in Middle-earth are treated completely differently. Wizards are feared and persecuted by ordinary people, but Qigong practitioners take the initiative to integrate. Therefore, there is no concept of a magical country like the Ministry of Magic in the world of Qigong, because they are subject to the rule of the imperial court. 0. But now, the last dynasty in Middle-earth has collapsed, and the new modern country is incompatible with the Qi refiners. Therefore, it can be regarded as cutting off the greatest help and way for the Qi refiners to enter the world. And Lu Tao, a key figure with dual heritages as a Kigator and a wizard, appeared, not only bringing the wizard's heritage to Middle-earth, but also what he saw and heard in the magic circles of other countries. This has caused the spiritual practice world, which is in the midst of a 1,000-year change, to generate many kinds of ideas and explore them. Some are willing to follow Lu Tao and establish the Husham Ministry of Magic. Some follow tradition and are based on sects and clans. Some are like Jinshan, represented by Suo Chuo, who recast the dynasty, and some looking for more future possibilities. It was from this time that the supernatural powers of the king, such as the Qi refining pressure, began to become increasingly distant from the world of ordinary people. Of course, this gradual distance is also relative. To this day, the supernatural power of Middle-earth is still the closest to ordinary people, especially some Qi refiners represented by Fu Lu Sanshan. At this time, Middle-earth is not like 100 schools of thought contending, but rather like 100 schools of thought contending. Many trends cannot be noticed until one is in a certain position. But Aurelius and Sakaluo's judgment is the same. Middle-earth at this time is also a period of great change. Sa Chuo explained the situation in the Far East and his plan. Aurelius, it is difficult to make an objective evaluation. The situation in the Far East is far more complicated than that in Europe. There are both native Qigong practitioners, wizards who have emerged in recent years, and extraordinary powers, such as Suo Chuo, who have integrated into the extraordinary circle of the Far East with the changes of historical dynasties. New and old, tradition and innovation, local and imported. There are too many conflicts, and it is not an exaggeration to say that everything becomes a mess. There are only 3, 5, or 8 regiments left to help out. And obviously, in the Far East, Busan Shaman is not considered strong even for playing. Speaking of itself, in the tripartite alliance, Aurelius is the most powerful alone, followed by Suo's Jinshan Shaman. Although he seems to be well-trained and has the secrets of the Far East, he is far inferior to Wu Chui. Party. If Suo is willing, he can completely integrate into the Far East native 980 and become a branch of Qi refiners or wizards. In terms of Jinshan's power and accumulation, although it is not first class, it is still one of the best in the Far East. Sect. But he was unwilling to do so. The hundreds of years of being bound to the secular dynasty gave them all the convenience, but it also made their bond with the secular dynasty extremely deep. Let's put it this way. In other places, the way of thinking between wizards and ordinary people is very different, but the Jinshan shamans in Sa Chuo are all 8 banners elites. Their way of thinking is no different from that of secular people. Loyalty to the emperor and service to the country has become something engraved in their bones. This is also the fundamental reason why Suo Chuo worked hard to restore the country. But think about it. He wants to restore the country, what other sect can do. Good guy. After finally suffering the end of his life, can he make you, a lonely tree, stand upright? It was already weak, and it set an almost impossible goal. One can imagine his situation. In this case, Obscurial's planning is from the outside in. It is exactly the opposite of Aurelius's policy that before fighting against the outside world, one must first pacify the inside. He wants to feed back from a mundane to the transcendent world. All I can say is that it's a good idea, and I won't comment on anything else. It sounds like there is still some possibility of implementation, but because Aurelius is really not familiar with the Far East, and he knows more about it from Socorro just now, he can't judge, so he has to let him go. To put it bluntly, let alone him asking for help, even Grindelwald, it doesn't matter whether he listens to his advice or not. He didn't expect it to work anyway. Of course, this thing refers to Grindelwald's so-called greater good, that is, wizards ruling the world. It's impossible if you think about it. Wizards are based on pure blood inheritance. All destiny is sealed at the age of 11. If you can cast a spell, you can cast a spell. If you can't cast a spell, you will never be able to do it in this life. The ascending channel is completely cut off. 300 to 500 years ago, it could still fool ordinary people even if it was not intact. Now, what are you thinking about? It has been more than 5 years since the Soviet Union was founded. If you want to maintain dominance, you must open an upward channel. You can be very narrow, but you can't have it. At the age of 11, when he was still an ignorant half-grown baby, he was destined to be a low-class person in his life. It was a miracle that his rule could be established. Therefore, Grindelwald's so-called greater good was an impossibility from the beginning. However, Aurelius felt that he could use this special, chaotic time period to complete some of his ideas. This is also the reason why Aurelius came here and formed a tripartite alliance with Grindelwald and Soprano. We've basically talked about it, exchange ideas, and I can help with what you have to do. We could discuss it and reach an agreement, and then the job is done. It just so happened that the small meeting came to an end. Sir, it's almost time, Vita said softly to Grindelwald, who was chatting enthusiastically with Solo. Grindelwald nodded, turned to Sotrallo and Aurelius and said, "You too, the time has come." "That's great. I've been fascinated by this grand event for a long time," Suo said, twisting his beard. "Let's move to the venue." Aurelius smiled and stretched out his hand. Okay, please. A dozen people who were having a small meeting left one after another. Aurelius was followed closely by Nagini, who came with him. In a meeting just now, Nagini seemed very silent, not only because it was not convenient to speak, but also because she was thinking about something. What are you thinking about? Aurelius looked at her and asked with a smile. Three. How do you think it's incredible? I didn't expect that the Aurelius I met was actually an ambitious man. Aurelius looked at her with a smile. Nagini couldn't laugh it off. She felt that Aurelius just now was a bit strange. He was usually very quiet, always holding a magic book to study magic, but just now, the way he was so energetic and giving guidance to Feng Xiu was completely different from how he usually was. I don't think you should be a careerist, Nagini whispered. Aurelius was happy. Then I really thank you, but this is really wrong. He stopped, and Nagini stopped too. Facing Grindelwald's questioning gaze, Aurelius motioned for him to come over later, and Grindelwald and others no longer waited for him. Actually, I have always been ambitious. I don't like this magical world. Aurelius leaned against the cold wall and said quietly. Nagini said nothing because she actually didn't like it either. The magical world brought her and them only pain. I am different from you, Nagini. You are very kind. Even if magic has caused you deep harm again and again, you have never thought of harming the magic world. Aurelius helped her lovingly, lifting her hair, covering her eyes. She said, but I'm different. I'm not that generous. So you want to be with Grindelwald and destroy the magic rules? Nagini felt incredible. Chill. Aurelius smiled and shook his head. I am not trying to destroy the magical world, but to create a new magical world. Nagini was at a loss. Create? This magical world is rotten. It will only bring us pain, but it is a fact that we live in magic, which means we are not allowed to live in this world. Aurelius rarely told others his true feelings. Being sick actually made him a little gloomy, but now he can guarantee that he is telling the truth, at least part of the truth. I don't want to stay in a magical world, but I can't stay in the secular world. My dear, where do you think we can go? Aurelius hugged Nagini naturally and let her listen to his heartbeat. It's a little secret. Nagini has sensitive sensing abilities, including heartbeats. Through heartbeat, she can even determine whether a person is suspected of lying. But this time, she had no intention of listening. Why do we have to stay in which world? We just need to find a place with beautiful scenery and build a small house. Don't be stupid, my girl. Aurelius interrupted her and said seriously, we are wizards, a higher level. We are humans. Humans are social beings. It is unrealistic to be isolated from the world and not communicate with anyone for a lifetime, which is also the origin of the magical world and the secular world. The most important thing is that I have the ability. Aurelius stretched out his palm. The raging black mist and fierce fire intertwined, and his eyes were a bit blurry. Look at how beautiful it is, Dash. Beautiful but deadly. Fire destroys rather than creates. You are wrong. Destruction and creation are subjective behaviors, not an objective description. Aurelius withdrew his fire and smiled. Killing a life with a knife is destruction, right? But it can also carve out the most beautiful dishes in the world, which is creation again. Don't be fooled by those things. See your heart clearly. I have powerful 22 magic powers, which will become more and more powerful in the future. Although these powers are born from pain, they can also serve beauty. Aurelius looked at her. This world is not normal. It is sick. Some people are addicted to sick comfort, but more people are suffering. It has been sick for so long that everyone takes it for granted. Nagini, think about how a normal person should live. Nagini frowned and thought. Her experience made her think about this problem countless times, but she always thought about it in vain, because people can't imagine things they haven't seen. From the moment he is born, he has parents and a family. This family may be rich, may be wealthy, or may barely have enough food and clothing. He will spend a wonderful childhood in the pampering of his parents. Until he is 6 or 7 years old, he will think of the naive tiger cub and begin to learn future survival skills while playing. Primary school or primary education school will send him comprehensive books. He will be the same as his peers. The children go to school together with teachers and classmates, and they will learn superficial magic knowledge and all kinds of novel things. The educational and entertaining primary school time will come to an end in the summer when they are 12 years old. Their magical power has stabilized, and they need more systematic training. The Majoli's Mystery Center from the Caribbean will become their new place of living and learning, where they will receive up to 7 years of study, providing a solid foundation for their future path to magic. This will be a time that they don't like, but they can't help but smile when they think back to it. At the age of 19, they have graduated, but this is still the beginning. Some of them will go out of campus, and their figures will appear in every corner of the magical world, either taking risks, working, or being single in a chic way, travel around the world alone, or form a new family with a loved one. On the other hand, they will get further education. Learning is no longer the keynote of their lives. They will receive the most cutting-edge magical information, and they will work independently or cooperatively. Let's explore the mysteries of magic together. The birth of every new magic achievement will add luster to the world. The entire magical world will become a sophisticated machine, constantly operating to bring the entire wizarding community to a higher position. You said that you don't agree with Grindelwald's claims. Nagini longed for the life described by Aurelius. Even going to school, which was the most troublesome thing for countless students, was out of reach for her. Aurelius nodded. Yes, I don't agree with his idea of using wizards to rule muggles. In my eyes, this is a step back, not progress. Question mark. Think about it. What can wizards do? What can muggles do? Aurelius inspired her. After thinking for a while, Nagini shook her head. She was a little confused. In her eyes, wizards seemed to be omnipotent, but muggles were unfamiliar to her. Magic. Wizards have magic, but muggles don't. That's the difference. Aurelius said. That's it. Nagini wondered. Humanity's transformation from eating hair and drinking blood to today's splendid magical civilization and the splendid industrial civilization of muggles actually relies on two things: wisdom and magic. Wizards possess both wisdom and magic, but there are too few wizards, and muggles have a huge population but do not have the ability to cast spells. This results in muggles being able to specialize in studying the substances and phenomena of the world. Aurelius sighed. Actually, what I want to do has been done by many people. What is it? Do you know how little wizards go to Hogwarts? I went to England when I was in the circus, and they took a train called the Hogwarts Express. Look, this is what I want to do. Aurelius Little Bear spread his hands. The wisdom of muggles becomes more powerful based on their huge numbers, and magic can do many things that muggles cannot currently do. If a wizard borrowing muggle wisdom. Nagini understood that Aurelius also wanted to challenge the law of secrecy. He wanted to integrate muggles and wizards, but his attitude was more moderate than Grindelwald's radical approach. Only, didn't you say that this would cause problems? 200 wizards can learn muggle knowledge, but muggles can never become wizards. No, I already have a solution to this problem. Aurelius smiled mysteriously. The legacy of the War College. There is indeed a certain threshold for the summoner's inheritance. Not everyone has the opportunity to become a summoner. But compared to wizards whose extraordinary power relies solely on blood inheritance, the summoner's inheritance gives everyone equal opportunities. Even this equality comes from innateness. This innate need is not bloodline, and there is no possibility of inheritance. At least based on Valoran's years of research and exploration, there is no law of summoner inheritance. This is relatively fair. And for those people who are unable to become summoners, the extraordinary door does not completely shut them out. Hero, this is another extraordinary path, although it is difficult. The summoner's road is relatively smooth, but the hero's road is full of thorns. But once you become a hero, the treatment is unmatched by summoners, and you will become the target of countless summoners, hoping to be allowed to use the power of heroes. Fairness gives wizards and muggles the same possibility of becoming extraordinary. This is what Aurelius relies on to realize his shocking ambition. After comforting Nagini, Aurelius also realized the difficulties he was facing. People's hearts. People are unpredictable, and no one can be sure that their thoughts are the same as those of others. On the journey to realize his dream of a new extraordinary world, he cannot walk alone. He needs companions. How to gather these fellow travelers around him will become Aurelius' biggest problem. She is just a Nagini, but she has been with her for a long time. Nagini who loves herself has a long way to go if she wants to change her mind. Rue Montmorency, House of Nicolas. Nicolas's eyes were closed peacefully, and he was lying leisurely on the rocking chair. 600 years have made him accustomed to the slow passing of worthless time. He likes to use this kind of relaxation to kill his seemingly endless years. The strange noise woke up Nicolas. His eyes were dim, but he was not confused. The decay of his body cannot cover up the wisdom given to him by his time. It's a crystal ball. The pure crystal ball of prophecy is now in chaos. The gathering dark clouds seemed like the sky was falling, and the streaks of lightning added a bit of scene on the eve of destruction to the surging dark clouds. "Ah, bat!" Nicolas whispered to himself in a hoarse and slow tone. He struggled to get up, fearing that a big move would break his bones. In the crystal ball, Grindelwald's face appeared, right in Paris, just about 3 blocks away. Countless residual images of phantoms filled the entire screen. Those are. Nicolas carefully identified it, and in an instant he saw the person who used apparition. Those were no ordinary wizards. They wore strange costumes and had long braids. A group of people with whom Aurelius had discussed not long ago came to mind: shamans. Shaman? Why did the shaman from the Far East get involved with Grindelwald? Nicolas Flamel was full of surprise. A group of people who shouldn't have appeared are definitely not good news. Compared with Grindelwald's magic eye, Nicolas Flamel's crystal ball looks better, but in fact, the two are about the same. Grindelwald can only see a small fragment, which can be reproduced through a snuff bottle. Nicolas seemed to be able to see the overall situation more intuitively, but he seemed to be driving at 5 times speed, just looking at things at a glance, and it was difficult to collect all the information. The tomb of Père Lachaise. Nicolas thought of a place not far from the prophesied location. The two are next to each other. Nicolas Flamel could hardly convince himself that this would be a long time coming. Tonight is the gathering of the Umno party, and this scene may very well happen tonight. There is no doubt that this is a big war. Each shaman seemed to be completing some mysterious ritual using phantom. Grindelwald waved the wand in his hand frequently, but it was this move that made Nicolas Flamel's drooped eyelids move. He seemed a little stunned, but soon he showed a smile. Cunning guy. In the dark night, a huge crow covers the sky and the moon, and the bustling Paris seems to be trembling in the flesh under its mouth. Crow, the symbol of the Lestranges family. Images of the protagonists flashed by, including Grindelwald, Aurelius, Nagini, Newt, Leta, Tina, Queenie, Yusef, McGonagall, Aberforth. They seem to be doing their own thing, but these seemingly unrelated things ended up forming a big network. As the crystal ball flickered dimly for a few times like a dead light bulb, there was no movement at all. Nicolas rubbed his head. The complexity of the matter was a bit beyond his expectation. Nicolas's prophecy is very special. It not only allows us to see a fragment of the future, but also carries some kind of revelation and meaning. Those pictures are what will appear in the future, but they also have their own meanings. Only pictures that have both future occurrence and symbolic meaning can he predict, not just look at it. For example, the huge crow seems to be an unknown black magic, but it also represents the Lestrange family. This indicates that the Lestrange family will be an extremely important part and even the cause of the predicted war. The Lestrange family. Nicolas frowned and thought for a while, then shook his head. Too long ago. For this family, Nicolas's impression of the people and things happened hundreds of years ago, and it should not be delayed until hundreds of years later leading to tonight's war. The heir of the Lestrange family. It seems to be that girl. Nicolas murmured to himself, No. Nicolas Flamel hurriedly walked to a dusty corner with his small steps. His fingers moved like playing a piano. In the dust, an exquisite invitation flew out from the inside and gently unfolded in front of him. Before, to Dear Mr. Nicolas, the Lestrange family will hold a birthday dinner for Cobos Lestrange on the evening of June 9th, 1904. At that time, your presence will make the entire Lestrange family shine. Cobos Lestrange dash. Nicolas stare at the name, his fragile fingers gently leaving a notch on the old invitation. The invitation is here, but of course he didn't go. He receives countless such invitations every year. If he goes to every one of them, he will not be able to enjoy his retirement life. But this invitation letter from the Lestrange family became a revelation for Nicolas to explore the truth of the prophecy. One thing is that Nicolas Flamel is the director of Beaux Batons, a French magic school. Every year during the admission season, as a director, Nicolas Flamel will receive a routine admission list of new students. Let me think about it. Just as Nicolas recalled where he had thrown the list, a dusty letter flew out from a place like a garbage dump. "Oh, thank you." Nicolas caught it, said it to someone unknown, opened the envelope, and saw the list of 1915. No, this name. Nicolas was not surprised. In fact, he thought this was normal. The only heir of the French Lestrange family was not able to enter school on time when he was 11 years old. There is no other possibility. As long as he is a French wizard, no one will refuse Beaux Batons, unless the child is not a wizard or dead. He might want to inform his old friends. He didn't need a prophecy to figure out that something big would happen tonight, which would definitely cause huge casualties. This is what Nicolas Flamel did not want to see. He has experienced too much in his life, and now he has no intention of getting involved in any debate of ideas or the drama of the confrontation between good and evil. Changes are always happening, but avoidable casualties must be avoided. This is his idea and the request of an old friend. Cobos Lestrange must play a special role in this drama. But what role is it? Nicolas didn't know that this was not something that prophecy could solve. Every time he peeked into the future, it would bring more unsolved mysteries. "I can only help you so far, Albus." Nicolas sighed. The legendary wizard Nicolas, who is more than 600 years old, can escape the invitation of death, but cannot bear the erosion of time. "Call." The noise outside the window made Nicolas look over. Lines of black gauze came out of nowhere, covering the entire sky, swaying and floating, as if they were going to cover the entire Paris. Everyone, including the Muggles, were shocked. This sudden incident beyond their imagination has made many people's hearts throb. Overwhelming. No one knows what happened. Some curious children even jumped up and grabbed the black veil, but when the black veil fell to the ground, it disappeared silently, as if it was just an illusion. Nicolas looked solemn. It's begun. Obviously, this is Grindelwald's handiwork, and he is gathering his followers. Grindelwald is gathering his followers. Every wizard who witnessed the Paris vision knew it well. Grindelwald's appeal is not a secret. The most terrifying dark wizard in history is making waves in Europe in order to dominate the wizarding world, overthrow the International Federation of Wizard Secrecy that has protected the wizarding community for hundreds of years, and establish a master-controlled a new world led by a wizard with extraordinary power. For many years, the Wiccan Party has caused chaos and even terrorist actions around the world with only one purpose: to expose the wizarding world to all Muggles. By forcing wizards to go to war with Muggles, Grindelwald, who firmly believes that wizards will win, has achieved his goal. But as his actions were thwarted by the Ministry of Magic of various countries time and time again, he ran out of patience. Grindelwald kept no secrets about tonight's gathering, which is not a good sign. This is an ultimatum. The French Ministry of Magic, British and French aura leaders gathered here. Where's Dumbledore? Is he going to make a move? Travers roared. Dumbledore refused to take action. He couldn't fight Grindelwald. These were his exact words. An auror lowered his head and said, "What the hell?" Travers threw the pen to the ground. 110, we have no time. French Minister of Magic Derricks leaned on his chair and shook his silk gently. Travers said viciously, Even if I burn the tomb of Père Lachaise to the ground, I will kill Grindelwald and his gang in one fell swoop. I don't know how many of the people present laughed in their hearts, but you still want to catch them all? If you can do it, you don't have to wait until today. How is the situation at the scene? Are the Aurors in place? Watch your attitude, Mr. Travers. This is the French Ministry of Magic. Derricks was somewhat dissatisfied with Travers' tone and said firmly, "There are more than 10,000 wizards gathered there tonight, all from all over the world. Wizarding families everywhere. What do you want to do?" Let me tell you, Travers, even if Grindelwald is let go, I will never agree to your crazy plan. What you are doing is massacre. You will only destroy the whole world. The wizard pushes Grindelwald. Travers was silent for a while, but then he raised his head and spoke the coldest words. If Grindelwald is dead, who can they push to? Bang! Derek slapped the table hard and jumped up, CCFF, staring at Travers. You madman. Do you know what you were talking about? Of course, the plan is almost dash. Kick him out. Send him back. Damn it. Why are we cooperating with a lunatic? Derek spat angrily. After hearing this, several Aurors came up to restrain Travers and pulled him out. Several British Aurors were at a loss and didn't know what to do. What a farce. The enemy is currently facing internal strife. Theseus, what should we do? Several Aurors looked at the silent Theseus. As the director of the Auror office, Theseus now became the backbone of these Aurors. In fact, according to the original plan, Theseus should now appear at the tomb of Père Lachaise, but Travers banned him on the grounds that he was suspected of treason. It is impossible to remove him from his position, but he can still be placed under house arrest. Theseus is not stupid. This is a mess now. How can he get involved? Don't ask me. I'm suspended. Theseus was immediately defeated. As the director of the Auror office, no matter what Hughes did, he could not escape the fate of taking the blame. Anyway, the blame is set, so it's better to let it go. Theseus's failure is now a good thing for the chaotic Ministry of Magic. Travers was expelled, and now the sound of angry roars echoed in the corridor outside. As guests, when the British Aurors are leaderless, they can only do as they please. This actually made the originally chaotic command system a lot more coordinated. At least, they had a clear commander. Where's Yosef? Where did this guy go? Minister Derricks asked. Several French Aurors looked at each other, but no one made a sound. Not only did the British Aurors lose their leader, they also lost their leader. Since 2 days ago, Yusef Kama has lost news. The boss of my family has always been mysterious, coming and going without a trace, but he was not here on this occasion today, which is really a bit inappropriate. Where is Yusef Kama? Tomb of Père Lachaise. The awakened Yosef is taken to the Lestranges family cemetery by Rita. You don't know it all. You don't know anything. Rita helped Yusef to the ground and leaned against the stone cabinet. I don't know. What do I know? I have been investigating the Lestranges family for more than 10 years. I know everything that the Lestranges family doesn't know. Leta, my little sister Dash. Yusef was stubborn, and Rita didn't want to have such a verbal dispute with him at all, so she waved her magic wand. Flying family tree. A heavy box hidden in the corner of the mausoleum suddenly crashed towards her from the dust. There was a series of clicking sounds, the gears whirred, the code was cracked, and the box bounced open and spread out into a metal plate. Her fingers gently groped on it, and Rita's eyes welled up with tears, and they fell down. This is the deepest pain in her heart. It is the most terrifying memory in her life. But she had to lift it herself. Several gentlemen will be arriving soon to eliminate all irrelevant personnel, except Father Lachaise. Abernethy conveyed the order on behalf of Grindelwald. A large number of Wu Chui party members left in batches from the entrances and exits around the venue in an orderly manner. The quality of Jinshan Shaman was seen by them, and they did not want to make their leader feel embarrassed. Follow me. Sitting in the crowd, Queenie, who was a little uneasy, suddenly heard a familiar voice. Abernethy. Queenie recognized this Maca employee who had had some intentions towards her at a glance. The noisy environment around her affected Queenie's legitimacy. She had never trained her legitimacy, which resulted in her always passively acquiring other people's memories. When facing a large crowd, if she still uses legilimency, it will only burst her brain. Out of physical self-protection, Queenie stopped reading memories once she faced too many people. Abernethy also saw Queenie. His eyes were a little complicated. He did not communicate with Queenie, but pretended not to see her and led the people out. To this day, Abernethy's defection remains a secret in the Mac, although he and Grindelwald have never concealed it. Rudolph placed the blame on Abernethy's defection from the Magic Congress, but Chairman Pickweary of the Magic Congress obviously couldn't recognize him. So it became a matter of course that Abernethy was deliberately obscured and hidden. Queenie obviously didn't know about these upper-level rivalries. Queenie bit her lip, her big eyes full of doubts, stood up and followed quietly. "My brother, Corvus Lestrange, is dead. I killed him." Following Rita's painful scream, Abernethy paused. His forked tongue couldn't help but slip out of his mouth. The members of the Wu Chui party behind him were about to take action, but he raised his hand to stop them. "Go somewhere else. Leave it alone," Abernethy ordered. Both Vita and Crow looked down upon Abernethy, but obviously not these lower-level members of the Nazi party. Abernethy saved Grindelwald, and this was his saving grace. Yes, the members of the Wu Chui party responded and scattered in all directions. "You're here." Abernethy didn't look back. He had grown a lot after following Grindelwald, especially that tongue, which gave him a powerful sense of smell in addition to his natural sense of smell. It's hard for others to tell, but Queenie's tracking skills, which are not even second-rate, can't be hidden from him. "You have changed so much." Queenie hesitated to speak. "It's always going to change. Now that we're here, let's listen to the story together." Abernethy chuckled, looking at Queenie with complicated eyes. This was his favorite girl. "Are you looking for your origin? Are you willing to take refuge in Grindelwald for this?" Queenie couldn't hold back and asked, "Aren't you the same? You showed up here for a muggle." Abernethy grinned, and his long tongue slipped out. Facing Queenie's complicated expression, she laughed at herself. "It's ugly, isn't it? No, I just can't imagine how painful it would be to have your tongue removed. It hurts so much that I almost couldn't hold on." Abernethy shared with Queenie easily. "They use steel rods to pry open my mouth and clamp my tongue with pliers dash. Is it worth it? To find someone you've never met. Then are you worth it? For a fat, ugly muggle." Queenie was speechless and shook her head. "Maybe it's worth it. Maybe it's not worth it. But you are better than me. You see hope, but I can only see one star." "Hope? Where's the hope?" "You smell a smell," Queenie said. "It's familiar, right?" Abernethy frowned. "It seems that Mr. Grindelwald is right. Your legilimency is scary." "Yeah, legilimency sounds annoying. No one likes to expose their memories to the outside all the time and be looked at casually." Queenie rubbed her head, showing a distressed expression, but she quickly smiled and said to Abernethy, "But maybe this time it's a good thing." "A good thing? As someone whose memory is being reviewed, I don't think so," Abernethy said. "No, it's a good thing. Human memory is really a magical thing. Maybe what we think we have forgotten or lost is actually lying in a corner." Queenie smiled mysteriously and pointed with her finger. Pointing to the inside, "I found it for you, it's inside. It's not like you need to remind me that I have a nose. No, I mean before that shipwreck, that smell was always very close to you, very close." Abernethy was struck by lightning. "Okay, let's listen to a story together. I like to hear stories." Queenie winked playfully and said nothing. Separated by a wall, Rita, who was fumbling with the metal plate, said in ecstasy, "Few people know that the Lestrange family has a magical family tree." Listening to Leta's chattering voice, the big golden fruit tree gradually came to life, and the saplings gradually grew. As if the flow of time had been sped up, the small saplings soon began to bloom and become stronger and stronger. Only men are recorded on it, and women in the family are marked as flowers. But what is surprising is that the rocks and thick branches grow not leaves, but coats of arms with human figures. 10 pink and white flowers decorate the whole tree. The tree is still growing, new characters and flowers are constantly spreading, and characters and flowers are constantly withering. This is a family tree, with blood as its branches, telling the history of the Lestrange family through the ages, and Leta is also peeling off her dusty heart and telling her past about her own mother. Father's brother, Aurelius, who was about to enter the venue with Sotrallo and waiting to watch Grindelwald's performance, suddenly felt Queenie's call. "Please give me flowers." He escaped with the mirror he carried with him. The mirror was dark, and he couldn't see anything. It couldn't be that Queenie made the wrong call, right? Aurelius listened carefully, and there was a subtle female voice telling a story from a long time ago. "What's wrong, Mr. Dumbledore?" Grindelwald noticed and came over to ask. Aurelius raised his head slightly. "The Lestrange family, are they of use to you?" "What?" Grindelwald was a little confused. "I remember that the Lestrange family tree should be in the French Ministry of Magic," Aurelius said. "Zero." Grindelwald was a little surprised. "You actually know this? I am increasingly doubting whether you have vision like me." Aurelius chuckled. If he had to say that, that's fine. But his prediction of the future was not a prophetic vision. It was just because he had seen the movie. The Magic series is a mess, and even some fans are confused at first glance. But as luck would have it, Aurelius was doing nothing in his hospital bed, thinking over and over again. So he had a deep impression. Why did Rita come to the tomb of Père Lachaise? Because she couldn't find the family tree she wanted in the French Ministry of Magic, but someone left a message asking her to come here. Why look for a family tree? Because the rumor that Credence is Cobos Lestrange is widely known. She just wanted to prove that this was a rumor, and there was no need to spend any effort on Credence. So, here comes the fun part. Who took away the Lestrange family tree? And who left a message asking Rita to come to Père Lachaise's tomb at such a critical time? Don't know, but you can try. I heard the rumors, and of course I asked for confirmation. Grindelwald did not answer directly, but he had actually admitted it. The person who took away the family tree was Grindelwald or someone from the Wiccan party. At the very least, it had to be Grindelmore's subordinates. Aurelius smiled. He understood. Everything is Grindelwald's layout. Step by step, he induced every key person to come to the tomb of Père Lachaise in order to take away Credence, in order to take away Queenie, in order to announce his return. He used Credence's pursuit of his own life experience to lure him step by step to the tomb of Père Lachaise, destroying the life experience he originally believed and to make himself the only clue to Credence. Compared with his previous deception of children in New York, this scheme targeting people's desires is much more clever. Credence mistakenly believed the rumors and thought he was Cobos Lestrange. Grindelwald may have thought so at first, but he knew better. He thought of the Lestrange family tree, and he could immediately know the answer just by looking at the family tree. As a result, of course, what he saw was the withered Corvus 707 Lestrange. Grindelwald doesn't care at all whether Credence is Cobos Lestrange, because it doesn't matter at all. On the contrary, the withered Corvos made Grindelwald even more excited. Family background is Credence's obsession. He doesn't have long to live. He longs to find his family and know who he is. The family tree proves that Credence is not Cobos Lestrange, so Grindelwald becomes his last hope. Although he is not, he can make himself be. This is the most critical starting point in the entire story of the second part of the magical series. The so-called Lestrange family is just a cover. It is impossible for Grindelwald to directly tell Credence that he is not Corvos, and Credence would not believe it if he told him. People are always willing to believe their own eyes, so Grindelwald brought all the key figures together step by step, allowing Credence to witness the truth with his own eyes, because it is the truth. Grimson, who was hired by the British Ministry of Magic but was actually loyal to Grindelwald, took action to kill Irma, who Credence mistakenly thought was his grandmother but was actually the nanny. Credence then turned against the British Ministry of Magic, and even all the Ministry of Magic and Aurors become hostile and wary, and at the same time have a firm belief in seeking their origins. Then Grindelwald appeared and told Credence clearly in everything but words, "I know your life experience, but if you don't believe me, I'll find out for myself." At the tomb of Père Lachaise, Rita and Joseph Karma were inadvertently forced to become Grindelwald's assistants, creating conflicts within the unbreakable vow, and using Rita's guilt to make them step by step. The truth is revealed in front of Credence, destroying the home Credence has been searching for nearly a year. And at this time, Grindelwald made a brilliant appearance. The previous guidance laid the groundwork for Credence to regard Grindelwald as the only clue to his search for his life experience. For this reason, he had to sacrifice his life to Grindelwald. Grindelwald's purpose was thus achieved. As for Queenie's surrender and Rita's death, these are all side issues and are completely pushed along. And all of this, step by step, leads Credence into the abyss, perhaps the puzzling crimes of Grindelwald. But these are all secrets in the movie, and the reality has long been changed beyond recognition. Aurelius fully believed that when Grindelwald found Europe, he did not think of the uproar of equating Dumbledore with Credence. The rumored news that there is an Obscurial in the Lestranges family naturally has no market due to the drastic changes in the New York incident. Only a small number of people will know and believe it. In this case, would Grindelwald still believe it? Is it still necessary to check the Lestranges family's genealogy? Even if you check it out, is it still necessary to take it away and lead Rita to the tomb of Père Lachaise? Not me. Aurelius squinted his eyes and thought for a moment. The Aurelius of this world knew from the beginning that his surname was Dumbledore. Even if he didn't know it, he had no sense of belonging to this world, let alone a family that jumped out of nowhere. He has even met his cheap uncle and is unwilling to get involved, which shows that he really has no intention of finding a relative. Grindelwald had no motivation at all to find out the Lestrange family tree, but he did it anyway. Grindelwald admits to looking up the Lestrange family tree. Aurelius pondered for a moment. He felt that Grindelwald was not that candid, and there were some things he did not say. This is normal. Aurelius didn't either. Just use yourself to save others. Since Grindelwald didn't say anything, Aurelius wouldn't reveal it. Mr. Grindelwald, I look forward to your performance. Thank you, Mr. Dumbledore. Lifting his legs and going out from the side door, he was going his place, with Nagini following closely behind. Seeing Aurelius leave, Socorro also said to his shaman, "Let's go too. VIP room is still the same room where I rested when I came here. The huge circular funnel-shaped venue can be seen from here, and it has the best view." Nagini was preoccupied, but Aurelius held the mirror and listened to the story. That was a story he had known for a long time, but he had a hunch that there might be a different plot. "You are hunting down the Lestrange family." Leta's voice was very soft. "After all, we were separated by a wall. Father asked me and little Kobos to go to the United States together, and Irma pretended to be the ancestor of both of us." Rita said with a faint, choked voice. "That night, little Kobos kept crying and crying. I swear, I didn't mean to hurt him. I just wanted to get rid of him temporarily. Just a little while. There was an accident on the ship. I don't know what happened now, but the adults were all panicked. I saw a baby, and I exchanged them. I naively thought this would allow me to enjoy it for a while. Peaceful." Queenie saw Abernathy's 1.9 hand beside her and couldn't help but clenched it into a fist, and the veins on her neck popped out. "What's up with him?" Queenie remained calm and subconsciously wanted to take a closer look, but was frightened by Abernathy's terrifying eyes. "No, don't peek into my brain, at least this time, okay?" The words were polite, but the tone was not polite. Obviously, this was not a discussion. Okay. P.S. It's not water. It's true that many people don't understand this movie. I watched it over and over again and read various explanations more than 20 times before I understood it. I still can't say I understand it all. Fans, you must first understand the original story. What is it? Sorting through this series almost burned my brain. I didn't say anything directly and had to deduct everything myself. Irma found me, and she was so anxious that she took me on the boat with the others. She didn't notice that the baby had been changed, and neither did the woman. Rita smiled sadly. I realized something might be wrong, but I was afraid and didn't dare to say it. I was taken on the boat by Irma and watched helplessly as the woman hugged my brother. Kobos got on another boat. The wind and waves were very big. I was very scared a wave, no, a huge wave. The water rushed into the boat. I was choked badly, But I saw another boat, which was sitting on the boat that Kobos and the woman were in was overturned. Rita choked up, and her words were broken. But the content of her words made Yusef in the room and Abernathy outside the wall breathe quickly. I watched helplessly. The swaddling clothes wrapped in Kobos sank into the sea, and I watched the woman pursue Kobos and never surfaced again. He's dead. Yusef's eyes widened. My vows were completed 11 or 20 years ago. Yosef stared at the withering coat of arms representing Corvus Lestrange on the family tree. 22. Are you happy? Should I be happy? Yosef looked up blankly. But why doesn't he have any of these emotions? What have you been doing these past few decades? 2 lines of clear tears slid down the dark skin. This is not for Kobos, who has been dead for 20 years, but for himself who has been idle for 20 years. Merlin's torn pants. What on earth have I done in the past 20 years? So, Queenie outside the wall had questions all over her head. She couldn't help but turn her head to look at Aberbingshe. Guess wrong? Abernathy, not Kobos Lestrange? Impossible. Queenie was puzzled. She clearly saw Abernathy's familiarity with Rita's scent in his subconscious. Did you miss something? Queenie's curiosity was extremely strong, but remembering Abernathy's warning just now, she ultimately did not take action. Queenie's exploration of memory is not comprehensive, but she consciously manipulates it. But Abernathy was not calm inside. His eyes were closed tightly, and his breathing was rapid. If you want to find one person among all people who knows the truth, probably no one knows it better than him. More than 20 years ago, the couple from an African pure-blood family became the starting point of all these things. The head of the Lestrange family is Kobos Lestrange IV. He is a cold-blooded and selfish man who will do anything for the continuation of the Lestrange family. Yosef Kamal's mother, Lorene Kamal, is famous for her black pearls in France. Of course, it would be nonsense to say how beautiful it is, but for a wizard family, pure bloodline is undoubtedly more precious. It's a perfect fertility machine, even if it may be secondhand. Kobos didn't care. With a soul-stealing curse, he easily let his wife and mother get into his car in front of the father and son. The father and son, who had lost their wife and mother, were distraught and vowed to take revenge. Before his death, Kamal forced his son to make an unbreakable vow to retaliate by killing the love of Kobos IV. Just this behavior, just pinch your nose and believe it. A year later, Rita was born, and Lorena Karma, who had been controlled by the spirit for a year, died of childbirth. Yosef considered killing his half-sister, but found that the cold-blooded Corvos IV was indifferent to his sister. Why? Now he knows, because in the Lestrange family, women are not qualified to have their names recorded. Even after just 3 months, Lorena, who failed to continue the Lestrange family, was left behind. Kobos IV happily found the next fertility machine, his aunt and cousin, Clarice Tremblay. This time, Corvos IV welcomed his true love, his only son Corvos Lestrange V. That is little Kobos. However, Yosef's secret lurking and opportunistic actions failed to escape the notice of Kobos IV. For the safety of little Kobos IV made a decision to hire the servant elf Irma Dugard, brought little Kobos to the United States, and Leta was also taken away. Afterwards, in order to get rid of the distressed little Kobos, Rita exchanged babies, and then a shipwreck occurred. The exchanged little Kobos sank into the sea, and Rita, who was afraid of this, chose to hide it. Irma, who knew nothing about it, followed the owner's instructions and handed the baby to Bai-Ben in the New York orphanage. In other words, Rita was Aurelius's savior. Without her exchange, it would have been Aurelius who sank into the sea. Let's not mention the Aurelius line for the moment, which is something Abernathy didn't know. In his cognition, he was rejected by his sister because of his distress, exchanged with her, and eventually sank into the sea. But his life should not be cut off. The mermaid siren in the Atlantic Ocean rescued him, and the mermaid's 543 kiss gave him the ability to move freely in the ocean like a mermaid. And this ability helped him regain Grindelwald's most cherished medicine bottle in the carriage on the day he rescued Grindelwald. He was raised by mermaids, but not with love. He was sent to Ilvermorny, grew up, and finally entered the Magical Congress in order to be a spy and, if necessary, to promote an alliance between the mermaids and the Magical Congress of Magnesia. The grace of life-saving and nurturing made Abo Bingshi work for Mermaid Hanxian for many years. But Abernathy's appeal failed to wait until he met Grindelwald, who made Abernathy make the decision to join Grindelwald. Perhaps the initial surrender was in exchange for benefits. He used his surrender in exchange for Grindelwald to help him find his life experience. But as time went by, Abernathy truly became a true believer in Grindelwald. No one can deny Grindelwald's personal charm. "Abernathy, where are you going?" Queenie asked anxiously when she saw Abernathy walking away. "Don't follow me. I have to do something." Abernathy left a word and left. "Queenie, come back." From the pocket, Aurelius's voice sounded, calling Queenie Goldstein. It turns out it's him. Aurelius cut off contact and muttered with narrowed eyes. "What have you found?" Aurelius did not respond to Nagini's question. He had a huge question. Abernathy had a name in the original plot. He was just a minor supporting character, and there was no place for him in the 1 or 2 hours. But judging from various performances, in this world, Abernathy seems to have the same fate as himself, 2 children living abroad. It doesn't sound unreasonable, but there's a problem. In the plot, it is clearly shown that the coat of arms representing Kobos V in the Lestranges family tree has withered. This is obviously the best proof that little Kobos is dead. So, where did Abernathy come from? Little Kobos is dead, but Abernathy is still alive. Is he really little Kobos? If so, why did the coat of arms of Kovos the Younger decay? If not, then who is he? There is no third child on that ship. This is not an unimportant question, but rather a critical one. If Abernathy is little Kobos, then he can replace Leta as the heir of the Lestrange family. This is about the inheritance system of European pureblood wizard families. The first heir is the eldest son, followed by the second son and other sons, then the wife, and then the daughter. This is especially true for extreme purebloods like the Lestrange family. As far as Aurelius knew, although Kobos IV, the current head of the Lestrange family, was still alive, he was no different from dead. He was already terminally ill. If there was no choice left, Leta would never be the heir. Once Kobos V, the lost son, appears with Kobos IV's cold-blooded and indifferent temperament, there will be no accident at all. Leta will definitely be deprived of her right to inherit. It doesn't really matter up to this point. Aurelius doesn't care about the inheritance of a French family, but the focus is on Abernathy. The complexity of this person's identity will make things unpredictable. First of all, he is the heir to the Lestrange family and will soon take over. But he has no foundation, and it is not easy to secure this position. At least Rita couldn't just sit there and die. Rita didn't like this younger brother. She just felt guilty about killing him for many years. Once Kobos was not dead, this guilt would disappear and the family would also be able to get it. Will Rita be willing to do it? On the other hand, Abernathy must have hated Leta, because it was Leta who kept him homeless and unable to return home for 20 years. What's worse is that they can judge their own thoughts but cannot know the others. Conflict between siblings over inheritance will become inevitable. The feud within the family will have far-reaching consequences as the Lestrange family's position in France grows. The 2 siblings taking sides with Dumbledore and Grindelwald respectively will also make the Lestrange family confused. Needless to say, the status of the Lestrange family in France is a pure-blooded aristocratic family that dares to show off its tyrant and yet leaves its victims with no way to complain, which shows its background. Such a pure-blood family's position is something that neither Grindelwald nor Dumbledore can ignore. This may be the reason why Grindelwald helped Abernathy arrange everything today. Of course, it may also be the case. Secondly, Abernathy was raised by an Atlantic mermaid siren, which was revealed by Tina in Siren City. He even used the mermaid kiss, a special ability only possessed by the Siren royal family. How the sirens respond to his betrayal is related to Aurelius' Caribbean strategy. Finally, Abernathy was also a member of the Umbra Party and an employee of the Magical Congress of the United States of America. It's hard not to think about it, but when you think about it carefully, this humble Abernathy actually has so many identities, and the gathering of these identities on him can cause entanglements among all parties. At dash, I'll tell you, I almost overlooked such a chess piece. Aurelius immediately thought about whether such a complicated person would be useful to him. The situation is obvious now. Among the important people on the scene, Tina and Newt are good people. Dumbledore is on the sidelines. Leta, Theseus, and Newt have complicated relationships, but they have basic preferences. Yosef and Kobos V are not on the same side. Abernathy is the Iron Wolf, but the Big Wolf and the Little Wolf are still open to debate because Aurelius is not willing to leave Abernathy and wait for Kobos V. Close. Nagini and Queenie both share the same side with him, but they are not wolves. Strictly speaking, Aurelius defines himself as a third party, a ghost bride who walks alone and struggles to win. He must ensure that Grindelwald and Dumbledore are in a stalemate. Tonight is the key. He must ensure that the losses of both sides are equal, so as to buy more time for himself. Regardless of whether it is based on the plot or the tripartite strategy one talked about today, as long as they pass today, they will have at least a few years of stability. Tonight is the key. At this moment, the lights suddenly dimmed, and the noisy crowd suddenly burst into enthusiastic cheers. With a light even brighter than before, the elegant Grindelwald slowly walked onto the central platform. The crowd was ecstatic, as if they were welcoming the gods they believed in. "Here we go," Nagini said softly. "It's really exaggerated." Aurelius smiled knowingly. Standing on the center stage, Grindelwald didn't say a word, he just stood quietly. Just standing, the fanatical atmosphere of the entire venue gradually escalated. The cheers at the scene did not stop for a long time. Terrible appeal. Standing in the center of the stage, Grindelwald looks like the king of the world. Grindelwald raised his hand gently, and the venue quickly became quiet. Everyone, all the wizards, were like a well-trained army, and the entire venue was silent. My brothers, sisters, friends, your applause. This gift is not for me, no, it is for you. The magnetic voice slowly resounded across the entire stage. Wong's. It seemed to be ringing in everyone's ears. His voice was not loud, but it could focus everyone's attention on him alone. You came today because of your inner desire and a concept. The old method is no longer suitable for us. Grindelwald walked slowly, looking at everyone with his strange eyes, communicating spiritually. You are here today because you are hungry for something new, something different. They all say that I hate No-Majs and muggles. He raised his voice slightly, and some extreme people in the audience immediately shouted. Pest roar. Grindelwald was a little unhappy. This inexplicable voice disrupted his speech. He could only raise his voice again. No-Majs, people who can't cast magic. I don't hate them. I don't hate them. There was an audible silence, but in the VIP room, Aurelius whispered to himself, "You just think they don't deserve it. I am not fighting for hatred. I believe that muggles are not a minority group, but a different group. It is not worthless, but has a different kind of value. It cannot be disposed of freely, but should be treated specially." Grindelwald paused. For a moment, the blooming of magic will only be in a very small number of souls. It will only be allowed to things of a higher level. Oh, what kind of world we will create for all mankind. What we hope for is freedom, truth, and even more. Grindelwald once again accepted people's applause and cheers, which lasted for about a minute. Grindelwald finally said what he really wanted to say, but his words were full of loopholes in the eyes of Aurelius. He made one of the most common mistakes made by Westerners: classification. Humans are human beings, wizards are human beings, and muggles are human beings. The ability to create a race of wizards and muggles is a kind of division that deliberately turns human internal conflicts into racial conflicts. Aurelius sighed. "You don't agree?" Nagini asked. "Of course I don't agree. Wizards are not a race and should not be a race," Aurelius said softly. Wizards are a member of human beings and a profession, the same profession as chefs, drivers, and housekeepers. But Nagini hesitated. 800, do you think he is right? Because muggles can never become wizards. Aurelius saw her confusion. Nagini nodded. Then let me ask you, can a blind person be a driver? Can a person with congenital taste loss be a gourmet? Can a person who is tone deaf be a singer? Aurelius asked a series of questions. Nagini shook her head repeatedly. Of course, that's not possible. So, muggles can't be wizards. What's the problem? Aurelius smiled. Spellcasting ability is just one of the various talents of human beings, but it is rare. The profession of wizard only has stricter requirements on spellcasting ability. Just like a blind person who has lost his vision cannot be a driver, a large number of humans cannot become wizards because they have lost their ability to cast spells. Do you think it makes sense? Well, that seems to be the case. Nagini had to admit that she seemed to be convinced by Aurelius. Look, wizards are only a profession for people with the ability to cast spells. Why do we artificially establish wizards and muggles as two races? Do we treat blind people, colorblind people, and people who can't sing well as other races? How was it possible to do this? Yes, how could you do this? Aurelius shook his head and gave his evaluation. It's a stupid move. A faint move is a faint move, but it doesn't mean that Aurelius can't understand it. Everything happens for a reason, and everything has its own underlying reason. There is nothing new in the world. Our ancestors understood it thousands of years ago. The bustling world is all for profit, and the bustle in the world is for profit. The word profit speaks volumes about human nature. What is profit? Is it money? Is it power? Is it asterisk X? They are all, but they are not comprehensive. The so-called profit means that subjective desires are satisfied, and the satisfaction of objective needs is called. Why would these wizards want to separate muggles and wizards into two different races? In other words, what are the benefits of doing this? All aspects. Some wizards try to enslave muggles. If muggles are excluded from wizards, then there will be no social pressure or psychological burden to enslave muggles. Not only we understand the truth of those who are not of my race must have different minds. In this matter, after dividing muggles and wizards, this sentence can be used as an excuse and is beneficial. Secondly, there are a huge number of muggles occupying most of the world's resources, so it is natural to want to exclude dissidents. Thirdly, wizards and muggles have not been in contact for a long time due to the history of hostility in the Middle Ages, resulting in different cultures and estrangement. Wizards cannot understand the behavior of muggles, and muggles cannot understand the behavior of wizards, so conflicts naturally arise. No one is willing to admit that they are wrong. Creating racial divisions can avoid admitting mistakes, which is also a benefit, CCFD. At last, it's time for everyone to take a look at the future I predicted. If we don't stand up and resist and regain our rightful position, that will be the consequences. Grindelwald said. Vita Rogier, the Black Rose of France, attended the meeting in full dress, holding a skull-shaped hookah in hand, and presented it to Grindelwald. It was a tool for Grindelwald to share his vision with everyone. Grindelwald took a long breath, put the snuff bottle pipe into his mouth, and took a deep breath. He had never tried such a large range, but he had to do it today. The long inhale made him the veins on his forehead were bulging, his eyes were wide-eyed, and he didn't vomit until he was about to suffocate. Along with the billowing smoke, Grindelwald's predictions rose in the smoke. In the thick smoke, the soldiers charged with steel helmets and guns in hand. Every step of their sonorous and powerful leather boots seemed to step on the hearts of the wizards present. Boom! Huge explosions came one after another. The ruthless steel behemoth crushed everything, causing a group of spectators to scream. Among the ruins, fighter planes flying across the sky were spitting flames and destroying everything. Countless displaced people are walking on the paths in the mountains. In the end, the dazzling white light engulfed everything, and when everyone came to their senses, a terrifying mushroom cloud made everyone lose the courage to speak out. Fear Aurelius squinted his eyes and looked at the mushroom cloud in that scene. People don't know it yet, but he knows that it is the ultimate weapon of mankind, the most terrifying weapon ever created by mankind. The source of fear is a terrifying power that wizards, even legendary wizards, cannot match, making every wizard tremble. They are afraid that one day, such great power will be possessed by the wizard's ministers. That's the last reason to eliminate fear. All eyes returned to Grindelwald. Then what is that? Nagini was so frightened that she couldn't help but reach out and grab Aurelius' sleeve. Grindelwald's prophecy, Aurelius said calmly. There is nothing surprising. These are all things he has known for a long time. What is there to be surprised about? Then is that true? Nagini trembled. What do you think? Aurelius asked, but he did not expect Nagini's response, but said to himself, this is why we have to do something. That's what we're fighting against. That's the enemy. Their arrogance, their greed for power, their barbarism and unreasonableness. How long will it take before they turn their weapons on Tion? Please come in. Mr. Dumbledore, my tutor, Mr. Sakuro, asked me to tell you that you can leave. The shaman who came and said politely. Oh, there are quite a few people here. Aurelius chuckled. Yes, it exceeded expectations. It is imperative to lock the sky and suppress the soul. The shaman did not hide it from Aurelius C. Okay, I understand. Aurelius nodded slightly, and the shaman resigned. Want to fight? Nagini asked. Aurelius nodded. Nagini, your strength is low now, and the battle for a while will be a bit dangerous. Let me escape first again. Nagini was a little reluctant. She swore that she was very serious, but she couldn't stand it for a short time. Every time she encounters danger, she always acts as a scapegoat. This is not an escape, it is a strategic retreat. I have a special status. Suo Chuo is wandering in the gray zone in the Far East, and Grindelwald is a wanted criminal marked by various countries. We're the only ones. If I hadn't been curious about this shaman's heaven-locking soul, I will also go together. Aurelius smiled. Lock the sky and calm the soul. Nagini was a little confused. Although Nagini was present at the time, Sa Chuo was speaking in Huxia. Aurelius could understand it, but it didn't mean that Nagini could understand it. Yes, I want to experience the mysterious Eastern magic. Is there really no danger? It's okay for dozens of Aurors to attack us. They didn't come for me this time. What can happen? Aurelius chuckled. Then, where should I go? Take Queenie to Mr. Nico Flamel's safe house to wait for me. She's here. As soon as he finished speaking, the member of the internet party who had brought Queenie here knocked on the door. After Queenie came in, Aurelius sent a box to her without saying anything. Queenie, you and Nagini go first. Aurelius explained. Where are you going? Nagini will tell you. After sending the two men away, Aurelius stood up and watched as Grindelwald's speech gradually came to an end. Grindelwald shouted, When I say this, don't do anything. You must stay calm and control your emotions. The crowd fell silent. They were extremely anxious but full of expectations. They were waiting for the leader in front of them to give them some new and unusual revelation. There are some people with ulterior motives mixed among us. I know, I understand, but I also hope you understand that we're the same kind. We are wizards. I hope you can stand among us and get closer, magicians. Brother, join us. Grindelwald glanced at him, and his tone was very provocative, but when he saw several disguised Aurors secretly clenching their wands, he said quietly, I don't expect a few words to win your hearts, but I want to say that it is true that you killed many of my followers. Even the participants are your ministers. In New York, Aurors imprisoned me and tortured me. They knocked down their fellow magicians and were punished just for telling the truth. If they want freedom, they will be killed? Grindelwald sneered. His eyes were melodious and unfocused, but he seemed to be able to accurately find every Auror hiding in the crowd. He only paused for a moment when he passed a young red-haired witch. The young man fumbled for his wand, his eyes flashing with hatred, which made the Auror who looked at her couldn't help but become nervous. The wand in his hand was trembling with anxiety. Your anger, your desire for revenge, it's natural. The inexplicable words, like the devil's temptation, stirred the young witch's heart. Angry, the witch gritted her teeth. Revenge, she raised her wand. A cold green light flashed, and the young witch fell straight down. The familiar green light made Aurelius look sideways. Very skilled. Aurors don't seem to be that useless. As a person who uses the death curse as a fluorescent flasher, no one knows how to evaluate it better than him. How could a young witch be a match for a well-trained Auror, let alone a close fight while on full alert? Without any accident, she died. But her death will go down in history. Her death, like that of the Grand Duke of Sarajevo, will completely lift the fig leaf between the Ulok party and European countries. The difference is clear. Everyone must choose a side, Theseus commander. No, Grindelwald roared, and he quickly walked into the auditorium, and the crowd stepped aside to make way for him. Grindelwald knelt down, gently stroked the witch's red hair, and said to the people around her, "Send this young warrior back to her family. Please give me flowers." He stood up again and gave orders to the crowd. "Apparate. Go. Start from here and tell everyone the truth. We are not seeking violence." Grindelwald's words were like an edict. One after another, the figures turned into smoke and disappeared. Among them are his followers, but also people with ulterior motives. At least Aurelius saw Paul and his men leaving in a hurry. Soon, the remaining figures were scattered. Except for Vita and a few other members of the Wiccan party, there were only a large number of Aurors. Of course, Aurelius also saw Aberforth, Dumbledore, and McGonagall among them. Newt, Tina, Yusef, Leta are not here. Aurelius was a little surprised. 0. It's understandable that they're not here, but their absence means that many things have changed. For example, Rita may not die. Can Newt have the confidence to fight against Grindelwald if this woman is not dead? Can Hughes have the confidence to join Dumbledore instead of choosing to side with the devil? Etc. Aurelius suddenly remembered something. They were not at the venue, but they seemed to be still in the cemetery. Na mani, na imo lao, mani imo lao, imo. Na mani, na imo now, mani imo gme. Na mani, na imo na. Mani imo na imo. Chantings like the Sanskrit sounds of hell sounded from all directions, and Aurelius' eyes narrowed. It's begun. Is this the Su'a Tian Jinhuan? An invisible pressure was exerted on his shoulders, and Aurelius keenly discovered that his apparition seemed to be sealed. Can Su'a Tian Jinhuan seal the phantom? His expression became more serious. This is crucial information. However, it seems that the heaven-suppressing, soul-suppressing soul is not as powerful as imagined. Aurelius discovered that what was blocked was only the magic spell of disembodiment, but it still could not stop the phoenix. Could it be that Suetian Jinhuan, with such a ridiculous name, is an anti-apparition? I don't believe it. Aurelius narrowed his eyes, and black mist rose from his body. Na mani, na imo lao, mani imo lao imo. Oh, so lively. Endless black mist filled the center of a huge golden bowl-shaped barrier. Every wisp of black mist is where Aurelius has touched. Northeast, southeast, northwest, and southwest, for golden square formations are particularly conspicuous. More than 20 shamans took off their official uniforms of the later Jin dynasty and were shirtless and clasped their hands together. On their strong muscles, complex and mysterious totem tattoos shone brightly. What you see are 4 kinds of animals: rat, hedgehog, snake, weasel. Aurelius looked strange. Is there one missing? As if following his words, a snow-white fox penetrated the underground venue and soared into the sky. Fox white, yellow willow ashes, feelings of the 5 immortals? Get into formation. Yahoo! More than 20 formation shamans stood up and shouted, 720. The leather drums in their palms sounded, and the magic wands in their hands waved. The 9-sided golden bronze mirror shone with great splendor, and all the shamans chanted. This is the tune. As the sun sets and the sky turns dark, the doors of every house are bolted. Gentlemen on the road rush to the inn, birds rush to the mountains and forests, and tigers returned to the mountains. Birds rushed to the mountains and forests, and when they have found a place to stay, they must return to the mountains to be safe and sound. Contrarian, right? Aurelius felt strange in his heart, but when he thought about it carefully, Shun Tiao was originally the word for dancing to the great god, and dancing to the great god was a skill of shamanism. There was no supernatural power in my previous life, and the divine tunes were sung by two people, which made people laugh out of habit. But this Jinshan shaman casts spells using the great god of dance. It seems quite reasonable. Complaints are complaints, but it does not affect the shaman's performance at all. Accompanied by the chanting in the mouth and the sound of the leather drum in the hand, the four great immortals, yellow, white, and willow gray, except the fox, also rose from the four square formations respectively. The five immortals gathered together, each dancing and dancing, and the original animals put on clothes and hats without knowing it. What's this? In the park below, Newt, who had not yet recovered from his grief, looked up at the sky in horror, and Tina beside him was also at a loss. This is a trap. We were fooled. Tina looked ugly. No, what? Newt shouted. Who knows why? Damn it. There is anti-apparition here. Tina looked ugly. What happened? Rita helped Yusef and ran out in a hurry. Look, countless tombstones are bathed in golden light. The magic power of the five great immortals gradually broke into powder and rain, and dew fell on the ground in the tomb. Roar! Yeah, various strange roars came from the ground, and a humanoid ghost poked its head out with a menacing look. Attack! Attack! Fight me out! The Aurors rushed out from the underground meeting place, and under the command of the commander, they released a magic spell towards the golden bowl in the sky. In particular, the four conspicuous square formations withstood a large number of attacks. How dare you try your best, even though you are a small skill? A grunting voice echoed in the cemetery. Call Mr. Huang to show his power. Wang Tai Sin, who was above the formation in the northeast, screamed. His eyes glowed white, and he turned his head to cover the sky above the Aurors. The Aurors who were on full alert found that nothing seemed to have happened. What happened? The Aurors felt strange. Is there really nothing wrong? Avada! 7 or 8 green lights suddenly lit up, and the target turned out to be their colleagues. What the hell? Fight back! The enemies from within shocked the Aurors, and the Aurors who originally fought against the enemy in a 3-person team instantly fell apart. The 5 corpses on the ground made them unable to trust their former companions, let alone trust each other to form a team to fight against the enemy. Good guy. You have a yellow skin, right? Aurelius looked at him in a daze. Don't blame him for his lack of experience. It's really because the style of painting is too inconsistent. It seems to be a group soul-stealing curse. Aurelius looked carefully and noticed the clues. Regardless of the special effects, the effect of this trick is to control people. Once your will is not strong enough, you will be controlled by others. Horus has dabbled in the 3 major forgiveness spells, but compared to the simple and crude life-killing spell, the other 2 are not deeply involved. But Aurelius still discovered that the shaman's move of asking Mr. Huang for his power had strong traces of the soul-stealing curse. It's just that the way of casting the spell has changed. Great! There's another confirmation for my magic transformation theory. The Aurors were not in a group, but the hungry ghosts in the garden were so happy that they rushed to attack the Aurors. Split into pieces. Thunderbolt, explosion. There are many obstacles. Avada. It's useless. It's useless. This is a ghost, not a human being. The ghosts in the East are so unreasonable. They can interfere with reality, but all physical attacks from reality are useless to them. Seeing 7 or 8 more Aurors being bitten by the ghosts, the other Auror shuddered. What are these? Just when a group of Aurors were helpless against ghosts and could only be reduced to food rations, the voice of a British Auror rekindled their hope. Go away. Vadavasai. I saw a hungry ghost flying backwards like a bullet, hitting the golden barrier in the sky, screaming and turning into ashes as if being burned by fire. The Auror himself couldn't believe it, and the group of ghosts couldn't help but pause. The whole world seemed to be on hold for a few seconds. Wadiwasi, Wadiwasi. The Auror finally found a savior, throwing out spells one after another as if they were free of charge. And among them, there is an alien mixed in. Avada, choose a big melon. It's useless? No, it should be a hit, Aurelius thought, because the ghost is already dead, so it can't die a second time. It doesn't make sense. You must know that in the future, Voldemort used the death curse to kill the fragments of his own soul. This shows that the death curse should be able to work on the soul. That his ghost has no soul. Aurelius guessed. It's not hard to guess. In the world view of the Harry Potter world, the soul will go to the world of the dead after death, without exception. There's no reason the dead in these cemeteries could escape. Aurelius also didn't think that the Jinshan shaman had the ability to pull the souls of the dead back from the world of the dead behind the curtain. What on earth is that ghost? This has to mention ghosts. The ghost is not a soul or a complete soul. It possesses the consciousness of the deceased. The consciousness is a part of the soul, but not the soul itself. Therefore, these ghosts should be the product of a mixture of the consciousness of the deceased and negative energy, such as een and hostility. So why does the humble Wadiwasi work wonders? Aurelius pondered for a moment, then waved a magic spell. The ghost is coming. Call out. A hungry ghost flew towards Aurelius involuntarily. Wadiwasi snapped. The hungry ghost turned around and flew back, hitting the barrier and dissipating.
Hello, everyone. As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500+ novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.